herbs and you used to make fragrance. What? Really? Wow. Hi, VOD crew. Let's go. Hi, Boob Tube. So I watch a streamer named AKA Mike B, who I've been watching for fucking feels like a decade now, on and off over various platforms. He does this weekly news show. It's mostly weekly news show, usually on Fridays. And he always gets his chat to say hi YouTube, and his chat refuses to refer to it as news because he calls it the news show. They call it the nudes show. So chat's like, I love nudes. The entire it's always just got nudes like right next to his face when he starts talking about the news. He's a good dude. I like his stuff. He bounced off of Dwarf Fortress super fucking hard, so we need to pester him to get back into it. Anyway, so we are now back into Ironshore. So yesterday we made lots of progress. We're still short on bedrooms though. We have a Baron now who is Baron Pablo, who only has a bedroom and is quite pissed off about this. But fortunately, we did give him a bunch of artifacts, so hopefully that will make him a little happier. But because we just went through Legends, let's go take a peek at something real quick. Artifacts. Do I? Oh, wow. We don't have much knowledge of any of these Attic guilds, though. Held by the elf? Oh, interesting. So Attic guilds is still held by the same elf that took it. And it's not super clear on this map, but I'm assuming that means it's in my mountain home. All right. And it's the silent something that may have disappeared. Cooking doesn't make seeds. Yeah. But you can cook seeds, which isn't confusing at all. Attic guilds, though, is the one that was the symbol of my faction. So one of the win conditions for this fort is I want to have this in my fort. The Silent Emerald was the other one, yeah. Jumping is going. For the Silent... Chat, if I miss it, yell at me. For the Silent Emerald. Of course, they're all last known in, like, my own forts. Because that's the ones that we would know about. Okay, it looks like we have no knowledge of the existence of the Silent Emerald. Which is a bit of a shame. But we do want that. We do want that. Can't read that too small? Dang. It was just a named weapon and not an artifact? Yes, but it will show up in this screen if we know its location. All right, let's check news and rumors, see what's going on. We appear to be getting attacked from the south. So we are actually at peace with the factional animal, which is interesting. That faction that we were reading about, the factional animal is actually at peace with us. And it seems like it's the Flute of Trade that are the ones that did finally crush us. Factional animal attacked and pillaged Healer Axe, but after that we were able to form peace with them. Not an alliance, just peace. So we were able to broker peace with them after they ransacked Healer Axe. And then it was like 5 years of quiet, and then we got obliterated by the Flute of Trade. Different faction. And we certainly haven't recovered that. Good stuff. I mean, it is good stuff, naturally. Of course, that's why else would the king prefer? The king wouldn't prefer it if it wasn't good stuff. Weird thing, if you're farmer and industrial chemist, I'm used to batches in at least 50 kbs. Huh. But also, hey, Lady Kelpie, what's up? Very new player? Well, welcome. Good to have you. Played the original like 6 years ago, but couldn't get into it. Yeah, it's fine. You've been helping so much since you picked up the game on Steam. Thank you much. Cheers. The content will continue, but it's going to slow down a bit because I need to stay at a sustainable rate, and it hasn't been at a sustainable rate for most of this month, so pulling back a little bit. But anyway, so we need to focus on making this happy. You have bronchitis? Oh, is that because of the power that you, like the fact that you had no power for so long, or is that unrelated? We do have thrones now, which is good. I can make my office for my Baroness, because this is what we're focusing on right now. Baroness's quarters and bedrooms, because population is still skyrocketing, and I don't really want moods to get out of hand. So the Baron, or not the Baroness, the Baron of Ironshore, Pablo, now has an office. Is actually quite happy with his office. Decent, has a decent study and a royal throne room. We just need to get him a dining room and a tomb now. I'll actually remove that. Just needs an office, you know. Unrelated? Gotcha. Well, that sucks. This is our tavern. Very large and grand, I would say. Although I am going to change part of it. It's going to stop being so large. I think I'm actually going to erase this corner over here and make this into a dining hall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to erase all of this. We're going to make this corner over here into a dining hall specifically. Because currently it's just overlapping stuff, and I just kind of really don't want it to overlap too much. We're going to make this corner into a dining hall. Please, don't set you to erase. Set you to draw. There you go. So this over here will be a little dining hall. Just a little public dining hall. I could technically, I guess, connect it to the Mountainous Nuts, which is my tavern. Also, Nixie, thank you very much for the for the 4th month. Welcome back. So the Mountainous Nuts now has a dining hall attached to it, which is a grand thing indeed. We have also had quite a few tavern brawls in this tavern, and I also need to move my military out of training in here, because currently the military is training in here, which might be bad for tavern brawls. So I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to nuke out that barracks. And we're going to move the barracks, I think, down into this room. Just to get, like, well, just to space things out nicely. We could actually put it in this room right here. Well, let's put it in this room. Probably better to have it over on the side. So this little room right here is going to be the new training location for all of my dwarves, because I don't have a better location for them right now. So they're all just going to go hang out right there and train down there. Enable dwarf naming? I mean, I have a dwarf I need to name before I can enable dwarf naming. So first I will name a dwarf, and then at some point in the next 20 minutes, I will enable dwarf naming. In fact, you know what, mods? You guys can be up to that. Just like set a timer for some amount of time between 5 and 15 minutes, and enable it sometime in the next 5 and 15 minutes. Bastet, do you have any particular demands for a type of dwarf? I know your personal preferences, but do you have a job that you would like? As we have masons, we have hunters, we have weaponsmiths, many glassmakers. What would you like? You just sealed off an aquifer with gold bars. Hey, you know, here's the thing, right? Engrave those bars with images, and then they'll just get real happy thoughts whenever they walk past them. Weaponsmith specifically, both of mine are ladies, but they're both kind of miffed about their lives. They're not super happy. This metalcraft right above is like ecstatic about her life. Actually, sorry. So I have one weaponsmith down here, but she's not super happy. Okay, so you want the weaponsmith? Gotcha. No problem, Murdoch. Thanks for watching. 67 years old, like apparently everybody else in this fort. Disdains cooperation, slow to love, thrill seeker, and has low stamina, is shameless, and disdains independence. So, a dwarf, you must have just immigrated to the fort because of how short your thoughts are. You're a novice beekeeper. Look at that. An accomplished weaponsmith. She feels enjoyment when watching a performance, and she feels empathy discussing an acquaintance's problems. Lovely. She is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she often feels discouraged. And she has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill, and she personally dislikes cooperation. She finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and she is not particularly... she doesn't particularly respect commerce and doesn't really see the point in working hard and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes Realgar Platinum and Claro Opal. Angel Shark Leather and Ostrich Bone, and gems and large gems and giant grackles for their raunchous calls. Or raucous calls? Raucous calls, I think is the word. And purple amaranths for their striking color. And the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the scintillating of deserts, and when possible prefers to consume kangaroo cheese and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Relations-wise, you're passing friends with a Hammer Lord, and you worship Kodal. All right, let's go down to here, and we are going to begin filling this in, because this is going to be a problem if I don't. So what we're going to do, running low on claystone. I'm not making claystone blocks or sandstone. There's lots of sandstone over here. Let's just make sandstone blocks. Currently not making blocks out of a particular material, but rock blocks. Make them out of sandstone and just say 200. All right. How am I? I'm all right. Sniper, and yourself? But we're also building up still. Did I get these bedrooms assigned? They're not all assigned. Let's see. Just assign them to dwarves as they come. There you go, Bastet. You have a bedroom now. Kind of sad that none of these dwarves are married. Although they're all young dwarves because this faction has, like, been obliterated several times, so... This is probably the first successful fortress this faction has had in 40, 50 years, you know? Let's also check my military. Missing 2 spots. Missing a lot of spots. Let's try and fill these out a little bit. Did see a couple peasants in here, like this one. I need to do something with their lives. So I don't need that many. Glassmakers, so I see glassmakers with some relevant skills. I might just give it to them. Adequate fighter on that engraver. There you go. Building a tower? Yep, very much. Towers, most likely. Towers, cannons, the works. I'm gonna have some fun with this fort for sure. It's gonna take a little bit though. So I'm really hoping that we don't run into any serious bugs on this one. If we do, we'll just start a new fort, but in the same world ideally. Novice Mace Dwarf. I'm also like being very stingy about allowing visitors in because I think that's what causes that massive like work-related bug. Is it seems to happen when neutral characters die. So I'm just doing my damnedest to make sure that no neutral characters make it onto the map. Is there a cap to how strong a dwarf can get? legendary and everything. But some dwarves can't be as strong as other dwarves because, believe it or not, all dwarves are different sizes. There's no way to check this in-game, but all dwarves are different sizes. So what can actually happen is you can end up with certain dwarves that are just going to be stronger than other dwarves purely because they are just bigger. Am I done with Long Death? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. I think we're going to... Could expand out this way. Let's just go up another layer. Place stone blocks. Continue building after placement. Place stone blocks. Do dwarves die of old age? Somewhere between the year 150 and 170, yes. Over to here. Best beginner tips for this game? Don't listen to the old memes about its difficulty. They're mostly just due to the fact that the game was ASCII and people are easily scared off by ASCII. And there are no stupid questions, and ask lots of them. How far along has Adventure Mode in Classic come up to this point? Last time you checked was 10 years ago? What do you mean, like, how much is there to do in it? Villains, which is the current arc that they've been working on, is like the first arc in a really long time that is directly adding Adventure Mode specific features. But I very much compare Adventure Mode to... Here's the thing. I didn't really play Adventure Mode 10 years ago. I didn't really start playing Adventure Mode until 2017. So that's my basis of comparison. I fucked up that wall. It's the wrong material. So I don't actually know 1,000% how much it's come along since then. A metalsmith hall, really? I'm just going to let that sit there for a little bit because I want to build this first. But, I mean, it's a competent open-world survival crafting game with not a lot of goals. And the current updates are making the goals work, essentially. You read a lot of the community sentiment towards it. It's very open. Mostly what I use Adventure Mode for is for transporting characters I like from one fortress to another. Because it's really easy to just go find them in Adventure Mode and then transport them. A lot of the... to give you an idea, the way the questing system worked was you had to find a dwarf that would give you a quest or a character that would give you a quest. Cool. You go find the character that gives you the quest, and then you go to turn in the quest, and you're like, okay, where the fuck do I turn this quest in? Good luck finding them again, assuming you remember their name. The stuff like that just needs work, and that's what Villains is aiming to fix. But it still needs work. It was like 10% of Fort Mode. I think it's because like 10% of the people who play the game touch Adventure Mode, and they play a very small amount of it. You can straight up build a fortress in Adventure Mode, claim it in Adventure Mode, and then settle it in Fortress Mode and play it. So no, they go hand in hand very much, and that's the best way to play it. If you just play Fortress Mode, you'll get a pretty full experience. If you just play Adventure Mode, you'll get half of an experience. Is the best way to put it. Like, Adventure Mode is designed to be played alongside of Fortress Mode, and it's very clear when you play Adventure Mode. Also, good morning, Bob. You're here early. I don't normally see you until later in the day. How are you doing, dude? But that's kind of my feeling on Adventure Mode. I think it's a really cool mode that is underappreciated by a lot of the community, and also is very much designed to be played alongside of Fortress Mode. Paw Prince, what kind of dwarf would you like? Spooky ocean's making spooky sounds again. Animal caretaker or something? I don't know if I have many animal caretaker. Hold on. Just let me finish designating these walls and I'll go take a look at what we have. Beard or no beard is the only other information I need from you. Assuming that matters for you. Some people don't care. Some people are oddly vigilant about whether or not they want a beard. Or militant, I guess. Maybe is the word I would use even. Let's go down here. So, no beard. Gotcha. Yeah, I have 2 dissectors, and I have 2 trappers, and I have 2 hunters. So if you're okay with a hunter, I could go with that. Because that's the only female option I have there. Hunter, then? Okay. You're currently watching a glassmaking demonstration. Paw prints. 78 years old. You have a pet alpaca named Unib. You're a skilled glassmaker, and you're learning, and you're interested after learning about glass, or you're a skilled glassmaker and I'm assuming a better hunter. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she is an optimist, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She often feels discouraged and has a greedy streak, and she is stubborn, and she can handle stress. She occasionally overindulges, and she tends to hold on to grievances, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Personally, disregards tradition and does not care about fairness. Dreams of raising a family. Likes chromite, bismuth bronze, yellow glossier, giant white stork leather, and millstones and mini forges and turkeys for their wattle, and the sound of the bewildering silkiness and the sight of the clear heather, and when possible prefers to consume Rambushan wine and absolutely hates mussels. You do have that pet. We've named a copper shield. Unib is your alpaca, who's a pet, and aside from that, you have passing acquaintances. Seems like for most of your other relations, and it is party time. Just because it was asked right before the party started, no, I do not have cave-ins disabled. They are absolutely enabled. I don't know how much of a reoccurring bit I should keep this, but I like it. So don't mind the starving horse and the starving bunny rabbit in the tavern. We should probably move those. Let's move them up here. That tavern is an emote-only mode. Very much so, yeah. But yeah, no, I do not disable cave-ins. I just know for fact that one block can support an entire layer. Cave-ins are not a huge threat in Dwarf Fort. Don't mind the giant bronze colossus in the cage as I scroll past him. He's friendly. We'll keep him and probably use him to obliterate some goblins for us in the future. All right. Bedrooms. I kind of screwed this up, but that's fine. Party was more important. And naming a dwarf was also more important. Is your civilization at war with anyone? Chat, do tell a little bit about the wars with the elves that we just read about in Legends. It was a grand old tale, I shall say. And I'm looking forward to stealing back some of our treasures of old. Did they really rip out the floors too? Oh my god. Okay, fine. That's what they insist on doing. At least it's close. So today I learned if you deconstruct a wall on a constructed floor, it also deconstructs the floor beneath it. I guess they do remove the piece below. Hi there, Quas. How did I acquire said caged bronze colossus? Well, he showed up, and we trapped him. He doesn't seem to complain too much. It was his fault to show up, but, you know. Now we just have a bronze colossus. It's fine. Normal dwarf things. I'm going to use him as part of my defenses, though. I just need a proper recaging system so I can recage him afterwards. Although realistically, the goblins will probably just kill him, and I also realized that I've screwed up all these. These are all floors. Grumble, grumble. Rabble, rabble. All right, let's get rid of this. And then undo that. Okay. Try this again. It looks, after you digging out, it looks like blocks, it quadruples the amount. Yeah, so if you make blocks out of boulders, you get 4 times the amount of blocks as the original boulder count. It makes each boulder into 4 blocks. So you get a lot more building materials. Also, they weigh a significantly lower amount, so it's way easier to, you know, transport them and construct shit. I'm also just like staring at trying to keep up with chat, but there's a lot of different conversations and it's hard to tell what's been answered and what hasn't. Does every mind wall result in a boulder? Not every mind wall. There's like a dice roll chance that you'll get a boulder from it. And I think they actually tuned the numbers down in this version. And in your raws, you can actually turn them up if you want more boulders. Which I know some mega project builders I know are just like grumbling because of the fact that there's lower amounts of boulders now, but you know, you can turn that number up if you want. I would make gypsum plaster for casts and not just too many gypsum blocks, but you could also make some gypsum blocks. It's quite a useful material for injuries. I do not have enough doors. Are we making more doors, dwarves? We are not. Okay, well, let's queue up. Door, rock. Fuck. Old habits. Rock door. What? I made 250 last time, so let's just do another 150. Casts actually are exactly the same as splints. I mean, gypsum also is a cool color, so yeah, use gypsum. Casts are just rock splints, but the thing is you can have a cast and a splint. But they are just rock splints, yes. So let's go all the way over here to the edge. Ah, shit. I did it again. One of these days, I'm going to actually get, like, the order of constructing stuff completely down, and it's going to be so much faster, but we're just not there yet with this UI. Just not there. We also need some of these UI elements to be hotkeyable, like swapping between closest material and, you know, just whatever, and letting me select. Once some things like that get hotkeyable, this will be so much smoother. Dwarf managing to hang straight from a cliff. Oh no. I've had so many dwarves just like die due to like slipping off cliffs. It's like not even funny. I mean, it's actually kind of funny, but mostly just very sad. It is kind of funny, but also kind of very sad usually. It's like one of my great military dwarves in my last fort that just, you know, instead of dying well, like they were supposed to, he just like threw himself off of a cliff and went splat. It's like, come on, man. In the middle of a fight. Definitely like trying to hit a goblin in midair, but like, okay, I respect the overzealous attempts, but if it ends with you just kind of going splat and turning into a billion pieces on the ground, it's not exactly very useful to the long-term goals of our faction, you know? Like, there's much more useful things you could be doing with your life that aren't, you know, throwing yourself off a cliff. River Dances was a fun fort. Hello, Fallout Rain. How thing? I gotta say, I love how much... I gotta say that Crypt Wide is one of my most used emotes now, which I was not expecting. Ironically, doesn't get used that much in my chat, gets used a lot in other people's chats. So I just want to say thank you to those of you who are inflicting Crypt Wide on other people. I hope that they enjoy the wide. Doing our best over here. Rockwell Hardline. Doing our best. I'm actually going to do this little... Maybe not the... I'm just going to do it this way. I can do this all at once with one click. Playstone. Bang. Cancel out those two. And then we're going to grab this and go funk. Funk. Oh, why did I remove it from that door? I needed it on that door. Oh, well. It's chunky emo. It's pretty good. It's also on BTTV, but it's mirrored on BTTV. Because I would never remove a BTTV emote. That would be a crime. No streamer should ever force their audience to remove a fan-created object. Love them? Hell yeah. We're gonna... there will be more to that tutorial playthrough, and there will be more short tutorials. I'm taking a little bit of a break right now. And slowing down the output that I'm doing just so I don't, you know, keel over. Because chat knows what I mean, what I'm about to say, but I've been throughout early December, I was doing 16+ hour days every single day of the week. And I can do that for a time. I can do that for a couple of weeks. But at a point I need to just pump the brakes, slow the fuck down, because otherwise I will keel over. That's bad. I used to actually hold on. Does he still have it? Well, let me just check emotes for a second. Okay, so a channel I subscribe to used to have a 16-part version of this. Oh no, actually, never mind. He straight up does. Oh my god. Do I try and type in the 16-part emote chat? Actually, is it 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it is still 16 parts. I don't even know which one's the first one. It's like a slide puzzle when I haven't typed it in forever. Okay, that's 2. It's not right. Got 2 of them down. Here, you know what? Just... like I said, that's not right. I think it's... Where's the other half of the eye? Does it, like, slide off? It might be actually, like, the top half of his head. We start off with that. It might actually be on the wrong layer, too. I know that that's the bottom part. Where's his nose? Okay, well, there's his nose, but that needs to go further down. I don't even know how he's got this set up now. Jesus fuck, what did you do, Cody? Anyway, you know, I'll give you guys I'll just plump them all in and you guys can figure out what it is. There it is. I clicked the button. Fuck. There you go. Fine. Have fun. Shoutouts to Cody. Magnus Dongerson, thanks for the prime. It's definitely Keanu Reeves, yes. All right. Like 98% certain I spelled that correctly. Yeah, I nailed it. There you go. All right. Looks like Nightmare and Asmongold or Keanu. It's definitely Keanu. All right, so we actually have 2 guild requests. I've got a Miners Guild request and a Metalsmiths Guild request. I need to do both of those if I want to keep these dwarves happy. So I think I'm going to put the Miners Guild down here somewhere. Turns out digging out shit tons of rock will give you a lot of guilds. Also, for those of you who missed it yesterday, we do actually have access to the caverns now. We do, actually. And it's still an aquifer. Or it's the aquifer's leaking from somewhere? Hold on, let me just figure this out. Where is it leaking from? Oh, it's leaking from right there. Hold on, I need to fix this. Yeah, different, wrong miner, Ruby. Wrong miner. How many miners do I have? Apparently 10. Apparently 10. Actually, no, we had 9 and then a 10th showed up. "20 layers of aquifers." I had to go through like multiple circles of hell yesterday to get down to this cavern layer. The depth of this aquifer was it was something. Let me tell you, it was something. It just kind of kept going. And enjoy your lurk, Boulder 12. I'm sure that you'll be constructed into a wall somewhere. Aquifers are definitely bigger. They've been embiggened in this version. To make my aquifer deeper? Please don't. Miners just do, or children do hauling jobs and cleaning jobs and lever pulling jobs, but I actually have all, oh, the game's paused. I actually just have all of those disabled right now, purely because I find that they make the kids real pissed, and I'd rather have happy kids. After an ER visit? Well, hopefully it was a easy ER visit, but, thank you for watching. Let's get this last one started. Go down to the bottom here. We're going to do a little bit of cutting. Sweet, this is starting to dry up. I didn't want this mine shaft to fill up or anything. The whole map was an aquifer? Yeah, no, aquifers are definitely more intense in this version. And I don't know why. They must have just like tweaked some default world gen parameter or something that makes them bananas. Kotaku, thanks for the $1. Cheers. Oh, we have a ghost that we need to deal with. What we're gonna do, I'll find that name. Pool ball, engrave. Pool ball, right there. And do it now, dwarves, do it now. Do sandstone blocks. And sandstone blocks. I mean, that's actually a play on a different command that we have in this channel, the Dwarf Children command, which is just children, I think. Pretty sure the command is literally just children. There it is. Which, to this day, I'm pretty sure is still, like, the only rule that we actually have in this channel. But, you know. The thing that we actually need in here, though, are these doors, which haven't even started yet. Is anybody making doors? Got some tables happening, a bunch of buildings being constructed, some mining going on. Actually, hold up. Hold up. Can I forbid all of these? Not really, but okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump around to a bunch of these and I'm going to promote door to the top job. Not on all of them, just a few of them. And then they will all prioritize doors. It's actually kind of funny. I need to go one further around all the way around. I can do last. Let's just work on the grass first. Not nearest to use material. Continuing to expand and grow. Everyone's just fiddling around with my commands now. What am I building on this grass patch? I'm plugging it. So this is a big old hole that goes all the way up to the surface, and I don't want there to be access to the surface here. A bunch of goblin snatchers have appeared. They're trying to steal my children. Don't appear to have any of them yet. Send the military out to go thwack them if they make it too close to the fort. Probably isn't soldiers connected to them, but we'll see. One of my dwarves just walked right past them, which is kind of funny. Anyway, soldiers found them. They're running now, very quickly. Apparently this goblin is an adequate wound dresser. It's a notable skill for a goblin, dressing wounds. Oh, maybe the dwarves will get him. Maybe they'll just chase him away. Regardless, I just need them to leave the map, really. But yeah, we're filling this up is what we're doing. We're gonna jump down here and we're gonna place some more slabs. Looks like we need to continue digging that out because I did pause it yesterday. Let's check my slabs. There's one. No more that need to be built. Let's just check. Nope. All right, let's jump back up to where I'm going to put that Miners Guild, which I should probably make a little bigger than this, just in case they decide they want a Grand Guild. Can you attract more migrants? The more you trade to the mountain home when they come to trade, the more migrants you will get in return. I just want to be blunt with you, Artemis Fowl, and just state that asking for that or asking about that is a bannable offense in this chat. Hasn't been lucrative in over a decade. In fact, it caused permanent changes in the game's mechanics. So, I don't want you to discuss that here, okay? Short answer is no, the long answer is also no. Okay, cool. Now that we're on the same page. Do you feel like you're missing something now? TLDR, 4chan are a bunch of shitty edgelords and made a lot of really, really anti-Semitic memes out of that when that was a popular mechanic in the game. To the point where the developers openly called it out and patched it out of the game so hard that that creature almost doesn't exist in the game anymore. They still exist, but they're hard to find because of that. Also, butchering of sentience is no longer a thing. So when you see people asking about mermaids, they probably are unaware, but if you ever see images of old Dwarf Fortress screenshots with massive swastikas carved into the wall, that's what it is. So, you know, just don't do it, please. I generally assume people are unaware of what they're asking for when they ask about it, but just be careful. Okay, cool. Ghost is gone. I can close that notification now. Snatchers are gone. And it's early autumn, so it's time to trade. Means they should be on their way up. Stream of engravers. Gotta get the job done. I just want to sell them these sandstone mechanisms because I got a bunch of them. Could also sell these bolts that I'm super duper duper not using. Because they sell quite well, actually. Everything but the silver bolts, I think. Sell tattered clothing? Yes, Dad. I will. Just one thing at a time. I'm doing higher priority things first. Make those platinum pedestals. I'm also like trying to figure out exactly what things are worth in this version because the economy's completely redone. And I'm selling stuff that I know I'm not going to get around to smelting down and I don't need. Now we can sell used clothing. Although a lot of this is going to be more armor. Snowy owl leather. Keep those boots. Those days of spiked wooden balls. Yep, spiked wooden balls and menacing wooden spikes. Start new fort, make 50 spiky balls. Chat goes wild. So where are them wagons at? Actually, I wonder if they can even make it to my fort. Also, did I remember to demolish the deep one? No, I did not. Did now. I need them to trade at this one. You've read a bit about burrows, but you're still puzzled. How do you force the dwarves to drop everything and run to the burrow? Set it so that they can't collect items from outside. Okay? And then unpause it. And make sure everybody's assigned. Just select the burrow and then click all. It's pretty simple. Oh, there's wagon. Look at that. Wagon. 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 Hell yeah. Well, I mean, iron spiky balls are still pretty good, but then you're selling all your metal off, which is not optimal. I mean, it's not bad to sell all your iron off, but... Or steel, for that matter. Or silver. Multi-layer bedrooms? Yeah! They're a pain in the ass to build. I don't recommend them. I'm gonna wait until those all have doors so that they're all separate. Oh, I see hungry dwarves. Go eat food then. We have plenty of food. We'll be buying more meats off these guys in a second. So you get less migrants. Typically, your downfall is a too large influx. Sell them very small amounts. Do very small trades initially. Yeah. Or alternatively, you can go into your game settings and just put a hard cap on how many citizens you can have. Population caps are a very legitimate thing. It's also like a legitimate strat that I've used for years. Is just go in and turn down the number of dwarves that can show up. Can't seem to make your mark dwarves pick up ammo at this assigned monument. So they can only have one type of ammo equipped at a time. So if you have just like an ammo stockpile with all ammo in there and they're all in bins, odds are pretty good they can't get to the ammo. So make sure that the ammo is not stored in bins. Make sure that you limit the ammo stockpile to one type of ammo and forbid all other types of ammo, which can be done quite easily via the stock screen. And make sure they all have quivers. And make sure they all have crossbows. That's my advice when it comes to ammo. I really need to I don't like using crossbow dwarves because of how fucky they are. I really need to just get my ass together, make a tutorial on how to use them. Maybe I'll do that on Monday after the new year. I do explain that a lot. It does work. And then I see people saying they're broken, they're bugged. It's like, well, they're not. What kind of sword is that? Oh, it's a long sword. Nice color to it. We're waiting on one more item. I don't even know what it is, but let's see what our value is here. Mark all. Not actually that much. Well, let's take a peek. I just requested a whole bunch of different musical instruments from them. They're all very expensive. I'm going to buy some of their cheaper instruments. Turns out buying a dwarven guitar is expensive. Have to get the kiddie practice versions. Your crossbowman squad is not training no matter what you do. Like I said, they're a pain in the ass. They may also have run out of ammo. Yeah, okay, I think that question's already been answered in regards to letting them out. We talked about the undocumented meeting rooms at all, like zoos and museums. Do zoos even work? And do zoos, memorial halls, and museums even work? No, not at all, really. To be honest with you, I hadn't really thought about them. Pretty sure zoos didn't work in the last version. Don't know about this version, but... buy a bunch of meats if I can. Okay, fine. Trade. We'll bring more to trade. Move goods to and from depot. Let's just go to earrings. Bring a bunch of earrings. Let's go to figurines. Bring a bunch of figurines. Let's, don't have enough mugs. Sell some platinum goblets and just queue up. Actually, how much silver do I have? I might just queue up a stupid number of silver goblets in a second. 45? Do 150 copper goblets. Or 144. All right. Do buried in tombs work for you? They only one coffin per tomb. Only one coffin per tomb. You can't just put like 40 in. Although I heard a while ago that Tarn is working on a new zone called crypts, which are just like basically a dormitory, but for tombs, so that you can do them that way due to confusion. Which, yes, I agree, would be very nice. Wrong button. Oh, broker went to go take a nap. You lazy bastard. God damn. Let's go assign more doors then. There you go, 14 more bedrooms. I mean, liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's You continue to impress. We come here empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. Damn right, there's nothing else left of us. What request do you have of our merchants? Literally nothing, so I don't know, bring me an anvil or something. Steel anvils are gonna be brought. Cool, thanks. Toys and plants. Sure. Yeah, you have to assign them one by one. Exactly. Like, you can't mass assign them, which is what the question was. In relation to, anyway. Alright, let's do chests and all these. I don't know why those ones don't have... probably because they didn't have roofs on when I was placing them all. And they can't be built unless they have roofs. Oh. Beds have to be inside. Wouldn't want to sleep outside, would you? I've never had problems with carpal tunnel, and I've been streaming for a decade. I simply stretch my wrists in the morning and before and after stream. Okay, let's do this. Fun fact, there's... I learned this ages ago from a Smash Brothers tournament of all things. Just do this, hold for 10 seconds. This, hold for 10 seconds, although there's a microphone in the way. This, hold for 10 seconds, or rather, this, hold for 10 seconds, and then this, before and after, and then down, and then down. Never had a problem. He went to lie down for a bit and fell asleep. Someone's not been sleeping enough, I think. Cabinet in front of door, they can walk around it. I'll be fine. Maybe that dwarf just wants extra privacy. Yep, we above ground. Got more to go. I mean, I can go another, like, 5Z levels up, so... I mean, not even as tall as we could go. Haven't even put the windows in yet. A lot of these dwarven bedrooms are going to be getting windows. Well, sup? Where do me? It's a very chill place until it isn't. There are windows? Yep, glass and gems. We're gonna make glass, though. Although the Baron in their quarters right here are gonna get them first. And I'm also probably going to redo some of the flooring in the middle here. Windows for dwarves in their rooms? I mean, you could give them windows underground too. They don't need to be above ground. Dwarves get happy just having windows. Grumbles. A few more doors. All right, let's see if we can trade a little bit more here. Mark all. Gives me another 9,000 of value. Excellent. Let's go down to food. Grab the pond turtles. Need to worry about the fish. Grab the cheese. Assuming I can afford it. All of the... Not the gloves that I just sold them. The bins. There we go. Which I can't, in fact, afford. Because giant cave spider silk is expensive. Fire Asylum, what kind of dwarf would you like? I think you already have a dwarf, actually. Which means that's a bit unfair. But hold on, let me see. If you do already have a dwarf, I will refund that. If not, it's still fair game. Turns out cave spiders so expensive. All right, maybe I'll just remove all of the cheese then, or a bunch of the cheese. There we go. We'll do that. There we go. Trade. Perfect. Now our food supply is much better. Name. The Dwarf Kyre. Nope. No, you don't. Well, not that I'm seeing. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Already answered. Oh, you did in Deep Orb. Yeah, that's fair. My memory is not perfect. Suboptimal, but not perfect. What kind of dwarf would you like? No. I read that as praise the Ubuntu, and I was like, I beg your what? Any kind of metalworker. We don't have much of a metalworking industry. I warn you. But we can give you a... So you might not stay a metalworker. I could give you a furnace op, a blacksmith, or an armorer. Because their pathic broke and they lost their leader. Merchants are kind of like ants. If they lose their leader, they just get lost. It was a fun watch as usual. Cheers, Dr. Linden. Excuse me. The armorer. Okay. Kyre Asylum. You're 78 years old. You're healthy. You're an armor smith, obviously. I'm going to leave the game paused so that I can get these fucking petitions done without them getting pissed at me. He forms only fleeting rare emotional bonds with others, and he is very trusting. He enjoys the company of others, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is quite polite. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He rarely feels discouraged and often nervous, and does not often feel lustful. And he has little interest in joking around and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Likes lay pewter, praise, a giant sparrow tooth, and toy boats, and haunts of salt for their horrifying features. Interesting. It sounds like something from the underworld. When possible, prefers to consume horseshoe crab and pomegranate wine, and fonio flour and macadamia nuts. I love macadamia nuts, especially in cookies. And hates rats. Sorry, somebody died to Zoidberg? What? Please explain. Oh, did somebody died to a horseshoe crab? Or wait, what? It's not. That's not. Zoidberg's more of a squid, unless you're referring to the dwarf who likes horseshoe crabs. She went to 2 frames per minute. I was talking with her after her stream ended. Ilmiram, I think is how you say your name. I could be wrong. But I was talking with FG about that. I bet you I could have fixed it. There's almost always a fix, especially when it's necromancer related. But she said that she was able to fix it by simply going back in time. That's fair. Necromancy can cause some crazy FPS crashes, but it's almost always fixable. Miners Guild Hall. Okay, let's see the value of it right now. 1640. Okay, so we can accept that petition now. We also need that Metalsmith's Guild. So the Metalsmith's Guild, I'm going to put close to here. I'm actually kind of thinking about constructing it down here. Close enough. Fair enough. We're going to make the Metalsmith's Guild actually kind of an open design. And I'm going to give them a metal pillar or something in there. Is the fix usually kill the necromancer? It's usually kill whatever the necromancer made. Or unlock/lock a door. That's usually what it is. That should sort that. We'll see. Boil and mash him, stick him in a stew. Plenty of food for Pepe Le Pew. Stop a thing from being able to path somewhere it's not currently able to path to. Ice Rezen. Let's use limestone. I think limestone would be nice for a guild. I'm not really a good person to ask on what to do with lots of precious metals because I play with my worlds on sparse. I don't like playing with frequent spawning precious metals, so I've never really been in situations where I actually have enough metal to be like, well, I can just do whatever with it. So for me, it's like, make them into things that are useful and important. Make them into, like, jewelry, trade goods, that sort of thing. But if you have abundant amounts, make furniture. Dwarves love fancy metal furniture. Like, if I have just, like, stupid amounts of gold in a fort for some reason, you bet your ass every dwarf is getting, like, a golden chest for their bedroom. Every single dwarf. I mean, it helps that gold is also completely, totally, and utterly useless. Like, there's no actual use for it, aside from just making furniture, really. But it's pretty? Sure. That's not a use, though. You know? It's like, being pretty is not a use. It's a side effect of its existence. Gold coins for trading? Coins aren't even the best trade good you can make out of gold, though. Caps are fine. Golden hammers? Golden hammers are not a vanilla feature, though. They require artifacts. I would actually say gold toys are probably the best use for them. That or golden goblets, yeah. But I would rather make them out of platinum, personally. We have an artifact being made. Gonna get this assigned. Going to be a Metalsmith's Guild. I'm on neither. We're on a peninsula. On a beach. And it's very much not a mountain. It's a pretty flat embark, actually. Is the Diamond Company. As for that artifact, it's another fucking glass. A rock salt bed. Fun fact, if a noble demands a bed made of a item that can't be made into a bed, just stud it with that item. That's all that they actually want. They want the item studded with it. It's a gamer bed, yes. I will be back in a second. You guys watch this dwarf make this artifact. I just have to use the restroom. I was gonna say, isn't there like stalker footage today? I just saw the word stalker in my chat, but isn't there like stalker gameplay being released today? Pretty sure there is. Got silver in it? Yeah, it's gonna be a neat artifact, I think. Llama wool cloth. Looking good. Looking good! Alright, particularly secretive. Work secretly. They got everything they needed. Silver bars, llama wool cloths, silver bars, giant tree frog leather, jabberer leather, tetrahedrite, cave spilled it, spider silk cloth. Wait, where's the glass? This is a glass artifact and there's no glass in it? Okay. Sure. Curious. Oh, was there raw glass listed? I didn't see the exclamation point next to it. Pool of dwarven wine right there. Blue. Somebody spilled their wine. Let's get the last of these bedrooms assigned. Or available, rather. And there we go. Bedroom created. What happens if you don't meet them? Dwarves get crimes associated with them, and any dwarf that respects the law will slowly get pissed off because your fortress isn't respecting the law. And then eventually it'll start causing tantrums and bad moods due to, like, from those dwarves that respect the law. So that's what happens if you don't meet them. And if you ignore the crimes. So either you can keep everybody happy and piss off just the dwarf that, you know, goes to prison. Or you can just, you know, meet them. Speaking of, I should check. Oh, right. Also, my mayor wants a nickel bed, by the way. Good luck with that one. There is no nickel on this map. You convicted a cat that's been dead for 10 years of a crime and everyone had lingering thoughts about it? Yeah, that's a real good way to upset your whole fortress all at once. Really good way. Although it is kind of hilarious if you're okay with watching your fortress burn. On the good side, it seems like everybody has bedrooms right now. So I'm just going to take a glance. Let's see, are there any beehives? I hadn't noticed any earlier. They might just, they may just have not formed, but... Oh, some migrants have arrived. Speaking of beds. Also, apparently Pablo is now Count of Ironshore. Great count. So, hey, Heidi. Oh, wow. That's perfect. I needed a fancy coffin. Just what I needed. Thank you, Dwarf. The glassmaker has created Usharuth-duk, a green glass coffin, and offers it to the long key. I mean, it's so that you can have your remains to be seen, you know? You know? You don't want your remains to be seen? Okay. This is a green glass coffin. Our Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant tree frog leather and encircled with bands of cushioned green glass cabochons in silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tetrahedrite and menaces with spikes of jabberer leather and llama wool. On the item is an image of a trillion-cut gem in llama wool. On the item is an image of a trillion cut gem in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of 2 barley in silver. Well, I mean, it's gonna be for my noble, so put it down here in our aspiring crypt. There we go. That'll be our count's crypt. Frog leather? What's wrong with frog leather? Also, I need to check the value of 2 rooms. Value of this is currently, wow, look, high enough, sweet. And value of this is probably more than high enough, yep. Although I am still going to give them that platinum. Well, we're going to engrave that. Doing a 500-year-old world for a change, so you could experience something more necromancer heavy. It's been fun. FUD, looking forward to getting a slab and hopefully getting your dwarves to write about the secrets. It's much easier to simply steal a book that's already written about it. But slab is definitely an option. There's going to be a variety of different colored tables because I'm not being very picky today. Normally I'm very picky, but today I'm not feeling picky. It means the item is available, but they're not wearing it. If it's red, the item is not available. If the item's green, they currently have it equipped. This dwarf feels satisfied after crying on somebody in charge, but insulted after getting into an argument. Hold on, did you just... So, this child was brought to the office to complain to somebody in charge. Complained to somebody in charge. Then got into an argument with him. Got insulted. And is now insulted after being in charge. Meanwhile, the mayor felt empathy after being cried on by an unhappy citizen, and then bitter after getting into an argument. So they were friends. They felt empathy for a minute, and they were all happy and good, and then they got angry at each other. Sounds normal, pretty much. Like momentary empathy followed by just anger. I mean, children do as they please. I love make-believe. It's my favorite game. So I'm assuming that we need more beds now. But a lot of these are not claimed yet, so I would be inclined to believe that we're doing okay for bedrooms. It's way too human, must be a bug. I mean, I know that you're just joking, but... Oh, it's fine. It's just goblin blood. Silver sheen. It's just being washed off the dwarves. We do have plenty of spots for them to clean themselves, but clearly not enough. Make-believe has been in development for thousands of years. This is true. This is actually a fact. I'm thinking we turn this layer into a library, chat. What do you think? Where's Guard Piggy? Guard Piggy got retired in place of a Guard Goose, and then I removed the Guard Goose. So we need to replace the Guard Piggy and the Guard Goose. As well as the... Oh, wait. Where did I put the... I have a problem. Where did I put my Bronze Colossus? Where my Bronze Colossi at? Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, there he is. I was gonna say, why did you take me to the layer below it? For a second there, I was like, no. It's right there. It's right. We found him. Gotta move him. I've done it in the previous version in regards to successfully rescuing captured dwarves. Not in this version, though. Is he a Colossus of? They're giant humanoids. They're all the same. Bronze Colossuses are pretty static. They're kind of like dragons. I think... Chat, is that the middle? You guys count and tell me. Is that the middle? That's centered? I think that's the center. I mean, I would say it's close enough. One block that way. Thanks. I don't know. I know. It's kind of what I'm thinking as well. It's like, I don't know. And you forgot about the lever. Did you just vault them all into space, or did they get crushed by the bridge? No, one block the other way. It's one to the left, one to the right, one to the left, one to the right. Okay, looks good to you. It's like either that or that. That looks more right to me, actually. You measured it with a ruler? Are you for real? That's funny. All right, so let's place it there. Make it out of limestone. And limestone. So there's space for more bedrooms in case we need them. But this is going to be where our library goes. Now, it's bad. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. You know it. You know. 1, 2, 3. That's fucking fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know you're right. You are right. You are right. It is, in fact, bad now. I am a bad person. You are right. It's funny because, like, that looked centered to me. All right, well, I guess 1, 2, 3 to go to. And then what we'll do is we'll do that and that. There we go. Now it's centered. Sweet. You seriously measured it with a ruler? I believe you. I do believe you. For whatever that's worth. All right. Well, now we just need to wait for them to build this. And I need to queue up some... Only need like 5 bookcases. Should be fine. Because I don't own a pencil? Why would I need a ruler if I don't own a pencil? I have a tape measure, but it's in my cupboard, which I use it when I repair shit. Okay, did that room get dug out? But I don't know. I've been playing DF longer than probably most of the people watching this stream right now, so. More platinum. Yay! Probably. Because I'm assuming the majority of the people who, you know, are watching this stream have started playing when the Steam release came out. But I don't know how fair of an assumption that is to make. I don't actually know what being good at DF is. I think like you can have a lot of knowledge of DF and still be pretty bad at it. Knowledge-based games are hard to like quantify how good someone is at them. And so this is going to have that fancy-ass glass coffin in it. And this is going to be dedicated to my now Count. No longer a Baron. They've taken multiple years to get all their shit done. Tomb created. There we go. Don't give it to Tubal. Tubal doesn't deserve this. No, 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 no. Okay, I guess I have to do it while the game's paused, then. Yes, it's the fancy ass coffin. Now it's been assigned to the correct dwarf, who just now needs a dining room. That's it. Everything else is good. I guess I should also make a bunch of other coffin rooms while I'm at it. Why do I keep doing these off-center? Whatever. And I can also place a bunch of coffins in these up here. You know what? Not a good idea. Let's do the one. And then up here, we're going to go Tombs, multi-thunk. Tombs, multi-thunk. Perfect. And let's also just mine out all that platinum, because why not? I think we're gonna just construct more stuff down here as we make this area bigger. We're just gonna start constructing buildings like this in here. All right. Then we're going to make some quickie floor out of whatever to use as a scaffold. I'm kind of confused about where this conversation started. Okay, you guys are talking about like structural integrity. I get you. Audio, what up? Hello, afternoon. What's up? What's up, karaoke? I think is how you say that. Looks like a karaoke. That's closest material, not the tool that I actually wanted. Can get away with making my scaffolds here. Curious about what materials they end up grabbing for the scaffolds mostly. Oh, like a karaoke, I guess. I getcha. No ASCII? What have you been watching for the last 2 weeks? Silent Potato? Unless you're asking about the ASCII redemption, which I'm messing around with the redemptions. Nothing's set in stone right now. Do I have a weird issue where soldier names their weapons and there's no longer a texture? Yeah, artifact weapons and named weapons disappear for some reason. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. I'm assuming it's because they want them to have specific sprites that aren't in the game yet. Like, in case, like, it's not incredibly obvious, this build of Dwarf Fortress came in hot. And when I say it came in hot, it came in hot. Like, it was very much like, all right, minimum viable product, go. And there's a lot of things that should be in this version that just straight up aren't. So there's a lot of things right now about this game that are like, yeah, that's weird. That shouldn't be like that. And I'm pretty sure if you were to ask Zach and Tarn, they would be like, yep, that shouldn't be like that. So let's do that. That's floor. Click the wrong thing. Limestone. Limestone. This is going to be our library. Typical new DF update, though? I mean, normal DF updates generally aren't missing graphics. But honestly, like I've said a lot, this has been more stable than most DF updates. Like, just in general. What's up, Napalm Sideburns? How goes dwarfing? Pretty damn good. You know, putting things together. Building a little library on the side of this wall here. And yourself? Assuming you're dwarfing too. You may or may not be. Hard to say. The question is, do I replace all of this with limestone? Do I even have enough limestone currently? I might not. How many limestone blocks do I have left? 38? Not enough. Okay. Just queue up cutting some limestone. Problem is, I've just got so many other unrelated jobs currently. Let's see what other flooring we could do. to maybe make it look a little bit more interesting. Don't really like the way... Well, we could do shale in the middle. Enough shale. By watching the stream, you get tickets. Move these stairs up. So what I think we're going to do with this is I'm going to keep the normal bedroom layout for this kind of raising, but I'm going to build a roof for this specifically. So it's going to be kind of sketchy and unfinished looking for a minute. But I do still have like another 10Z level that can go up basically, so might as well use them, right? Do I have a good story to tell about undead? I mean, there's a clip of it in short form on YouTube already. All right, let's do... There it is. But long story short, I had a necromancer queen in a world once who just spent, you know, a couple hundred years resurrecting and assassinating her husbands every year. The thing is, it's like, I have so many stories I could just sit here and talk. But that's not really the point of this stream, right? The point of the stream is to worry about the fort that we're actively in, not forts of Christmas past, if you know what I'm saying. I would really very much not recommend jaywalking in front of a cop. Just had both of your filled squalls die from flesh rotting from deadly dust? Whew, yeah, no, those are rough. Making sandstone blocks, platinum thrones. I'm out of platinum, so might as well just disable those for now. Well, actually, I could just tell them to smelt more platinum. Forging a fuck ton of goblets. Could just use sandstone as the roofing, but that's what I was using to fill the bottom of this in, so I should probably continue with that, actually. I don't know what I want to use for the roof of the library, chat. Actually, we could use copper for the roof of the library, but then I'd have to mute some of those goblets because I still have way too few goblets. So actually, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my tavern zone. I'm going to remove like half the goblets from there because I sold a bunch of them. I'm going to go this down to 50 goblets. And then I'm going to cancel the rest of that goblet making. We're going to make this roof out of copper because copper is a good roofing material. I think a copper roof for this library would be good. Glass dome? Could use glass. But I don't really want to use that for a roof. I want to use glass for other things. Agitation was unfucked within a week of the release. The thing is, it's working as intended now, which is still painful. Have you generated a new world since the first version of this build? Because if you haven't, you'll still have the old agitation. You have to generate a new world for it to work. Copper seems really library-y. You like the new agitation? It makes Untamed Wilds a challenge, that's for sure. Yeah, if you're... So there was a bug in the very first release of this game, which I think is hilarious. So when version 50 dropped, fishing caused more agitation than anything else did, period. So essentially what happened was, if you have any dwarves fishing anywhere on the map, you'll immediately jump to maximum agitation, which is why, like, before I even got a single migrant, I died to giant chinchillas in my first fort, like, immediately. Is the underworld gone? Skill issue. Just flat skill issue. Keep digging. It's very much not gone. Why an army of giant parakeets killed your fort? Yep. V50 world? Yeah, then don't settle in Untamed Wilds or just ban fishing. But yeah, when it comes to Underworld, dig deeper. Dig deeper. I keep on thinking this fort is paused because this is taking forever. Yep, dig deeply, dig greedily. Both of these things. You've gone to maximum depth? Dig more effectively. Keep digging. Keep digging. You got a question. You were thinking about making dungeon forts in prep. You know, honestly, actually, if you've just dug to maximum depth, sounds like you don't know where you need to dig in the first place, which means I'm not going to say anything else. Taylals, you got a question, and you were thinking about making dungeon forts in preparation for adventure mode. I wouldn't prepare anything for adventure mode. And the reason I say that is wait until we have an idea of when adventure mode is going to be out. When you hit the bottom, Legos. But yeah, I wouldn't prep anything for adventure mode right now. Wait for adventure mode to be out before you start prepping for adventure mode. Or be close to being out. Or when we know it's going to be out. And the only reason I say that is it could be 6 months, it could be 3 months, it could be 2 years. Yeah, we also don't know if they're going to put out a... Like, there is some pretty serious performance issues with this version of the game. On certain systems. And not, like, related to the old frame rate problems, but, like, new problems because the game has graphics now. So I would be very cautious about getting overly enthusiastic about prepping for something. But I'll finish reading your question. Linking cages per floor to the lever at the entrance. If you abandon the fort, will the cages be linked to the levers scattered? Everything will remain as it was except for your work orders and noble assignments. Although dwarves may leave. But keep in mind, dwarves like to pull levers. I once tried to visit one of my old forts and couldn't because all of the drawbridges were perma-closed. It's like they just didn't let me in. And because I was super smart and made a very well-defended fort with a lot of levers, the fort was perma-locked. Do they like pushing levers? Definitely. Pushing and pulling levers. This almost looks like a weird old wizard's tower currently. Kind of like it. All right, now we wait for them to build all this. If you want to retire your fort, yes, either disconnect or wall in fun levers because you may come back to that lever pin pulled. You tried to play a free adventurer mod. It has comfortable controls, but you don't know what to do. Oh, what, like the old version? Or did somebody mod it into this version? Transfam, you finally got one. What kind of dwarf do you want? I've been trying for days. Okay, I really like the look of the copper constructions. Oh, so the old install, I guess? Pump operator if available. Gotcha. Let's see if I have a pump op. I may have just thrown the last one into the military. Apparently I have 3. Do you want legendary or not legendary? No, yeah, I have 3. Legendary or not legendary? Which one do you want? I also have a mechanic. So many glassmakers? Yep. I need to actually, like, expand my glassmaking industry, but I'm too busy with other things. Oh, yes, legendary? All right. I don't know if you're necessarily legendary pump operator. I'm assuming it's pump operator? Yep, you're a legendary pump operator. All right. Why did my phone go off? Mom, what do you want? Or is it my aunt? It's my aunt. And my phone provider. Okay. She feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her, and she is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this if she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She does not often feel lustful. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she occasionally overindulges and is somewhat quarrelsome. And she's bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and she does not really care about anything anymore. She personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and respects the development of a skill, and finds romance distasteful, dreams of raising a family. Like slate pewter, yellow zircon, and white shark leather, and jabberer tooth, and rammy fabric, and thrones and bracelets and flasks, and reindeer for their large herds, and elephant sealmen for their floppy noses. Okay, and the words of the Tomb of Dying, and the sound of the bewildering silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume cap hopper, and cuttlefish, and quinoa beer, and giant kangaroo's milk, and quinoa flour, and hates bats. You have no pets, just passing acquaintances, and you worship Alod, and you're 131 years old and you're healthy. And you're satisfied after watching a performance. You felt gratitude after remembering receiving water, probably after an injury. Is your dwarf dead yet? Very few dwarfs have actually died in this fort. Where's Budgie? Budgie Games, there you are. You're a Miller. I mean, still alive and well. You've improved your judging of intent. And apparently it was satisfying. You were satisfied remembering the establishment of a guild hall of the Company of Dawns, and felt fondness after talking with an acquaintance. You're a member of the Farmers Guild, the Company of Dawns. An ambush. Curse all friends of nature. There's, a horse that's overcome by terror. It's like, we're in it, we're ambushed. It's a horse. All right, well, I guess we should quit horsing around and, fight with this, shouldn't we? Soldiers none, everybody else. Let's call all the dwarves inside. Although, should probably go into the region and allow dwarves to, like, sleep in their bedroom. Because I will feel bad if they can't. To allow all that for reasons that I haven't discussed yet. How many are we looking at? No idea. We'll find out. Currently, it's a horse, I think. So currently, what are we looking at? My horse, because my horse is amazing. Something, give it a lick. And now it's running away in fear. Well, that's good. That's a good sign. Dwarves are washing all of the goblin blood off of their armor. Waiting for the rest of them to catch up. Did we capture the Bronze Colossus? Yep, he lives in a cage now. He's very upset about it, but, you know, he lives right here. It's fine. I like how there's just, like, moon snails on the ground. I swear if this siege is literally just a horse, I'm going to laugh pretty hard. All right, we're going to queue. Also, the horse retreated, by the way. I would like you guys to know. It's no longer on the map. That or it's very skilled at stealth, and it's gone back into stealth. Yeah, but there may still be hostile units on the map, so it's worth checking. There we go. Oh my god, that's a lot of horses. And bull moose. Well, that's a siege. And grizzly bears. All right, I'm gonna need to lock this door, I think. Question is, I don't know if all of my military's out there or not. Well, because they're horses with elves mounted on them. And moose and bears with elves mounted on them. Also, there's more. And one of my dwarves, apparently, Todini, is falling off the edge into the moat. Off to a good start. That's 2 into the moat, 3 into the moat, 4 into the moat, even. Should have built guardrails. 5 in the moat, 6 in the moat, I think. Great. Well, it looks like we're winning, though. The elves are scattering. The dwarves are pushing forward. We're just going to need to drain this moat. Have I left a door for them? Well, none of them have drowned yet, I don't think. There is a bear in there, which I think they are fighting with. Have any of them climbed out? There is a way out, actually. They just need to get to here. But looks like Lath over here is trying. I think they're dying now. It might actually be shallow enough for them to not die in there. Fath was found dead. Okay, Fath drowned. This dwarf is just swimming. How many invaders are still on the map? Okay, they do appear to be scattering, which is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this lever, turn off this zone, and we're going to try and give them a ramp down right there. There is a chance they get out. Like, this dwarf isn't drowning. This dwarf is drowning. This one isn't. And they don't mind the evil bear. Oh, one climbed out. Come on here, Aiton. Not drowning. Is not drowning. This is actually helping. Lowering the depth just slightly. Come on. Sweet. Made it out. Well, we killed a lot of things. Yes. Well, let's see. Mebzith that drowned. Actually, is Tudini still alive? Hold on. Yes, you did just drown. You really are new to this game, aren't you, Moon Clown? All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to pump this water out of here. That's what we're going to do. We're going to pump the water out. Problem is I need somewhere for the water to go. Although that might actually be enough already for my dwarves to just go get these bodies out. Because I just want to get the bodies out. Okay, maybe a bad idea, Mr. Manager. Maybe you want to climb back out. Pump it into the sea. It's not quite that easy. I mean, that is the plan, but it's not just pump it into the sea, because I don't want the sea to fill it back up. Okay, you know what? Let's just forbid all these bodies down here for right now. For this exact moment, let's forbid everything that's in here. Otherwise, I'm going to unceremoniously drown more of my dwarves. I just unforbid them? No, I want them forbidden. That looks like those buttons look identical. You drowning currently? No, but you are learning to swim, so I guess that's optimal. You get out. Someone else was found dead? Oh, something collapsed on the surface. Well, that's great. Maybe? Oh, well, he got out. That's good. Was a rush constructed due to building an ice in the winter? You know, have you truly played Dwarf Fortress if you haven't accidentally, like, drowned your fort because half of your construction's melted? All right, so I expect those sieges to get frequent. For reference, I expect them to get frequent. I'm gonna just go through that corpses section though and just forbid all the dwarven corpses. Yeah, Todini's dead. I have to be very careful about that because the problem with elves is they bring a lot of arrows, and dwarves like to dodge out of the way of arrows. And if dwarves dodge out of the way of arrows, all that's really going to do is it's going to cause them to drown. Which is not really what you want. It's not really what you want. Excuse me? Oh, I see. I have it set to auto. Well, this is the way we're going to do this. Should be more than enough. This is going to be a really quick and dirty solution, but hey, it should work. Should work. Okay. Erase those two. There we go. It won't look super pretty, but it'll work. So basically what I'm doing is I'm making a real big reservoir that I can pump all that water out of and into. Can theoretically do other things with this, but I don't really want to drain it. I want to just move the water around. That's the way I want to do this. Human weapons. Dwarves can't use human weapons. They're too big. And also we're going to go back down to this, and I realized that I made one of these lines out of the wrong material. Yeah, well, most human weapons you can't use. How's that? But generally, you can't use them because they're too big. And you don't want to use elven weapons because they're made of wood, which is not very effective. Kind of screwed this up a bit. You know, let's actually just make a down channel into here from up here. And just dig across this side. Give them a walking way. Want them to have a way to walk all the way over to where the pump's going to be. You can. You just can't find them. You need a mercenary to join. Has to be a mercenary. It's not a mercenary, it won't work. And also, I don't like the way this is set up currently. So let's just build this in with walls, I think. I think we're actually going to do it right here. It'll be much easier right here. I think I still have all this stuff to make a pipe. I'll just let them dig this out. Need to use those legendary pump makers for something. Or pumping. Why am I pumping it out? To get the bodies out of it. That was yesterday, Mr. Megabits. It's in the VOD from yesterday if you want to go rewatch it. It's going to go up on YouTube tomorrow. How fast do I think the water will be drained? Pretty quick. Well, it's not even a matter of how fast will it be drained. How fast will it take to get it to a layer that's deep enough or shallow enough that the dwarves can access it is pretty quick. I guess we're celebrating our victory, chat. Song's too good. All right, we're still digging. But yeah, you needed to refresh your stream from yesterday. I was pretty diligent about updating it yesterday, not only today. I'm the person who says that. I'm pretty sure I'm the first person who really starts screaming that water is more dangerous than lava. So naturally, I would agree that. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm the main person stating that water is more dangerous than lava. Yep. Definitely. I mean, you know how I say do as I say, not as I do? Or how a lot of people say that? Well, I'm going to say that right now. Do as I say, not as I do. They can get in and out of this. What? There it goes. Why did I wall off the entrance? Because I made a new entrance. New entrance is right here. See? That is, in fact, in-game music, yes. It's the music that plays whenever they dance in the tavern. It's not. I mean, it's not possible to add any mods to existing worlds unless you want to go edit your raws. But Steam Workshop will not add mods to existing worlds. But if you're super brave, you could go edit your world. But more likely, what's going to end up happening is you're just going to break your world. You have to basically theme the world around mods when you generate it. It really is Flappy Turd, yeah. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that has mod support the way a lot of games have mod support. Okay. Missing stuff. Wooden cork. Just make 10. Wooden pipe. You're not brave? I mean, I'm not brave enough for that. I wouldn't do that. Certainly wouldn't recommend it. I do think it's really funny that the first thing that appeared as part of that Elven siege was a horse. That is actually hilarious to me. No, there's a ramp. There's one in the corner. There's a way out. I just don't want them trying to path up on sides. Most of these spots they can't even path out of. Trained horse scout makes sense, though it's fast. Oh, it does make sense. I just think it's funny. I'm making an easy method of draining my moat. Because a bunch of my own dwarves died in it. We may also need to make a safety rail for the edge. Yeah, it's very much an oh no, anyways, moment. All right, so no, they're all done. They got no reason to go in there again. We can also potentially grow underground trees in here, but we'll see. Hard to tell if they're gonna start growing. Also, I'm gonna slaughter a bunch of cattle. I'm ending up with a bunch of grown cows now, which is good, which is what I wanted. Meat's on the menu, boys. Soon. Also some pork. Straight donkey we can slaughter too. Want to keep the sheeps. Also slaughter that yak. And the water buffalo. Day's been pretty good. Timepiece. And yourself? It started in the year 119, I think. It Was aiming for 120, but I missed. Or, sorry, 219. I was originally generating till year 500, but I stopped it early. Still waiting. Off till next week? Hell yeah. Any plans for the week? Why the fortifications to the far side of the bridge? They look cool. And that's going to be the answer to the majority of questions about Dwarf Fortress that are about my building stuff, is it's just, it looks cool. Or I think it looks cool. Also, possible battlements in the future, but unlikely. Not in that location. You just had a forgotten beast, a great hairy tick with some spindly antennae, has noxious secretions. Did you kill it? All right, manager, why are you being so slow? Do I need to replace you? Not actually sure where you are. Almost drowned himself, too, which was particularly amusing. There you go. Oh, you're eating. Okay, well, when you're done eating, can you please do something useful with your life? Yeah, there you go. Managing work orders. Perfect. You're getting no migrants on your second and third years. Seems very different in the Steam version. Consensus is how that's changed. Sell your wagons more stuff. A bug was actually fixed, is what happened, Colt. There was a bug before where you would just get the maximum value of migrants regardless of whatever. They would just send you the maximum number of migrants. But now in order to get the maximum number of migrants, you have to sell a bigger trade value to your home faction. Colony of bumblebees. No honeybees, though. Keeping an eye out for honeybees. If I see honeybees, I will make beehives. Well, things are older than history all the time, Floport. How'd the corpses get into the water next to your base? How did people drown? Guess. Think about it. Well, there's a cliff up here, and there's a bunch of corpses on top of the cliff, too. So there's only one real logical conclusion from that. Spontaneous. Oh, definitely spontaneous combustion. There you go. Nailed it. Well, many things are older than the worlds that you generate in Dwarf Fort. Is there anything known to cause crashes? Plenty of things. Have you generated a new world since the very first patch came out? But I would, honestly, if you just keep getting crashes, generate a new world. That's my advice. There's probably something fucky in your world. And we're in a very unstable time in Dwarf Fort right now because a new version just came out. So expect to have to update things frequently. And generate new worlds. Okay, so if you haven't generated a new world since that first version released, absolutely generate a new world. Baby was born. How adorable. I have like 30 bards that come and ask for citizens. That'll happen. That'll happen a lot. Especially if you have a popular tavern. That's perfect, almost. I'm gonna have to cut through an aquifer, but... Yeah, well, let's see. Where does this take me down to? Up there? I'd like to go right here, actually. Perfect. And then seal off this top bit. And I just can't cut down trees right here anymore, which is fine. I can do that on the other side. You just had a siege and cave dwellers attack from a forgotten beast all within 15 minutes of each other? Oh yeah. Although I'm doing this on the wrong layer. That's fine. I can fix this. Bringing the enormous corkscrew over. Probably here comes the dwarf. Now we're waiting on blocks. Perfect. Can't begin pumping manually until this is sealed off. Why is that the worst? That's an important job, Spectre. They specifically need to do that or they will go insane. They need to socialize, just like real people. Right? So if you don't give your dwarves time to socialize and take breaks, they will go nuts. So if you say that's the worst, that's fair, but you don't understand how dwarves work. All right, so now the top up here can be sealed off. And there we have an exit. Sane dwarves, because with no sane dwarves, there's no production. I am removing my moat, actually. I'm draining it. Can you schedule downtime with this? Sort of, if you use burrows. Just waiting for a dwarf to get over here. So get better doctors, or actually manage your burrows, shakalakin. Get doctors that do not care for socialization. Be better about picking your doctors. And now you can witness the water in action. Just need to make sure that this water doesn't bubble up too much. Let's just stop pumping. I don't want my dwarves to drown in here, obviously. Let's just let it flood. What does embark filtering mean? I can't have aluminum on your embark site? Do you want a certain item, or do you want to not have a certain thing on your map? Is what it means. Pretty self-explanatory, I would think. I was actually originally going to do this on this side, but I don't have time now. Need to just get it done. This is kind of a unplanned thing that I'm now being forced to do, which I didn't really want to do, but here we are. Just keeping an eye on how deep the water is. Oh, that's brilliant. Ooh, webs. Wait. The Savannah Titan Rakib has come. It is a gigantic blob composed of amber. Okay, never mind. Not that scary. It has a stubby tail and it moves deliberately. Beware its webs. Hold up there, Dwarfy. Quit pumping. Not much happens in your world. Make a cooler world. It very slow. It very blobby. All right, I need to assign a new leader to this squad so this squad actually works. Now they actually have a squad. Blob with a tail, so an orange sperm. I mean, theoretically, I suppose. All right, so this might kill some of my dwarves, but I'm just going to tell them to go kill it. Because it can't fly, I'm not that afraid, and because it's just a blob, it doesn't really have much in the way of attack abilities, although we're about to get hit by an ad. So I'm just going to run the ad, pause the game, and wait for a minute and 30 seconds. How is the blob agile? Well, clearly it's an agile blob. Clearly. The thing you need to know about webs, though, right? Webs can be nasty. They can be nasty. But the reason giant cave spiders are so nasty is because they have webs and paralyzing venom. Meaning they web you and then they poison you, right? This just has webs. And it doesn't have teeth because it's a blob. So all it can do is push you. Unfortunately, it's heavy because it's made of amber. So it might also be able to crush you. Should be okay. A stagnant water with a well on it is fine. It's not optimal, but it's fine. Can those webs be harvested? Yep. But I don't have a way of catching it. I don't feel like building it right now. More worried about the elves. A ribbon worm monster shoot webs and kill like 30 of your dwarves. Yep. With single bites to the head because it's a worm that has a mouth. This doesn't have a mouth. Okay, we should be through the ads. Chad, we through the ads? Through the ads? If the ads are over, at me. Or just press 1. I don't know. Don't matter. Through the ads? We good to go? Can you dive in? Through? Okay. Let's fight this thing. This is annoying, too, is the fact that it doesn't care about water. Which is, I think, maybe the biggest threat to us. Which is also why I'm just killing it. Okay, so here come my dwarves. First overlay web dwarf is the militia commander. This is actually good. It fired the first shot out sideways. I'm hoping the others come straight in. All right, this dwarf has lost their weapon and heavy bleeding, but the Hammer Lord is coming in from behind and begins smacking it. See, this is what I wanted to do. I want them to surround it. Also, a kitty is coming to help, which is very nice of it. Nobody's dead yet, but we do have heavy bleeding. Check the combat logs. Okay, so... yeah, see, all it can do is push. But it is causing bruising and breaking bones. And we are fracturing it. Unfortunately, we have no stabbing weapons. We're just hammers, which is bad for us. They killed it killed the cat. Killed a dwarf and 2 dwarves and a cat. As I unpaused for too long. The Savannah Titan... Wrestler lashes the Savannah Titan in the lower body with her iron whip. Oh shit, someone picked up a whip. Chipping it. Well, that's good. Show us the lasher. Well, they got the flank in, so that's good. Cold-blooded passed in the fighting, unfortunately. F's for cold-blooded. But we did survive. We do have one dwarf who's unconscious and webbed. And we lost a cat. F's for our brave soldiers. Seriously injured? Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't actually think it can get into my fort. Hold on. There's also there's a dinosaur in the basement now. In case that wasn't bad enough, there's also a dinosaur in the basement. I don't think it can get up. Just, that's what she said. Maybe it can. Hold up. Let's just... I think I'm gonna do this. Let's put a cork in it. Hope it doesn't get in. Probably can't get up here. Let's go back to pumping manually. Hatch covers? Could do it that way, yeah. I'd have to make some hatch covers, though, probably. I was building a library, wasn't I? Gold bludgeon. Thanks for the tier 1. Cheers. Could finish making that library. Because all I need to do is queue it up, I think, pretty much. Oh, no, we still need to put the roof on it. Basement fun, surface fun, basement fun. Everything all at once. Is that the right material? I don't think it was. Okay, let's just let them start building that. I know I selected copper bars. Thanks for stating something that I did intentionally. Yep, 97 sub points till 3K. Yep, that is a ramp roof. They just don't show the ramps until the walls are in place. Well, it looks like Transfem is here to complete their life's calling as a legendary pump-op. Benefit here is they can't actually drown on this side either. It's not deep enough. All right, let's just keep an eye. It kind of is a massive swimming pool, isn't it? Also, hey, Rory, what's up? Doesn't feel anything after seeing all these dead bodies. What a brave dwarf. Let's get all these bodies out of here. All those hammers out of there. All that clothing out of there. Everything out of there. And he's just standing in the tavern. It means you don't have the shop that they need. So look at what their top skill is and build the shop that's associated with that skill. If they're just standing there. As you can see, the dwarves are now running in here and grabbing all the stuff. Quit pumping manually. So, Pharaoh, what kind of dwarf do you want? God, there's so much stuff in that. Let's go down to here and make a big stockpile. It's going to be a very specific stockpile. And if there's anything in this stockpile, it means something is wrong. Because it's for only dwarves. It's the only thing that's going to go into this stockpile is dwarves. Dead dwarves. Turn off or limit chores. I feel like chores should be disabled by default. Quino? I don't know if you agree with this, but tavern performers or something? I don't know. Do I have any unnamed? I do, in fact, have a bard and a performer who are both really depressed and are now no longer depressed. So that's good. The Pharaoh. You are serving dwarven wine currently. I'm sure you love your job. But I don't have any scribes yet. No, not at all. I haven't finished building my thing yet. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She is a greedy streak, and she has a calm demeanor, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and often is stubborn. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she has she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and generally finds romance distasteful, respects the law, and finds those that develop skills with weaponing and fighting distasteful, and sees cooperation as valuable. And she likes cinnabar, bismuth, and yellow zircon, and tea wood. And clear glass, and rabbit leather, and cabochons, and maces, and cages, and reindeer for their large herds. And the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible, prefers to consume mog hopper, llama cheese, sunshine, and you absolutely hate bats. But you play artsy forts with not much corpse hauling? Yeah, I mean, if most people are gonna be settling close to enemies, right? But yeah, if there's not much combat going on, then of course they're going to be happy. Okay, can we get that their body removed, please? We've got an artifact happening. Another glassmaker. Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna make another big old stockpile down here. Just because apparently I need one. I didn't want to make one, but here we are. This is just going to be for clothing. I thought I already made one for armor, but I guess it wasn't big enough. Probably just wasn't big enough. Let's just go down here. Armor. And I'm assuming under finished goods. Headwear. Handwear. Footwear. Legwear. So then what's chestwear? Now that I think about it. What's like shirts and such? No chestwear, yeah. Well, anyway. It's literally just armor? Okay, that's what I thought. Armor's already assigned, so that part's fine. It's a lot of stuff getting moved. Also, just real quick checking something. Cool, Bone Doctor doing their job. Satisfied at work. Sympathy after bringing somebody water. Cool. What do you need? It's setting and dressing and immobilization. Gonna go through and cancel a bunch of these. And let's just make wooden splint. Wooden crutch. add like 10 onto that. And it keeps crashing. F's for that fort, sounds like. Go back to a older save if you have autosave. Fort stands strong. We've been ambushed by elves, officially. And we got a pretty scary titan. So pretty normal. Fortunately, it was just a blob. It was scary because it had webs. And I'm trying to fill in this dumb project that I started. May not have been the wisest way to go about building this. Should probably just build something more consistent, but, you know. Consistency is a streaming skill of mine, but not a construction skill of mine. And a bunch of dwarves drowned in the moat, so we're draining the moat to get the bodies out. Sounds like your faction's just pissed at you. That doesn't sound like a bug to me. Graniteer. The one problem with Dwarf Fortress being a game that's famous for having a lot of bugs is a lot of people just assume things are bugs that very much aren't bugs. It's like, player makes a mistake, and then they go, I found a bug! It's like, well, that's not a bug. Hold on, that's not a bug. Yeah, we're just ignoring the Forgotten Beast right now. Yeah, but there could be any number of things blocking them. So if you're not getting migrants, unless you still have traders on your map, which means it's a bug, it's highly likely they're dead. Something's killing them is more likely. Cool, we got a green glass ring. I'm too busy with other things to worry about it right now. Also reading Clever Name. Sorry if this is a full question in chat, but what is the goal of this game? Well, I mean, if you want to like get right down to it, build the mountain home. But that's kind of like asking somebody who's playing creative Minecraft or even just survival Minecraft, what's the goal of this game? Well, don't die and build shit. So don't die and build shit. Like really, that is the goal of Dwarf Fort, is don't die, also build shit. Well, it's a tool for your inner artist and a tool for your inner, I want to build cool shit architect person. And you got to remember that this game is one of the initial inspirations for Minecraft. So it does have a lot in common in that way. Yeah, well, I mean, architecture is a form of art, yes. Where the creepers at? Well, Dwarf Fortress has a bit slightly more grounded creatures, I would say. See a 3D render? In this version, I'm not sure. I don't use any, so I'm not a good person to ask. At Clinodev in chat about that. I think they're all really ugly looking, so I don't generally use them. But there's several different 3D renders that are popular for this game. I just don't think any of them have been updated to this version yet. But like I said, I don't use any of them, because I just think they all look ugly. You don't think anything's working right now? That's what I thought, yeah. I'm pretty sure that if Armok Vision was working, Rose would have been screaming about it. So. Just go straight across here. You don't play Dwarf Fortress in 3D. You render your fortress statically in a 3D renderer and then fly around and go, "Ooh, pretty," and then go back to playing, which is why I don't really see the point in them. Because I don't know. I've just been playing this game for so long that I just know what it looks like in 3D. It's not, I don't see it as necessary. Just waiting for the last of these to get implemented. Oh yeah, no, totally. It's certainly a fun modding project. Like, they're cool. They're 3D renders. I just want somebody to, stupid snatchers. I just want somebody to, update that ancient times Minecraft mod that let you, look at your fortresses in a Minecraft world. That was the only one that I ever found cool. And it's very old and has not been updated in a very long time. I don't really expect it to be updated, so. That one was cool just because it was the only one that I actually liked looking at. I mean, what ASCII? But see, here's the thing. I've been playing ASCII games since before I saw The Matrix, so like I don't know. What time is it at my site, as in where I live? It is 1:21 p.m. here in Vancouver, Canada. Boo. Won't let me build that way. I guess actually the way I could do it would be this way. Yeah, we could do it that way. Assuming I don't have enough iron. Yeah, I don't have enough copper. So we'll use sandstone for the very roof. That's going to be our library. Naturally, you answered your question already. You could have just, like, Googled it. But yes, 1:22 p.m. Wasn't there a mod that replaced the graphics with ASCII? It's not a mod. What? It was a patch. They updated Classic. And Classic is included in this version, so you can play the game in ASCII if you want by simply hitting this button, hitting this button, and hitting this button. Which I like to remind everybody that ASCII is very much superior for oceans. So you can actually see the waves. Unlike with this fancy pants tile set, where you can't. You can just see the spray. As cool as tile sets are, ASCII is superior in some ways still. So I'm setting those two up separately. This is not an island, it's a beach. We're actually technically on a peninsula. Well, at the bright side, we do have some of these bodies down here. I mean, that's all that's needed for any tomb. Doesn't matter if they're a noble or not. Nobles will just be upset while they're alive if their assigned tomb is itty-bitty. That's literally it. They want bigger tombs. Okay, let's just go back to pumping. Now that the reservoir is drained a bit. Why do I think ASCII is superior? I explained it. You can see the waves in ASCII. Also, it's way easier to decipher which dwarves are depressed at a glance. After they died? For the, what, for the like, royals and nobles? Yeah, you can. You can deconstruct the tomb and reconstruct it, which pulls the body out. Or, like, the actual coffin. And then put them in a different one. Bad take. A picture. But I'm tired of explaining to people why nobles are a good thing to have around. Honestly, it just proves how many people don't actually pay attention to how a lot of the mechanics in this game work. But that's okay. If you want to just rule your entire gameplay experience with old memes, then go nuts. I like to actually have helixes and hill dwarves and be able to communicate with other factions in a greater method and actually have specific requests for humans and such. But yes, once they die, you can repurpose their tombs. And yes, I've done that. What do Helix do? Gives you access to more dwarves. Gives you access to more migrants. Gives you the ability to request temporary workers from them. Very useful. Got all that stuff being hauled out by these dwarves. That hammer. Get the stack getting smaller. That's what you need. Take a little bit still. You can't expel nobles. Oh, wait, yeah, you can. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can expel dwarves specifically to helixes and then request them back instead of expelling dwarves into the ether where they just die. You can expel your dwarves to the helixes and then get them back later. It looks better now. Still doesn't look good enough for me to use it. I've seen people sharing that image around. It's like, yeah, it does. It definitely looks better, and Rose has definitely been working on it, but I'm still not interested in using it. I'm not much of a graphics person, but if I don't want to look at it, I'm not going to use it. And I don't really want to look at Armok Vision. I've seen various new recent images of Armok Vision bouncing around in various places, Budgie. So I know what their current version looks like. But good for you. I feel bad just like talking shit about it, but like I don't like the way it looks. I would rather look at ASCII and like a sprite-based tile set than look at it in Armok Vision. It just doesn't suit the game to me. Seeing Dwarf Fortress in full 3D is just weird to me. What I will say though is I do not mind the way Stone Sense looks, but that also requires me using DF Hack, which I just never bother with. 3D ASCII? I've seen one game that was 3D in ASCII, which I liked looking at, but unfortunately the game kind of sucked. Which was Door in the Woods. It's a little game on Steam. You can go look it up. I think it's an exceptionally bad game, but the visuals of it are awesome. I really, really, really like the visuals of that game. I think ASCII's clearer than any graphical tile set, but I think this tile set's really nice. As far as tile sets go, this is a nice one. But in my opinion, ASCII is clearer. And I don't need to explain why it's clear. It's just easier for me to see. It's simple as that. It's easier for me to pick out things and spot stuff and keep an eye on. I find that very, very detailed tile sets are harder for me to visually parse at a glance. This one's fine because I think that generally it's very clear, but they're like, I sometimes have to pause and like to decipher the difference between a rabbit and a duck. But like it's so for me in that regard, it's better than many of the fan-made tile sets from over the years. But it's still not perfect. Well, I mean, you can read Gold Bludgeon because you're typing in my chat, so clearly, you have all the skills needed to read ASCII. It's just a matter of practice at that point. There's no, like, mystical skill that is required to read ASCII. It's just practice. Also, I feel kind of like that. You know that fucking kid who jumped onto the stage at the Game Awards and just, like, memed to all hell and back and then got arrested? He was on a podcast shortly after that, after they let him out of prison, because it was just, like, you know, basic mischief charges, right? Very, very, very mild stuff. But, like, he went onto a podcast later, and he was just, like, ripping them a new one. I don't even know what podcast it was, but he was just shredding these people he was on this podcast with. And then one of them was just like, and then he's just like, I didn't realize, he's like, yes, I'm going to keep interrupting you because I didn't realize I was on a podcast full of idiots who don't know how to read. And then one of the girls just looks at him and goes, I know how to read. And then he goes, you know how to read? Name 10 books. And it stumped everybody in the entire chat. I just watch. I'm just thinking back on that because I'm like, you know how to read, and then I'm like, wait a second, I don't want to be that guy. I'm sorry, but also, it was so fucking funny when it's just like name 10 books, and it just stumps all of them, and they're just like, really? It's like Wheel of Time series, busted. But you know, actually, the actual like big brain play is the Bible. I think the Bible has 10 books. It has more than 10, actually. Anyway, what were we talking about? Sorry, I went off on a tangent there. You just arrived. Can someone tell you how all this stuff got in the trench? Dwarves are dumb and fell during fighting. So yeah, then the Bible would count. Bible. Although then I think it would be like name every single book in the Bible, which I could probably still do if I like tried hard. But I don't feel like stretching my brain. Am I going to refill it? Oh, absolutely. I'm just draining it first before I can refill it. I'm going to refill it from the ocean. The Bible, now on Steam. You can 100% it and get Steam achievements. All right, well, this isn't the best method of draining this, but hey, it's a method of draining it. You know what I could actually do at this point probably is probably just cut a hole in this. But what I actually need to do is I need to continue digging this down. Go down another layer. And then what we're going to do once it's gone down another layer is I'm just going to let this feed off the edge of the map. And then I'm going to hook floodgates up to this. So instead of having to pump it out next time, I can just drain it out. And then we'll have a way of draining our moat. That's the plan. Instead of having to do this manually, it'll be much faster. And I can also fortify it up so that when I drain it, all the items will be collectible right at the edge. Nice and easy to get to. All right, how's that library ceiling coming along? Nice and good. What do you guys think of my library? I think it's pretty cool looking, especially once we build up another couple more layers of bedrooms around the edge here, because we are going to need to build more. So I think it looks nice. It really helped you? Hell yeah. There is inaccurate information in that video, but it has it certainly seems to have helped a lot more people than it's hindered, so I'm happy that I made it. It did make some people like redonkulously mad at me for some reason though, which I'm still perplexed by. But I'm glad that a lot of people seem to have gotten value out of it. Gotta say, I love the color of quartzite in this tile set. It's really nice looking. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Nice quaint little library. Maybe I'll give it a second floor at some point. For right now, that'll be it. And also some chests for writing materials. Once I get some, because currently I don't think I actually have any. Waiting for embark filtering takes a while on large maps. It really does, yeah. All that stuff's faster than it was before, though. Library. And no guests, please. There we go. We now has library. Shish. We diged it. What's going on? Chat, what's going on? What you doing? Pablo wants to know. Your account. How much can you count? Considering your account, you better be an expert at it. You're doing the fort? Someone's got to do the fort. Just like I give up. So 1, 2, 3. Fuck. You can count to infinity. Well, congrats. You definitely are the dwarf for the job then. More chems after fuck? That's me giving up. What comes after fuck? A smoke. Oi. Or yeah, actually, generally a shower. Generally a shower. And this is why this is a mature rated stream. And why children probably shouldn't watch it. All right, let's dig down to here. Go along. Do I really want to do it this way? I really don't want to go that way. It's too far. Big maps. Gotta love them. Mature. Uh-huh. It's because I say bad words. It's literally all that mature streams on Twitch really mean. It just means that you curse. If it will offend soccer moms, then it's probably a mature stream. I will allow it. Apparently, every single one of those got you caught in autumn. I would say never is a bad word. My mom used to always tell me to never say never. Oh, that was me, not the mods. All right. In other news, chat. You know, we're only like 90 sub points away from unlocking another emote. I don't know what it would be, considering I have an open slot right now that I haven't done anything with yet. But I don't know. Emotes are cool. And we've been absolutely demolishing it, so thank you. Dwarves cannot equip or use blowguns, no. Alert Goose? True, maybe. Could do another multi-slot, yeah. Your dwarf just equipped it a blowgun? They can't equip ammo for them. That I know of. Flappy Turd, thanks for the 5 gift subs. Cheers, friend. New second guard goose. I'll give it a think. I kind of would just like some weapon emotes, you know, like a pick and a hammer. Ham radio. Ham radio is a pretty good bit. I like that bit. Your dwarf made a 12k legendary door. So legendary doors are untoppable. They're indestructible, meaning you can block anything with them. Artifact doors are the best doors you can get in the game. Just like a legendary hatch? Yep. Although hatches, I think, are kind of busted right now, regardless, but legendary or not. And so now that we've gone all the way up to the edge of the map, we're going to smooth it, and then we're going to put holes in it. With this button. And we can dig through it. And then water can flow through it, rather. Not we can dig through it, but water can flow through it then. How are hatches busted? Nothing can topple a locked hatch from below. So, if you just put hatches on all of your stairs, you're just safe. But yes, Salty Tempest. Basically, they can't be toppled. Although, be careful. If an artifact is made of not lava-safe material and you pour lava over it, it'll still break it. Just like in Minecraft? Yep. This is a different save, yeah. Deep Orb, unfortunately, is no longer playable. Which is a bit of a shame. I would say you've probably seen the best bits of Deep Orb already. Episode 1 of this fort went up this morning, though. Chat room. While the dwarves dig this, I'm just going to leave you guys on the tavern for a minute while migrants arrive. I'm going to go grab a sandwich. I will be back in, like, a minute and a half. Here be. I come back and sit down, and I see chat spamming fun. I'm sitting here thinking, oh man, that can't be good. So, fun fact. This has been stated in multiple places that this is Zach Adams' favorite sprite from this version of the game. The werepanda. Nagoking Sorry. Let's try this again. Nagoking Dang Slanu. That's come. A large panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow scarlet. Its dark brown hair is patchy, and you will know why you fear the night. Clearly. Where it at? Holy shit, that's funny looking. Well, that is amazing looking. It's a very angry panda. Well, that's crazy. So, I think I found my next emote. I already have a panda. So it's gonna dive into here, I think. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a new zone. And I'm gonna call it, well, I can't make a second zone called so I'll call it hold up. I put a space in there. Which is like the bigger, more scared version of Okay. Which we're going to assign literally everybody to. And I'm going to leave it unpaused. Let's see where this thing goes. First were creature of the fort, too. Oh, sweet. It's distracted by a cat. This cat might save the fort, by the way. This cat might actually save the fort. Oh. It was too strong. It crashed the game. When did the game last save? Where panda? I don't know where panda. Whenever early spring was. Kung Fu is too strong, clearly. Crash Panda. Crash Pandacoot. Oh man, that's actually a while ago. Okay, well. Grumbles. All right, so what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna do this way this time. We're gonna focus on getting this thing done. That is actually a while ago. I'm also gonna put a door here. It might be that were creature or a different were creature. The game's decided we're gonna get hit by a were creature in the vicinity this season. It's now just a question of when. I'm actually wondering. Was this before or after that Titan showed up? I think this is before. I think we're... Oh, no, the Savannah Titan's right here. There, okay, cool. So I'm pretty sure that's what it was a Savannah Titan. And also the Forgotten Beast has spawned. Okay. Just trying to figure out exactly where we are in the timeline here. Sup, Captain Walmart. Library gone? Yes, I gotta redo the library. That's pretty quick, though. I mean, we discovered the cavern yesterday, so that was a while ago. Oh, unless you were talking about the moss, in which case, yeah, when you find the cavern, the moss grows. Missed exactly what chat was talking about there. All right, so we've got that side done, that side done. Spritz, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard, and name a profession, and I will do my best to give you what we have. And Holes Hackers Franz, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Armorsmith or weaponsmith? We're very short on smiths. I have blacksmiths and metal crafters. But my armorer and weaponsmith are both taken currently. But I could give you a blacksmith. It's based on what's close by in the world. So the game has decided this season we're going to get attacked by a were creature. And so it pulls from the local were creatures in the vicinity. And if there is none, then we won't get hit by anything. If that makes any sense. Blacksmith it is. Alrighty. Get this blacksmith with this nifty hood. Spritz. Personality-wise, presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. Flashy accoutrements? Flashy accoutrements. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making and is stubborn, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is troubled by this. Let me try this again. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and he is stubborn. He prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and though he is troubled by this, since he values nature, and he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and is quite polite. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he often is envious of others. He can handle stress, and he doesn't focus on material goods, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he is often nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Saw me on YouTube, so you want to support? Cheers! And then you remember that you can sub for free if you have Prime? Yep, that's how that works. And I'm not like, generally as obnoxious as some people on this site going, hey, have you heard of Twitch Prime? Because, well, fuck Amazon. But also, if you happen to have it, it's cool, though. If you get a smith that only works in adamantium, would that be no, it wouldn't be, because adamantium is blue, clearly. Personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and those that conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and values peace over war. Candysmith would be the correct thing. When Blind IRL goes off the air. That would be a good time for my internet to go out, wouldn't it be? He doesn't respect society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes gypsum plaster and nickel and red spinel, and the color ochre, and battle axes and high boots and flasks, and the word of the Tomb of Dying, and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume amaranth beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. Relations-wise, you have a kindred spirit as a best friend, and aside from that, many passing acquaintances. Also, worth noting, speaking of Amazon chat, do you guys remember when we did that very brief ad integration, that 15-minute long thing where I had to read a bunch of bullshit, read out long lines, advertising Amazon fashion? You guys remember that? Hey, it's party time. Well, the Kit Fox community manager saw that, and she's very much a fashion buff, knows way too much about the stuff, and was shocked and impressed that none of us knew who any of the models were in that. I'm just like, well, not my industry, nor my interests. Very poorly placed ad. She's like, they're really famous. I'm like, Uh-oh. Snatchers! What we got? Oh, that's a good place to fish. Well, I mean, I don't have the money yet, but it will be on my next paycheck in January. We were all being a bit tacky. As for whether or not they'll ever ask me to do another one, that's the better question. Big Sparn, speaking of next paycheck, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. 5-pack. Cheers. Helping keep this strange channel funded. Overfunded, if anything. Tavern party? I already have alcohol emotes of multiple varieties. But, I mean, I already have beer. So, I don't know. Maybe just like a pickaxe emote. Maybe we'll just do that. Keep it simple, you know? I'm sorry, what? There's fighting happening. What's fighting? Oh. One of those goblin thieves made it into my fort? I beg your pardon? Hold on a second. We need to fix this problem. Stab him to death, please. Thank you. Jesus. For a second there, I was like, oh no, is there like a bar fight going on? Nope. I'm sorry, what? Forgotten Beast? Well, I guess there's 2 now. Maybe it's sent to Forgotten Beast instead of the Werepanda this time. It was like, okay, the game... Oh, geez, we're going to get a Titan battle. All right, chat, place your bets. We have... well, he has a low sense of self-esteem, unfortunately. A low sense of self-esteem. A huge lark with external ribs. It has mandibles, and it is ravening. Its midnight blue feathers are downy. Beware its deadly dust. So a very unfinished bird versus poisonous bite, I think. Whatever this thing was. Well, it's very damaged. But an eyeless Dimetrodon. So a blind Dimetrodon with deadly spittle versus Burp. While they're fighting, seems to be pretty evenly matched. Still seeing dust. It's just having a hard time hitting the bird, I think. Combat log is going to be a waste here because it's just going to be beast attacks beast. All right, looks like the Dimetrodon is dead. Bird wins. Question is, where is bird? It was deadly spittle. Spitting acid, basically. Acid spit. So still also seriously injured. I mean, he definitely got hits in. Right upper leg is cut open. Tongue cut open. Its tail got cut open. Wow. Not much more to dig out. Maybe it will just keel over. It might bleed out. It probably won't. But yeah, TLDR, yes, I did get paid for that thing. Wrong wood. Wrong material. I need to use copper for this. And if you're wondering why I'm using copper for the library's roof, clearly you've never seen a copper roof before. And that's okay. They're not that common. But copper roofs are very thematic, in my opinion. What, the deadliness of deadly dust? Flying deadly dust creatures are one of the scariest in the game, as far as I'm concerned. How'd the Titan battle go? The bird with deadly dust won. So there's now only one in the basement, instead of two. Oh, did we get hit by an ad in the middle of that? I'm so sorry. The various ways of offering us to throw money at you, which one's currently superior? Honestly, sub for the ad-free viewing. Anthropossmus. And if you want to send extra money at me, either Coffee or Streamlabs. Those are the most efficient ways to send me money. Streamlabs and Coffee, neither of them take a cut. The only difference is Streamlabs causes an explosion, whereas Coffee is very quiet. So if you want to give money quietly, without telling anybody until after I check my email after the stream, do it via Coffee. Some people like to be quiet. And don't bother giving me crypto. I have that there because one person pestered me to do it, and I just never bothered really getting rid of it. Probably never going to see any of that money. KC Filthy, thanks for the Prime sub. Oh, true. Webs, crypt webs. Although there is actually one reason I wouldn't want webs. That's because one of my teammates, Kiri, is terrified of spiders. Meaning I would just feel bad if I had any kind of spider or web-related emote. Well, I mean, you're subbed to me, Lugdor. So, like, you wouldn't see ads anyway. Caterpillars make webs too. Yeah, but I don't know. I'd feel bad if I had a spider-related emote. I was thinking about doing a Forgotten Beast emote that was akin to, like, the Vile Force of Darkness emotes. Except just, like, a black square with, like, red eyes in the middle. But I don't know if that would be too generic. Was something else I was thinking about? I don't know. I'm like, between a bunch of ideas when it comes to emotes. Probably need to sleep on it. Bronze Colossus? That could work. Do something with that. Limestone is what I'm doing. Doesn't actually need that many tables and chairs. So we did get a crash, so I'm going to save and do a hard save and load real quick. So let's just save, return to menu, and then jump back in a sec. Would look cool. Red eyes blinking. All my animated emote slots are used up. I don't think I get more of those at any point. I'm pretty sure I don't actually. If some enemy kills my fort, so it would just be an image of like a beetle to imply bug. Because I think that's what I've lost my last 2 forts to. I don't know, that seems very work intensive having to constantly remake an emote. I don't know how I would do that. Not a bad idea. I don't know. I'll think about it. These are all good ideas though. Did we crash again? No, we got a crash, and I just did a save. Well, we got the 1 crash, and I just did a hard save to hopefully negate that happening again. You need a strike emote. I mean, Crypt Strike would be pretty funny, actually. Just like... It's kind of similar to Cringer's dude holding a sign-up emote that he has. That could be fun. So this is at the edge of the map now. Yes. Yeah, so we only have the 1. It's just after I get a crash, I'm very, very cautious and I save a lot. Extremely depressed cave fishmen. You should put them out of their misery with spears and spikes. Or dump a bunch of lava on them. Harrowed? Oh no, by the nightmare that is their tragic life. I think there was a movie about a depressed fish man. Yeah, if you just do it from the build menu, it won't work. You will just flood your fort. Come on. The Shape of Water, that's the movie I was thinking of. I couldn't remember the name of it. Well, Dwarf Fortress isn't a roguelike. But, historically, Doom the roguelike, Adom, Angband, NetHack. Yeah, those are the ones I put Diamond to. A little bit of Moria was the oldest one that I played. And then more recently, Jupiter Hell, Caves of Cud. I like Cogmind. It's just hard for me to play it because that UI is for ants. Hellboy? I have absolutely no connection with Hellboy whatsoever. I've never seen a Hellboy movie, never read a Hellboy comic, I know nothing about Hellboy. So I'm just going to speed this whole process up by cutting through this. Sorry, fam, but we're getting rid of your, we're taking your gerb. I know that they exist. I've just never read one of them. Yeah, I know nothing about... I know about the existence of Hellboy, that is it. And I know they're making a Hellboy video game, currently. There's my drain. Oh, no. There's a dead goblin right there. Well, hold on. Let's just go up to stocks and get rid of some corpses, shall we? Well, that's a problem. Okay. It's fine. If we get ghosts, we'll just memorialize them. Except for Todini. You need to not be dumped. You need to get a proper coffin. You died stupidly, but heroically. That one coffin just mysteriously has 2 doors, not for any reason other than I'm too lazy to go fill that wall in. Why am I draining the moat? To get the bodies out of it. Every moat needs to have a moat drain. I just built mine late. As you can see, there's a bunch of bodies in here. All this stuff needs to be claimed. We can get all these bodies out, as well as the other things in there. Very, very, very bad for Dwarven mental health to have visible bodies in their moat. How did you just get an electrical shock from your non-grounded wooden desk? This sounds like a very complex question that I'm not prepared to answer. I do not know. How did you just get an electric shock? Just got to elaborate your trap hallway to get that sorted. So fun. Oh, that's fun. I'm actually just quite annoyed that I've had to, like, drain this. I was really hoping I could just, you know, have my, you know, defenses ready for when the elves attacked instead of having to sit here and just, you know, now build my defenses. It's a little frustrating. Is varnish electrically conductive? If so, wow, I just learned something. It's from IKEA? Oh, clearly they're trying to kill you with it. It's all part of their master plan. Never trust IKEA. There's a lot of dwarves, like, right there. Maybe I should expand the dining hall. Hold on. I'm actually going to do that real quick. Just noticing all of these dwarves just, like, sitting right here in the dining hall. It's like, all right, we should expand the size of the dining hall. Can build up static? Oh, really? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if IKEA's stuff was, like, plastic-based. Also, being able to drain my moat means it's easier to upgrade it. I'm not. You can. I guess it depends on if you have visitors and if you want your visitors to also use the dining hall. Reciting poetry. What poem are you reciting? We see honesty as an example of the glittering meditations. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is very serious tone and has a hint of tenderness to it. Overall, the poetry is masterful. Where Tavern song? Well, they're not singing currently. They're telling poetry. It also doesn't always play. Dwarves are all trying to come and haul this crap. Also, there goes the clothing stockpiles. Let's unsuspend that. I really want to know how well the soundtrack for this game has sold. Because a week before this game came out, we had Dabu, who is one of the composers on the soundtrack, in chat, pestering them about, hey, put it on record. Let us buy it on record. And they're like, maybe we'll do if it sells well enough, maybe we'll do a limited run. I was like, so I'm hoping that it's sold well enough that we can get a limited edition run of the soundtrack of this game on record. You don't even have a record player and you would buy it on record? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like, chat was just like, I'd buy it, I'd buy it. Like, everybody was just like, yeah, I'd buy it. I was like, I think on the 1st of December. So, like, a little bit before the game came out still. I do have enough hazel to do this way. I'm probably going to need to dig out a chunk of the middle of this to be able to drain this, but... God, this is... You know... Chat, okay, who here remembers stone water? Because this trap is going to turn into that. It's going to be like 3 weeks from now, and I'm still going to be working on this stupid fucking thing. Just getting progressively more and more annoyed at the fact that I haven't finished it yet. You collect those limited records like you collect empty notebooks? Will I use them? Who knows? Who cares? More like. It doesn't even need that. Maybe I'm going far enough. All right, I also need a bigger weapons stockpile. Just throw it over there, I guess. I did have a tiny one earlier, but I really need a bigger one. More migrants have arrived. Noted. Oh, they certainly can. And I will certainly make bins. But I'd much rather have a way too big stockpile than way too small of a stockpile. This is another one of those, you must be new here. Just because I build things the way I build things doesn't mean it's the best way to build things, to be clear. Don't mimic everything I do. Do as I say, not as I do. Especially when it comes to the way I build buildings. And the way I store my stuff. I mean, I'm just currently under the assumption that the vast majority of the people are watching are new here. Whenever they go outside, build flooring on top of it or right next to it, and the dwarves will clean it up. Life hack. Easy peasy. Let's get the rest of our squads filled up again, because we're going to need them. To 176 dwarves. God damn. Let's grab Novice Fighter. I like the effect right next to trade depots, though. What, just having massive stockpiles right next to it? Honestly, a lot of the ways that I build in Dwarf Fortress is the classic line of old habits die hard. You know, a lot of the ways that I build in Dwarf Fortress is strictly related to the fact that I remember when bins just straight up didn't work, right? And it's hard to break old habits. So in my brain, they still break shit. Even though I know they don't, in my brain, they do. My brain tells me, if you let stuff go into bins, shit will stop working. Oh, bins work fine now, generally. I mean, there's still some quirkiness with them, but like they work fine generally. And they've worked fine for quite a while, actually. But every patch they get less quirky. So we're just kind of at a point now where it's like they still have problems, but and like they're not perfect, but they do work as intended. They can still sometimes cause job cancellations, but 9 out of 10 times they work. So out of old habits, I just automatically make these massive stockpiles. In reality, I should probably just be using quantum stockpiling, but that just feels cheesy. And I kind of like having large stockpiles because it makes it obvious how much shit I have. You know, it's like, I have a lot of stuff. Fear me. I'm scurry. Fuzzy Bee-Bum. Thanks for checking out a gift sub. Thank you much. Paying that sub forward. Appreciate you. Also, hello, Smotch Batter, I think is the name. Yeah, and it seems like the big threat that the game decided to throw at us this season versus the last season was that Forgotten Beast. Which is cool. All right, let's check. Who's pissed? Attending a meeting, what are you pissed about? Probably all the dead bodies everywhere would be my guess if I had to take a wild gander. Arguments as well. Dwelling upon where... Oh, also with clothing. Okay, how are we doing? How are we doing on clothing? Or cloth, rather, not clothing. So if we're doing well... Okay, not great. Although I did... How much thread do we have? Because I did turn off... Quite a lot of thread, actually. Yeah, we actually have quite a lot of thread. Okay, so what we're going to do... granted, a lot of that is just those Forgotten Beasts. What we're going to do... I think I'm just going to go into active orders, and we're going to queue up... Go back into standing orders, rather. Standing orders, and we're going to allow weaving thread. Once again, let them get back to that. Remember how I was talking about were critters? Yeah, about that. The were pangolin Dostin Gusp Rusmusnustu has come. A large pangolin twisted into humanoid format. It is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow scarlet. Its sepia hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. Wear it. Please don't attack a kitty. Oh, God. That very close to my front door. Look at its little mouth. It's got a little angry face. That is so adorable. It's so mad. I'm here to fight you. You wanted to thank me for the quick tip videos? Well, I'm glad that they helped, STG Gunner. Look at this adorable little fucker. I want to hug him. Unfortunately, though, it means it's gonna obliterate our faces, I think. I think that's what that means. Okay, so... I don't really have a good area. I think is just going to be down here. Hide indoors, dwarves. Worst case scenario. Hopefully somebody pulls the lever really quickums. Worst canary scenario, we just lock the front door. And wait until whoever is infected dies. Oh, this is 1,000 times worse than last time. Pull it now! Uh-oh. That's not good. Fortunately, we do have lots of very, very, very distracting livestock. Well, it's in the fort. Okay, so now we're going to go through here and we're going to lock every single bedroom with a dwarf in it. Go through here and lock every single bedroom with a door in it. Bar your doors, dwarves. Bar your doors. This is very important. Very important. Has he saved recently? He has saved recently enough. You know, I'm suddenly regretting not putting... like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Suddenly regretting not putting trapdoors on all these. Maybe we should do that. Save scum until I get the werepand again? No. It's like a 1 in 200 something chance. All right. Cog the hunter. You're our guinea pig. Here's that, Cog is bleeding. I'm assuming Cog has been bit. I'm also assuming that Nil here is also dead. Ads are about to start. All right. 2 dwarves are dead. Goblin is back in goblin format. Which means I can now open up these doors. Well, both the dwarves are dead. Do you want me to go through the combat logs? I can. Where are you, Green? Don't have any green clothing on. Malf, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Malf and the raiders? As well, could I get a big shout out for Malf? And everybody go click on that heart. Bloody well better. Been making YouTube videos about this game since before it was cool. It's like many of us. We just had a werepangolin attack. It was horrific. I'm going to wait for the ads to end before I unpause the game again. Because we may be stuck in ads. For that, chat, click on that heart if you want to see more dwarfy stuff, as well as various strategy games around the internets. We just had a werepangolin who's now in goblin format, and there is 2 dead dwarves in front of it. This is... Does not legalize the plated virgin of adventure. Went and played to kill time and set water to boil in your kitchen. You got so absorbed, you nearly burned your house down. That's bad. That's real bad. Don't do that. I know, the Virgin of Adventure. Must be an elfie nickname. Shout when you guys are through ads. Well, only the ones I know. The ones I don't know, it's like, it's some nerd. No. There's actually one channel I hope raids me again. Because they described their own stream as a cringe magnet after the one time they raided me. And I want them to raid me again so I can be like, self-described cringe magnet. That's something I really, really want. Really, really, really want. I mean, your name is literally an ad, Captain Walmart. I hate to break it to you. But your name, Walmart better be paying you per post. Because you're advertising Walmart above my head. It's like that one guy that came into my chat once named Buy GameStop Stock. which was really funny. This is like, buy GameStop stock. Like, What's funny was like, that was about a year before the Game Stonks meme thing happened. Like, wow, that guy was ahead of the curve. Anyway, so now that we're through this, we can actually take a peek at the combat logs briefly. We've had this name since 04. Fair enough. They really should be paying you then. But. Okay, well, we should turn this off. And before I forget, I should send out the execution order for this twat. But, even more so, we should queue up, like, a bunch of various things. Poor Nil. At least neither of them were named. The Goblin. There you go. So, Werepangolin. The hunter misses the Werepangolin. The Werepangolin bites the hunter in the left foot, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle through the sheep's wool shoe. The Werepangolin attacks the hunter, but he jumps away. The hunter misses the Werepangolin. The Werepangolin attacks the hunter, but he jumps away, and the Werepangolin misses the hunter. The Werepangolin kicks the hunter in the lower body with his right paw, bruising the muscle and bruising the stomach through the ibex leather trousers. It's because the hunter's good. The Werepangolin bites the hunter in the upper body, tearing the fat through the dingo leather tunic. The hunter attacks the pangolin, but he jumps away. Dodge, 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 dodge. Werepangolin charges the hunter. The Werepangolin collides with the hunter. The hunter is knocked over. The hunter misses the Werepangolin. And says, I've improved. And the Werepangolin says, I've improved my fighting, and that was satisfying. And then I don't know where that voice came from, but that's what I'm going for. The Werepangolin then attacks the hunter, but he jumps away. The Werepangolin bites the hunter again in the lower arm, and continues at it. Spitalier, thanks for chucking out a gift. Hope you've been well. The Werepangolin says, I have improved my biting, and that was satisfying. Oh, that's terrifying. The Glassmaker attacks the Werepangolin, and then the Werepangolin bites the hunter in the right upper leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle through the ibex leather trousers. Those poor trousers. It continues on. The Glassmaker charges at the Werepangolin. The Glassmaker collides with the Werepangolin. The Glassmaker bounces backwards off of the Werepangolin. Plus has really thick armor. Werepangolin bites the Glassmaker in the left foot, tearing the muscle through the sheep's wool shoe and latches on firmly. One of your idiots pulled the drawbridge lever and then instantly walked across said bridge. I mean, I would say that that's a building design issue. I think that you really should forward that to the Dwarven work safety set, but... And then the fight just kind of keeps going, and it's just like, it's ripping them apart, basically. It's just shaking the hunter around by the head, shredding him. And the Werepangolin shakes the Glassmaker. Yeah, literally bit him on the head, and then shook him. Back and forth. And now we got a little home invader. He's running up into the apartment blocks. Makes a mad lad's dash. Oh man, I kind of wanted to lock him in one of those bedrooms. Military's on him. With their named weapons. Even the planter has an axe. He screams, as the tide turned! I feel no terror! It was raining on me, it is annoying, says my wrestler. And another wrestler says, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. The terror felt is null. You are actually a wrestler and actually don't have a hammer. Noted. I will make more hammers. Looks like we got some pretty exotic weapons, though. We got a dwarf over here with a flail. Copper flail. A real shitty weapon, but hey. Anyway, they pummel him into the dust. And then we throw his body into the corpse disposal unit. It's distressing time indeed, but... You know, I gotta say, some of these Dwarven sprite combinations look kind of creepy. Look at this guy with his glowy eyes. He's like, he looks like a Jawa. Did he bite anyone? He bit 2 dwarves, but they both died in the fight. Like, seriously, look at this guy. He looks like a fucking Jawa. He just needs a hood, and he look like a Jawa. Needs a brown hood. He's a visitor? Will the job bug go whiff? No, because he's friendly. I mean, we'll find out in a second, won't we? I haven't had it happen with a were creature yet. Let's find out. Boop. Yeah, no, not a problem. I would just go back to a save if that happened, though. Oh, wow. We are straight up out of rock again. I was wondering why bricks weren't getting made, because I ran out of blocks. Rocks, literally. What triggered the last job bug? Hitting a neutral, killing a neutral friendly unit. Merchant, specifically. There's too many. I mean, someone could maybe do the science on it eventually, but I would say that there's just too many to do the science on it when it comes to, like, making a were creature tier list. Because you need to remember, like, the sheer scale of the numbers of them. There's this doesn't need to be this big. There's literally, like, 800+ of them. Go that big with this. Armor and headwear. Actually, no, let's just type in wear. Boop, boop, boop. All. 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 Perfect. Your queen just you have a goblin queen? That's kind of awesome. You should read her description and see how dwarfy it is. Did I ever actually make this into a library? No, I didn't. Okay, let's make this into a library. And you can be a library. The Museum of Labors. I like that name. What do you think, chat? Pandasaurus Rex. What kind of dwarf would you like? By the way, I saw it fly by, but forgot to ask. Do you know what kind of dwarf you would like? A lady dwarf named Rex. Another ranger would be neat if there isn't a ranger. I think I got hunters. Okay, no, I don't. My last hunter just died. That wasn't named. Something that works with animals. Give you a trapper or an animal dissector. Actually, honestly, the ones that work the most with animals are my farmers. Holy fucking fuck, I got so many of those. But those are more like herding. Rangers are like, I think, the old name for hunter. Farmer works? Lady farmer named Rex. That's a brewer. But still technically a farmer. Do you have any pets? Say that would be fitting. Brewer works as well? Okay. She has no ambition whatsoever. I'm sorry. She has no ambition whatsoever and is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is conflicted by this since she values art sorry, she is not readily moved by art and natural beauty, and she's conflicted by this since she values artwork and its creation. She can be very happy and optimistic and does not feel lustful often. She often feels envious of others and tries to get things done perfectly. And she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and likes a little excitement now and again. And she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, but you have no ambition. And she tends to consider what others think of her. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill and doesn't really see the point of working hard. I like this dwarf. And she likes nickel, silver, cherry, opal, and sheep's wool. And the color light blue, gems and bolts, and large gems and puffin men for their colorful beaks. And tomatillo plants for their fruit and the words of the bronze rocks. And when possible, prefers to consume crundle, passion fruit wine, and plums. And hates oysters. The library is still public. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so now we have a functioning library. And of course, the first visitors to it are a cat and a turkey. Because Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Goblin joint sieges? Oh, you mean like a group of goblins that also has dwarves in it? Not that uncommon, and there's a specific reason for that. You know how snatchers sometimes show up? If a faction takes over a bunch of dwarven locations or kidnaps a bunch of dwarves, they'll actually have their own dwarven populations. So, essentially what it is it's like, if they have a heavy or a large dwarven population, then naturally they will end up with a lot of, you know, like dwarves in there. If that makes any sense. All right. I'm actually going to start digging down here. Although, I don't want to dig too much. The reason I want to dig down here is because I'm looking for both large amounts of quartzite and also, because this is a quartzite layer, and I'm also looking for metal. Not a ton of quartzite or metal in quartzite, though, usually. I'm also looking for gems. Which are all things that I'm severely lacking in right now. Should be fine. So mine around in that granite. Trying to get caught up on chat. Is it 1 meal and 2 drink per dwarf per season? About that, yeah. Well, actually, it's every 2 months. Every other month. But they can also go a month without eating or drinking. So sometimes it flips around a little bit. And it doesn't need to be a meal. It's one food object. They just get happier if it's a meal. Playing in ASCII for a bit. Look at that dead dwarf up there. So sad. Make sure all these are... Okay, not all of them are claimed yet. Is anybody coming to get this? Yeah, somebody's coming to get it. Okay, let's see where this body gets placed. This is Cog's body. So that is 5 minutes of ASCII, courtesy of Couch Dwarf. Asking me anything about this video game. I make that joke too often, but here we are. The only problem I have with it is it takes me way longer to get through the menus because I don't actually recognize these icons in ASCII just yet. Chopping, blah, 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 blah. Play structures, there we go. Let's go furniture. And... burial. Placing these, placing these. And I said that I would make a bunch of hatches, didn't I? Should do that. Let's make tombs, multi, bunk. 8 new tombs, perfect. All right, so let's do that then. Since I said that I would do that, let's go to work orders. Add new work order. Hatch. Cover. Rock hatch cover. Can we see the waves? Sure. You know, if we weren't still in an era of let's make 20. If we weren't still in an era of DMCA's, I'd play In Waves by Trivium. I don't even like that song, it's just fitting. Just 3 minutes of ASCII waves. There we go. It still moves way smoother because it's just matched to the simulation frame rate. Bitrate hates it? No, bitrate's fine with it. You know what my favorite part actually is when you have an ocean with waves, but you also have a river. Because what you'll see, if you also have a river, is you'll see the waves crashing up against the edge, and then you'll see the wave continue flowing all the way up the river, and if the river turns, it'll hit the edge, and it'll actually break at the edge of the river, or alternatively, it'll just flow off the edge of the map. It's really fucking cool. Glad that you've been helped training. It's hard for me to follow every single conversation in chat. Fortunately, though, we haven't had to use slow mode recently, which also means the view count's gone down a bit. But also, I'm quite comfortable with the rate at which things have been calming down post-release. I think this has been a very steady, predictable number, and I'm quite happy with it. Watching the water hammer travel up rivers that's all. Yeah, it's truly cool as hell. It's like Bay of Fundy level of like, wow, that's neat looking. It's like Tarn always talks shit about their liquid physics because it does have a lot of problems. It's very much not perfect, but it is super fucking cool. It's quite an active little tavern. Quite happy with it. And you see, like, this is why I say it's so easy to pick out dwarves that are depressed. That dwarf, every dwarf with a little flashing red down arrow is depressed. And they all need to be fixed. They all need to cheer up. They've all got something wrong, and they need it fixed. If you deny nobility, you don't get no. Like, are you staring at like the yes, no, I want a noble? You just won't get a noble. Fix the dwarves? Yeah, I need to give them better bedrooms, make their stuff nicer, make their areas happier. Fix them. Fix them. All right, so we're going to get back to this now. I got more bedrooms down here that need stuff, so we're going to work on that. And then I think we're going to start engraving stuff. I'm just going to try and increase the general wealth of this fort, and I think if we get attacked by the elves again, I'm just going to lock the door. I think we're just going to ignore them if they attack us again, to be honest with you. Uniqlo announced video game shirts from the MoMA's exhibit and no DF shirt? What? So I'm assuming that means there's an EVE Online shirt then? That seems like a sham. It will taunt me in shame. I don't have this thing ready yet. This thing is like, was coming along really quickly, and then we started getting attacked, and it slowed the fuck to a crawl. And also we got so many migrants, which I've needed to like keep relatively happy. It's been rough, man. You know what? I've got a lot of dwarves that need to practice a craft. Craft this. That's a craft, sort of. See what this does to the frame rate. Pretty fine. Still in the 40s. I mean, the thing that I'm actually going to do is I'm going to actually vastly increase the scale and size of my glass industry. Because something we do actually have now is there's sand right there. So this is going to be my glass industry right here. You have 9 FPS? I'm so sorry. How can we see for value? You have to make it into a guild. There used to be a menu, and it might still exist in the game, but I haven't found it, which would show you every single constructed room in the game and the value of the room, but it only considered rooms that had an associated zone as a room. Rooms that don't have associated zones are not considered rooms by the game. Oh, I mean, if you want to see the entire fort's value, you can do it that way. Yeah. I thought you meant floor value. That's what my brain translated that to. These dwarves wanted to do something, so I gave them work. I'm probably not going to make them do the whole thing, by the way. I mean, I knew about this. I just didn't realize that's what they were asking about. They're having a bottleneck in potash production. They're a nice, efficient way to make sure that you have enough. I don't fuck with potash, like, at all. It's one hell of a work project. They wanted work. I gave them work. If they didn't want work, I wouldn't have given them work. None of your CPUs are taxed. There's probably something stuck somewhere. That is such a, like, understandable thing for Automod to catch. Sorry about that, Lyndon. I don't know. I call it potash, but it might be potash. I will be completely honest with you. I do not know the answer to that. I call it potash, but it may very well be potash. What's potash? All right. It's one of those things that's like I've never heard anybody say it out loud. It's just like refuse. It's like I'd never heard anybody say it out loud until I played this game. Or indefatigable is a word that's used in this game that I didn't even know existed until I played this game. So indefatigable, by the way, very good word. More people should know the word indefatigable and use the word indefatigable. For what reason? It's indefatigable, obviously. It's potassium. I mean, that sounds like something a smart person would know. I'm not a smart person. I mean, I know it's a fertilizer. It's funny because, like, I work in, or I don't work, but I'm a hobbyist gardener, so I buy it sometimes. I've literally had to buy potash before. Refuse this stream. You learned indefatigable here too? Yeah, I had to Google it. I was like, what the fuck's an indefatigable? Look, see, we get, one less dwarf just became upset. We went from 18 to 17. I think it just went down. Could also just engrave this entire thing, which would be fantastic, but annoy somebody. Okay, so they want a bigger guild hall? Or is that the only... Well, I guess we can totally make that. They might have just gotten more upset. I just saw the number change. I wasn't paying too much attention to it. Just staring at it now. You know what would be really handy? I don't know if this would be a moddable thing or if this would be like a... or how they could do this. But you know how some games, if a number just went up or down, if they could have like a little green plus indicating that that number just went up or down, that would be really useful. Okay, yeah, more of them are getting upset. All right, fuck this shit. I just want them to smooth this corner anyway, really. They're probably arguing while they're doing it. I do actually want them to smooth this corner, though. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what Google told me, Thanatos. Game's going to crash? Bet. I've improved my arguing. I think it's intimidation is the skill that's or one of the, it's like lying and intimidation are both important in arguing. And I also do want to smooth this area, but whatever. I have definitely seen dwarves with the I've improved my intimidation that was satisfying moodlet before. Artifact, another glassmaker. Where's that strange mood? Craft dwarves. Has arrived on your second fort and you're wondering how to get the most out of them? Should you build them their own workshop? If you want to be super fancy, you can. Get them to start making crafts. You could build them a big room and specify what they're allowed to do in that room. What's this Jawa looking dude? I feel like I should just name this dwarf Jawa, but I also think that would be a bit mean. He's claimed a glassmaker shop. I think that was tetrahedrite. I have a stonecutter guild yet? No, not stonecutter specifically. We do have a miners guild though. Grabs a piece of cow leather. I've improved my fear. I am terrified. My favorite one is, well, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. And then their first thought is, I am terrified. Like, oh, look at you boasting. I am terrified by my lack of terror. Yes. I am less terrored. I am terrified. Or something. Need stairs set up? It's good for frames. That dwarf was in a constant state of remembering embarrassing things from the past. I mean, this dwarf is proud remembering his own fine door, generally. Feels well. Feels caring, giving somebody water. Clearly has worked in the hospital a couple times. Oh. I was supposed to make a craftsdwarf's guild, and apparently I abandoned it. I swear that I finished that, but... Alright, anyway, it works furiously. It's completing the object. Well, that's the Miners Guild right there. Let's dig out another guild over here. This will be the Craftsdwarf's Guild. It'll be fitting to put it here. Reminded you of Splatter Beaches, the RNG dwarf name. I don't remember what the name of that dwarf was. I definitely watched that, but it was a long time ago. I learned about is proud remembering mastering gelding. Are you now? Oh no, we've accidentally subscribed to Potash Facts, chat. It's just like Cat Facts, except more farmy. What? Oh, because my gate is shut. Whoops. We're at to open the front door. My bad. I don't actually think I have much to sell them. Human caravan? Want to buy a bronze colossus? It's 3 a.m. Someone's going to kick your door in and start talking about Potash. Don't threaten me with a good time. Fath the Glassmaker has created a green glass table. Offers it to the Long Key. There's multiple human factions, and I'm not at war with all of them. Just one of them. There's at least 3. But a green glass table is pretty cool. This is a green glass table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round native platinum cabochons and studded with iron and decorated with cushioned green cut glass gems and sheep's wool. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass and menaces with spikes of green glass and native platinum and cow leather. On the item is an image of cassowaries in sandstone. On the item is an image of waves in pig leather. Also just going to check something real quick. You have tons of charcoal. Cool. Silver Warhammer. Let's make 20. It's a gunpla table? I don't know what that. Anyway, I'm gonna give this to my count. Because they need to stop doing that. Only have 14 claystone right now. Bummer. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna be a little mean to you here, County. I'm gonna give you your dining room, but I'm gonna cut your office. Actually, no, I'm gonna put it in your bedroom. I'm gonna cut a chunk out of your bedroom because your bedroom is massive. Massive. But you're gonna get a fancy glass table, so hopefully you'll forgive me. How would you go about tracking down a vampire who keeps leaving dead, drained bodies around your fort? Look for the turquoise dwarf. They're kind of bluish. I used to like give you like a real big fancy long spiel on how to do it, but literally just look for the bluey dwarf. Also, side note, you're supposed to be a bedroom, not a dining hall. Right, well. I kind of don't like the way this system works. Multied it. Anyway, fixed it. The actual way is you make a the actual way you do it is you make the justice system. You set up a captain of the guard. You give them a table, chair, thrones, and then you set up a bunch of offices and all the stuff that they need. And then you make a bunch of dungeon cells. And then if any dwarves witness the vampire eating somebody, then they will report it to the captain of the guard, and then you can arrest them. There's no turquoise dwarf. Might have been a visitor. Commander Honk. I'm not using any mods for Nation, and I'm not going to use any mods until we're done with this update cycle. All right, that's good enough. Yeah, they have like greenish skin. They look funny. They stand out quite a lot once you know what you're looking for. So I'm going to knock out these glass furnaces back here. We're going to go all the way over here. I'm going to knock out these as well because these are just in a bad spot now. And I'm going to go into here, and we're going to go into furnaces, and we are going to make a gaudy as fuck glassmaking setup. I like quartzite. Let's go with quartzite. We're going to do, I think, silver engraved walls around them. We're going to section it off and make it look all fancy. We're going to do all kinds of fun things with this. We're going to give them their own stockpiles. Look real nice. How much glass am I making? Yes. How much glass are you making? Sweatshop? Well, I mean, they'll be sweating because it's warm in there, but the dwarves love it. You make it sound so evil when you say sweatshop. This isn't an evil place. This is a glorious place where crafts are created. Mostly bricks, but you know, it's besides the point. All right, so now that we've done that, we got a bunch of bags for sand. Not enough, but I'll be making more in a second. Speaking of, gotta check my cloth stores. Yeah, except you saying things like that just make me kind of grumble and squint at you and not laugh nicely. So if your goal is to get scorned at, congrats, you're doing it. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to make a nice big sand gathering zone. Not that it needs to be big, it just needs to be one tile, but for the sake of me, I want to make it nice. Justice system works great, and anybody who says it doesn't work well just prefers to manually execute dwarves and then complains why their dwarves are always stressed out. Like, genuinely, it's a pretty long-running problem with the older player base of this game. They're just like, why is the stress system so bullshit? Also, why do the dwarves keep crying when I kill them? God, I wonder why. I hate the like, justice system. And once again, God, I wonder why. All right, let's do that, and then we'll give them doors right here. I built some statues. My day's been pretty good, Wolfer, and yourself? Naturally, a green glass statue of a horse and a green glass statue of a something, and a green glass statue of a squirrel, and a green glass statue of a dwarf. Great things to put out front. Looks beautiful. I love it. I could make it a guild. Doesn't need to be. The guild's actually over on the other side. I was going to say, isn't this the... That's the Miners Guild. That's the Metalsmiths Guild. I do have a Glassmakers Guild. I'm just not sure where. When crimes happen, I would say making setting up the justice system. The justice system becomes relevant as soon as you have an open tavern. Is when it becomes relevant. Because that's when crime starts. I don't have an open tavern in this fort, so it's... Or when tantrums start. One of the two. Whatever happens first. If you have an open tavern, you should probably set up the justice system. If you... And I really need to make a tutorial about the justice system. If you have an open tavern, you should probably set up the justice system. And if you have... tantrums happening, you absolutely should set up the justice system. Also, pop quiz. Not relevant to anybody who knows a thing or two about Dwarf Fort. So if you consider yourself a Dwarf Fortress noob, this is relevant to you. What do you think glass doors are called? You clearly knew. Cheater. Portals, yeah. Obsolete. Yeah, that's accurate, actually. They're called portals for some reason. Bags and sandbags. You're installing a hammer and a sheriff as you speak? Hell yeah. All right, so now I'm just going to do this. I don't care about the job cancellations. Sand. Collect sand. One-time order. Sure. Collect... If amount of available items is at least... If there's only one... Or if there's only 5 bags of sand... 1 bag of sand? Let's say it's 0 bag. If there's no bags of sand, make bags of sand. Let's just do it that way. And we're going to collect 50 sand. We're also going to start making glass windows. Glass window, let's just make 50 of them. Let's make glass portal. Let's make 50 of them. Let's make glass... Can I? Oh, I can't make glass minecarts. I always try, but... This is still Ironshores, yes. Ten glass nest boxes, because I keep forgetting to make nest boxes, and I should remind myself. And green glass block. 1500. We're gonna need a lot of them. Does items count as sandbags? God, I hope so. Well, the Iron Shores is the haunted ocean, but together we are becoming an Iron Shore. I really need to clean this area up. This area is a mess. Why the somber music game? What did I do? They are pinned in the DF modding room of my Discord, I think. In regards to the question about myannouncements.txt. Oh, and the other thing I need to do, which we can put out here because it doesn't get to go in there. We're also going to install those windows along here, by the way. We're going to make... Go into furnaces. I'm going to go make wood furnaces. Select material after placement. Let's also make these quartzite. We're going to queue up repeating charcoal order. Because they're going to need a lot of charcoal. That or I could just make like 1,000 charcoal. Charcoal! Let's do 100 charcoal. If the amount of refined coal is less than 50, and if the amount of logs is greater than 1, make charcoal. Coke is good too if you have ample access, which we have a decent amount of lignite lying around, but not enough. At that point, I would kind of rather just go find a bunch of useful items. So let's install some windows. Literally, you just need them to walk over the traps. Traps are very, 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 very easy to set up and use. Although the highest priority on this work orders list should literally be collect sand. How do I have grass underground? Does anybody have that cave-in clip line? Can someone go grab that cave-in clip and put it in the chat? It's very self-explanatory. Long story short, I put it there. Short story long. It's a long story. I mean, if I go up to the surface, this might make it a little bit more clear. I kind of caved it in. I'm trying to get rid of it, actually. You stab it with a pointy stick very carefully, and hopefully don't burn to death. My advice, Lucky Soft, would be get it somewhere wet so that it is less effective. It's like the line about the Human Torch. It's like, he's useless in the rain. It's also a line about Roy, I think, from Full Metal Alchemist. It's great until it rains. Very similar with those. They just turn into a lot of steam. They don't die, obviously, but their flame weapons are less effective. I actually killed a flame-throwing forgotten beast because it just happened to path into my canal, and the dwarves just were like, and blasted it. It was very effective. You love Full Metal Alchemist? It's one of the 2 good animes. The other one is up to you. Well, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. The other one. Yeah. The ocean has proven to be very much not spooky in the slightest. It makes scary grumbling noises every now and again, and that's about it. Every so often, it informs us that it is irritated with our existence, and that's about it. Grunty Thirst. You know, it's funny. I limit that to 1 person per stream. I wish I could somehow limit it to, like, 1 redemption per game, because, like, there's definitely certain people that get it way more than others. What kind of dwarf would you like? Assuming you don't already have one in this fort, I can't remember. Name. I think you did. I know you had one in the last one. No, you're good. So what kind of dwarf you want? I know you had one in Deep Orb, but I'm just saying that there's some people that are very consistent about getting it, and then there's some people that, like, are trying to and keep missing. That's all. But what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm not taking it away from you for clarity's sake. I'm more just, like, commenting that. Wood floors and mistakes were made. Did it erupt, Gary? I've heard about the elusive volcanic eruptions in this version of the game, which is cool. Is your dwarf still alive? Alien Slayer is, in fact, still alive, although you've wanted me to make you a bed out of nickel for a while, which I don't think is impacting your mood much, because you seem to be kind of ecstatic at your life, so. You're one of the happiest dwarves in the fort, to be specific. Metalworker, no beard preference? Okay. You're much better off being a glassworker, because that's an industry I'm actually focusing on here, but we'll give you this metalsmith. Metalsmith who's wearing a helmet for some reason. You are, in fact, in a squad, though, so keep that in mind. Grunty is over here making charcoal. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, which is why he wears his copper helmet at all times. It's definitely a work safety thing. He personally, he lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He doesn't handle stress well, that's good, and isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He is currently more shameless, and he tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that naturally comes to pass, of course. He is currently more fearless. There's an alert and a dead dwarf. Apparently I got dwarves in the hospital that haven't been tended to. Hold up. Do I really need that many more splints? I need more tables. I don't know what's going on with this, but it seems like a very ineffective hospital, unfortunately. Crumbles. All right, well, let's keep reading that dwarf. Died on the table. Yep. Honestly, I have 10 splints in there, so I don't need to make a work order for splints. The frustrating thing is, I have the hospital set up as it's supposed to be, and Putnam was in chat the other day, literally stating, I think hospitals just don't work right now. And I'm inclined to agree. Let's just grab this dwarf again. Where are you at? There you are. He personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly and deeply respects skill at arms and values peace over war and doesn't particularly value loyalty, but dreams of mastering a skill, of course. Likes dacite, rose gold, and fire opal, pomelo wood, and ducks for their quacks, and when possible prefers to consume rhinoceros, carambola wine, and blood amaranth flower, and pearl mullet, and hates mosquitoes. He worships the god deity Risen, has a pet rabbit and a pet guinea cock, and has very few friends. Only passing acquaintances. If you want more migrants, yes. If you want the mountain home, absolutely yes. In regards to offering gifts. So I'm also going to put, I'm actually going to put in 2 bridges here, I think. We put one there. I'm also going to put a small one right here. So I can seal off both this door and the drain with one lever pull. And I'm going to make a ramp up to this door from down here. Actually, no, I can't do it that way. So I will do it with stairs then. We'll go from up here. Goes out of limestone. And then I will place a lever right there. And we got plenty of mechanisms to attach those to. And then we'll have a pretty safe drainage setup. Oh god, I'm so sorry. That sucks. She's causing a siege by herself. That's the worst. I've had similar things where it's like, yeah, there's one flying unit like a mile above the fortress just fucking with everything. Make some windows. Microsoft would be proud of me. Outside of really good marksmen, force them into a tunnel is the best way to do it. And by force them into a tunnel, I mean have a very narrow entryway that they have to enter via. And if that's the only way in and out of the fort, then they will use it. And then they will be on level with the melee units, and they can just crush them at that point. This is taking way longer than I really thought it would, but turns out, long job. Over regular hauling? So you can actually set stockpiles. I think it's this button. Yeah. So this sets them as give and take stockpiles, and this sets whether or not dwarves will carry stuff to a stockpile. So let's just say you are dumping wood into a stockpile, right? If you toggle this, as long as the minecart exits directly into this stockpile, if you toggle that, no one will haul anything to that stockpile. Then you could set this up as a give and take stockpile, so people, they will only take out of that stockpile and take it to specific workshops, vice versa, and you can set up production line chains using these 2 buttons. If you want to go full factorial with it. That is a way to do that. Descriptive nickname. Also, I'm not going to lie, chat. My tiredness is setting in. It's like most of my streams the past month gone by like that. Yesterday including. Today is just like, oh, it's taking time. You know what I mean? Like when you're just kind of tired. That's how today feels. Here for my new player series on YouTube. What's up? New episodes will go up probably in a couple of days. I'm kind of taking a bit of a break. I need to pump the brakes so I don't burn myself out. Finally redoing this massively, stupidly large crafting area. Gonna try playing with that. Yeah, it's a neat system once you get it working. The key, though, is getting it working. I'm glad people like that series. I wasn't very happy with the initial one that I did, so I'm glad people are liking the second one. I actually haven't seen what glass block walls look like, so this is kind of a test to see what glass block walls look like in this version. Uh, 200 is the pop cap. 200 is the soft cap. 220 is the hard cap. Okay, that looks pretty nice. Not exactly what I was expecting, but I kind of always imagined them like... I've always imagined dwarven glass walls to look a lot like, you know those... I associate them with dentists. These things. this is what I've always associated green glass windows to look like, or green glass brick walls to look like in Dwarf Fort, so that's not too far off what I was imagining. These things. To me, these are just dentists. Like, every single dentist I've ever had in my entire life has had one of these in their office. Designate an entire layer you dug out as a stone stockpile with taking everything from outside, and then a rear minecart stockpile works for clearing an entire floor. Yeah, that would do it. Yep. Her father-in-law actually lays glass block, owns a bricklaying business. I believe it. You wouldn't want to drop one. I'm sure they'd crack. Speaking of series, by the way, chat room, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been watching those community forts. Like, when I initially started that series up, I was not sold people actually wanted it. Be honest. I was very much expecting nobody to watch them. I don't know why. But people kept pestering me to make them, and pestering me to make them, and pestering me to make them, and pestering me to make them. And I'm making them, and a lot of people are watching them. In fact, like, it's probably one of my fastest growing series. Sorry about murdering all the kittens. I'm just trying not to, like, draw attention to it. Anyway, so just thank you, everybody, for you know, watching those, because it does kind of mean a lot. And it's really kind of cool to have something that is doing well on the YouTube channel that is relatively easy for me to make. Specifically because, like, I will eventually run out of content for tutorials. That will happen, believe it or not. And I don't want to kill the sheep. Perfect. Cats, however, sorry. Duck can go. Those can go. This can go all the way up to here. Still plenty left. Excellent. Especially the people with the extra bougie forts, yes. What, can't believe that people are watching them, or can't believe that I didn't think people would watch them? Foul G's! Thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers. And Insane Wolf. Thanks for the tier 1. Well, first off, I have to be able to load it. I've definitely had a half dozen that have been sent to me that didn't load. And the reason they don't load is if you're using a mod and I don't have the exact same like if the mod is since updated, I can't get that older version of the mod. It just won't load. One that seems to be particularly egregious is the Audible Alerts mod. I haven't been able to load a single fort that uses the Audible Alerts mod. I don't know why, even though I have that mod installed. So, yeah, I don't know. It depends on if I can load your fort. But if I can load your fort and it looks remotely cooler, or if there's something I can say about it, feedbacky wise, I'll take a look at it. That I'd run out of oh, you mean run out of tutorial content? I can tell you for fact, you will run out of tutorial content for 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is there is a finite amount of people that need to learn to play this game. And even though you can make a shit ton of different tutorials, I only have so much mental capacity to make tutorials. Tutorials are a lot of work. A lot of work. Stupid game, but fun game, Spitalier. That game is extraordinarily dumb, but it was an entertaining bit of time for me. But yeah, it's a very, very much a weird, like, kind of devil's bargain when you make a lot of tutorials, because of, like, it's gonna peak when there's big updates, and then it will trickle down. And I will continue making tutorials, but it's already trickling down. Like, the last few I've made didn't do as well as the ones I uploaded on that first day. So it's nice to have other things. Say thanks for distracting you on Twitch and YouTube while under heavy medication these days. As soon as you're better, you'll buy a Steam version of DF after playing the free version for years. Take care of yourself first. You are much more important than video games, let me tell you. Talking 1,000 tutorials. In my format, yes, there is a limited number of tutorials I can make. Unless you want to start seeing individual tutorials on, like, very specific mechanical gimmickry. I don't think that's a word. Gimmicks, which I don't like making videos like that. So, also, one more Prime sub or 100 bits, and that's a little hype train. Anybody wants to boost that? Say. We are less than 100 sub points away from another emote. There is actually a visible sub goal down beneath the stream, which shows how far we are from another emote. So that's kind of cool. You saw this game on Steam and you were like, oh, this is the game RimWorld is based off of. Probably similar. Started playing this and man, you were super overwhelmed at the start. You mean it's super overwhelmed? At least you're figuring things out. To give you an idea, I think a lot of people just forgot what it was like to learn RimWorld. It's not that much different. There's definitely like some obtuse mechanics in Dwarf Fort. But as far as like learning time goes, like the amount of time it'll actually take you to learn this game competently, it's not that far off. It's really, really not. They're quite similar in just amount of time it will take you to learn video game. At least I can tell you they were quite similar for me. The biggest difference is actually under the hood stuff that you probably won't notice. We got dolomite here. Didn't even realize. I'm gonna go down there and dig. What's this? Oh, claystone. I need more sandstone is the problem. When there wasn't too much to it. Fair enough. That's actually when I started playing it too, was right out of the Kickstarter. The difference was I disliked it more and 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 more the more it got developed. Whereas Dwarf Fortress, I just love it more and more as it gets developed. Never quite could figure out why. I think actually it's because a lot of the more Dwarf Fortress-ish mechanics got removed as RimWorld went throughout its development. Just as an example, fear mechanics got entirely removed. Covering fire got completely removed. And replaced with probably better mechanics for that game, but made me like the game less. Just not fun? Yeah. And a lot of the mods actually put a lot of that stuff back in. The idea of building on multiple Z levels still throws you off? It's just flat Minecraft. That's all it is. Like, when you think about it like, oh, it's flat Minecraft, it actually, to me, in my opinion, gets a lot easier. Well, remember, you have 200 potential working hands, right? Glitchhound? Of course, dwarves need downtime. So running through, Orange, thank you very much for the $1. Splee TV, thank you very much for the $1. And Rolf, thank you very much for the gifted 1-month sub to Z29V. Well, okay, pairs of hands. Pairs of hands, if you want to be painfully specific. Can't stand the RimWorld art style. It always kind of bothered me that it just kind of felt like the art style for RimWorld was just straight up taken from Prison Architect. I think even Tynan said as much. He's like, I suck at art, so I took Prison Architect's art style. It was like with their blessing, but it was still very strange. Which is also kind of hilarious because then Introvision Software, who made Prison Architect, indirectly took assets from a different game as their placeholders and then released it in a trailer for their new game, which is very funny. Everything looks like potatoes in RimWorld? Yeah. Dwarf Fortress has potatoes, though. I guess so does RimWorld, technically, but... DF's Steam version looks beautiful. I've Googled some 3D mods of the free version, and wow. I mean, here's what you need to do if you want to know how beautiful Dwarf Fortress can look. There's a specific person. What's my layout plan? Big open rooms. Big open rooms. Also, it's funny because this particular person who I'm about to show you the work of doesn't actually like this version of this game. Very much hates it, I think. That's how beautiful Dwarf Fortress can look. That's just vanilla. Is just sitting at the table in your dining room. There is no interracial breeding in Dwarf Fort or relationships or anything. There's friendships, but no interracial breeding. Dear Reddit, I do not give a shit about your stupid yearly recap or bullshit stuff. 2 opposite sex goblins can get married and reproduce in your fortress, yes. How do you prevent miasma? Don't let stuff rot. But yeah, that's cute, though. She really, really, really doesn't like this version, which is kind of sad, but is what it is. And all is great and peaceful, and happiness is... You know, the thing that that really disappointed me about the release of this version is that there was some streamers who played it for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, in a tutorial map, never left the tutorial map, went, man, nothing is happening. This game's boring. And then uninstalled. Downright disappointing as far as I'm concerned. There was a few of them. Is there a mod that enables interracial love? I wouldn't know. I don't look for it. But there is no interracial breeding, so all that would do is limit your fortress's reproductive capacity and probably break world gen, actually. Once again, this isn't RimWorld, Clarifox, so stuff will degrade. Did I play much adventure mode? I played enough adventure mode. Significantly more fortress mode. Once again, I know you just got here, but like there's certain questions that I've been answering like 5 to 12 times a day. Maybe more than that. Apologies. It's all good. Stuff degrades if it's not in a barrel or a stockpile, period. It doesn't matter what biome you're in. What's the ghost up to? I have a ghost in my fort? Oh, I do have a ghost in my fort. Ghostly Hammerlord. That's unfortunate. Seems to just be spooking things. We'll deal with him. What was his name? Risen. I don't actually know if it'll let me search for that because I don't have the right key on my keyboard. Oh, no, it will. Get that done, please. Yo, Cam. What's up? But also, when it comes to... Everybody looks up 3D renderers for Dwarf Fortress. If you actually want to see the renderer that isn't like the normal Dwarf Fortress renderer that I actually like... Go look up Stone Sense. I think Stone Sense looks way cooler than the 3D renderers. Because it's isometric pixel art. Looks kind of like Nomoria. In fact, I think the open source rebuild of Nomoria stole assets from it. Or took assets from it. Because it is open source, but... Found another dwarf dead. Okay, is there any bodies that need to come out of this? Not that I'm seeing. All right. We are going to... Holy shit, that is hard to look at for a second. Okay, you right here, we're going to link you to down here. Also going to link you to that. Might as well also link you to the door. So pulling this lever is going to lock this door, close this bridge, and close that bridge. And then we can fill the moat back up. You totally forgot about No Moria? Most people did. Did I like No Moria? Yes and no. No Moria is, or was, I guess, because it's dead. No Moria was probably the best entry point for Dwarf Fortress for people who'd never played Dwarf Fortress. But the problem with No Moria is that's all it was an entry point. So I'd played Dwarf Fortress. I wasn't good at Dwarf Fortress when No Moria was a relevant game, but I'd played enough No Moria, and I'd played enough Dwarf Fortress to know that, oh, this is like inferior to Dwarf Fort. Why would I play this when I could just play Dwarf Fort? Oh, they are extraordinarily common and extremely dangerous. Be afraid of were creatures. That is a wise fear. A very, very, very wise fear. You remember towns back in the day? I too remember towns. And I too do my best to forget towns. Squirrely! Damn, you had a big stream today. What's up? How's things? If you are from Brazil or speak Portuguese, Dwarf Fortress, Dota, other things sometimes. Good channel to go follow. What were you up to today? We're just hiding. Trying to hide. Trying to keep my fortress alive, as you do. Making a massive glass industry, which is currently lagging my fort a tad, but it's fine. Trying to refill my moat because I had to drain it because we had a bunch of dwarves end up in it. So trying to clean that out a little bit, but... What was this game, No Moria? Well, also, if you're interested in playing No Moria, don't play No Moria. Play Inomia? Is that how you spell it? GN... Okay, yeah. If you're interested in No Moria, don't play No Moria, play Inomia. This game. Because it's free. Because No Moria is dead, and not receiving updates anymore, a bunch of fans got the source code and made this, which is a free and open source variant of No Moria. I just can never remember the name of it, so it always takes me like 3 tries to type it in. But yeah, No Moria is kind of like a very unfinished like attempt at copying Dwarf Fortress, and this is a attempt to rebuild it. But yeah, it was also completely broken. Oh, absolutely. Oh, hey, Insana Wolf. You started up a success stream for it with some of your online friends the other day. You were really happy with the first year that rolled out. A whole bunch done and passed along, and then you forgot to tell the next player who's fairly new to the game that to buy literally all of the alcohol in the door that in the Dwarven caravan will show up since they dug out the caverns in the water, and half the population died starving and the drinks ran out. I mean, they shouldn't be drinking water. You should have set up farming for them. Tisk. I would suggest that you might be a bad friend. Your dwarves should not be drinking water. It's a absolute crime, I would say. Why is there a cat in my moat? Just asking for a friend. What's the free Inomia? Here, I'll link it again, Gobo. Inomia instead of Gnome Moria. It's hard to say. Bad marketing. A sober dwarf is a stressed dwarf, yes. They're always in the way somehow. The cats are like a vile force of darkness in their own right, and I kind of respect them for it. I should also really just make soap again. Oh shit, more lignite. Look at all that. We'll just queue up mining all this crap. What's this? Ooh, amethysts. What was I looking for? Right. My coffin layer. Ooh, plenty of galena. Looks like my prospecting attempt worked well. On galena, got lots of galena, actually. Cool. Good to see. This prospecting attempt found plenty of cassiterite, which is also good. $250 drinks? Well, your dwarves will realistically go through 250 drinks in, like, less than a year. After your first round of migrants, easily in less than a year. All right, we'll get that dealt with. And then we're going to go mine out our prospecting attempts. Just going to set these to, like, priority 5 and just go whoomp all the way across. Thunk. And then everything that's green, automatically going to get mined out. And we can go down to the next one. Around here, same thing. It's over there. Pinfire opals, ooh, pretty. And more cassiterite, more cassiterite. Wonk, yep, absolutely. 250 drinks is nothing, yeah. Oh no, we got another dwarf brawling under the influence. That can't be good. Someone's had too much to drink. Although it is party time. It does greatly bother me how many depressed dwarves are in this fortress, though. These are just turkeys and stuff, that's fine. Somebody died. I think. Alright, what do you need? Oh, that's partly probably part of the problem is my surgeon is injured. And I only have 2 surgeons. Well, great. Well, now I have 3 surgeons. Grumble, grumble. I don't really like the way the hospital system works in this version. Kind of painful. Kind of painful. Mist machine in Tavern? I wouldn't be a bad idea. I was kind of thinking about making a pump one up here. But I need to get rid of this block stockpile and do a few other things. But those are pretty rough on the processing. Hold on a second. Why don't I like the hospital system in this version if you haven't explained it recently? Because it's bugged. It just straight up doesn't work sometimes. Like, just straight up, it sometimes just doesn't work. Yeah, no, I'm looking. My Discord's gotten, like, annoyingly busy as of late. And I don't really want to lock it down, but sometimes people say shit where I'm just like, can you just shut the fuck up? And I don't know what that guy's on about, but I'm not a fan. Annoyingly busy. Yep. It's part of the job description, you know. Probably will be fixed next year. You know, I think you could safely say that about just about every bug in this version of the game right now. Probably will be fixed next year because you know what? It'll be next year in like 3 days. So, like, you know, when will the next patch be? Probably next year. When's the next stream going to be? This year? I also always forget that, like, the year ends at the end of December. Basically, my Discord being annoyingly busy means I might need more Discord mods. Means I'm going to be poking old... Like, for years, I was the only person who modded my Discord, basically. Having an evening of beer and darts. Oh, that sounds lovely. I'm horrible at darts. I'm more likely to hit myself than anything else, but that does sound fun. Last time I played darts, I think I hit the floor more often than I actually hit the dartboard. I was also extraordinarily drunk, so it probably didn't help. You're in too many Discords? Well, time to leave a few. I do that periodically. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. Where? Exactly. Oh, I see. Oh no! The goblins sent like 5 dudes again. Cat, we need a vile force of darkness in chat, please. Okay, so it does actually seem to be like 8 of them. Okay, sweet. Well, let's Apparently my squad leaders keep dying. It's kind of a problem. There you go, Kavish, you've been promoted. Let's follow the first dwarf we see come popping out of here. Ah, that'll work. I mean, Kappa Evil is totally fine. Whichever that one is, actually. I always forget. Dark mode, yeah, that'll work. Oh no! Snatchers, protect the children! Horrifying! Go get him! Lorg him. You can smack them. Break their unless they turn around. They may have actually already turned around. Usually when the snatchers get spotted, they run away. But the siege icon's still there. Up, Eric. Up. Okay, one fell into the water. Seems like it's our vengeance against the. Okay, you had to find the one puddle in the entire map and drown in it, didn't you? You had to find... If that was my squad leader, I swear to somebody. Nope. Apparently I forgot to send both my squads, so... He did injured all of them, though. Like, look at them. They're all screaming about being injured. Seriously injured. Healthy. Seriously injured. Here come the other dwarves. The rest of the squad. Like, what happened to Tubal? Oh, that's a long story. Well, okay, well. Hey, look at this guy. Look at this Tubal. He's done great. In fact, he just got a notable kill. downsides of metal armor. Dwarves just can't swim. It doesn't matter what kind of armor they're wearing. Afraid after experiencing trauma. Didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin die. I wouldn't either. Although, this is making me feel frustration. It's got nothing to do with goblins dying. I guess what we'll do is we'll channel this out a little bit so we can get into here. Once we have time. And, I'll unforbid all these bodies. $300 I mean, it's certainly a play. I wouldn't say it's many IQs, but it's certainly Qs and Is in that order. All right, so we're going to start letting the ocean water in because we've got this closed, and the door open. Well, that's not exactly what I wanted that to do, but that's fine. Anyway, here comes the ocean. You need inflatable pigskin armor? This is true. Kitty cat, you might want to get out of this moat. There you go. It's official. Cats are smarter than dwarves. So, I guess that, like, doctors just hang out in the hospital? Like, Vutok's just chilling here. So is Mathol. And they're just interested near beds. I'm interested near a tastefully arranged bed. A fine, tastefully arranged bed. Sometimes you pause the hospital, have them do other stuff. Might not be a bad idea, actually. Caravan has arrived. I guess it is early autumn, so I probably should actually trade with them. I'm just sitting here going like, I don't even know what I have to trade. I can sell windows. Buy my windows! Call me Microsoft. I'm blank. The opposite of massive hard. I'm gonna sell Eagle Man leather armor? Who the fuck? I'm gonna get rid of basically all of this clothing. And buy a bunch of cloth from them. I wonder if I can actually import. Thinking out loud now. I wonder if I can actually import more useful seeds now. Ultraman. Ratman. Very dwarfy. Pigtail. Yeah, let's get rid of all these. The moat is in fact filling, yes. I'm very well aware that the moat is in fact filling. It's going to take a little bit, but it is in fact filling. Only if they agree to a Windows subscription, Glassware as a service. Well, it's certainly hardware, not software. We may actually need to call it fragileware. But I'll have to be worried about getting, sued by Koji Pro. Sandstone, just like Sadstone. Yeah, exactly. What's the current mega project? Water cannons, but need to actually build them. Keep getting distracted. Typical dwarf fort. They might also just turn into glass flat cannons, actually. I might end up just making glass flat cannons with water cannons. Bit of the both. Andorra the Insane, what kind of dwarf do you want? Yes is the kind of dwarf you would like. Okay, what kind of dwarf would you? It just doesn't matter. One with beard. All right. I will close my eyes and scroll down, and then I will scroll up, and then I will scroll down and scroll up, down, 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 down. Okay, whatever's closest. Yep. One with beard. Nearest one with beard. Nearest one with beard is Maffle. Andorra the Insane. Whoops, that's a mouse. Okay. Also, Playdate. Humble flex. Anyway. Andorra the Insane is 72 years old, has high stamina. Ooh. His future wife will love that. He does not have feelings of emotion and attachment and never felt even a moment's connection with another being. Never mind. He is not the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and he is a nervous wreck. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. Sorry. When possible. And he is an optimist, and he dislikes helping others. He is troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice. The name is fitting. He dislikes... sorry, where was I? He doesn't like people who have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he's a friendly individual, and he is trusting. He enjoys the company of others, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally finds sacrifice to be the highest ideals. If you think this dwarf is racist, you should see your average human in Dwarf Fort. Anyway, he values artwork and doesn't really value merrymaking and dreams of mastering a skill. He's currently making charcoal. He likes black bronze, banded agate, giant tapir leather, and caps and traction benches, and geese for their formation flying. And he likes two-humped camel men for their humps. And probably that song by the Black Eyed Peas. And when possible, prefers to consume giant groundhog, and pearl mullet beer. And he hates fire snakes. Relations-wise, he has a deity and a bunch of acquaintances. They're quite new, actually. Yeah, you should... Humans who play... humans in Dwarf Fort are significantly less... Same with elves, are also significantly less tolerant than dwarves. It's quite amusing. Dwarves actually have the narrowest focused acceptance of other characters in the world. Honestly, if I was a dwarf, I would like murders of crows. Or crows for their ability to flock or whatever. Because I actually love seeing real-life murders of crows. Murders of crows are so badass. Alien Slayer meets with the Outpost Liaison once again. And says, I have come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. And we say thank you. And they say the world is the same as ever. We're still getting bashed into oblivion by the elves. And we're going to buy pigtail seeds because you really need pigtail seeds. On crows, you accidentally caught a bunch of crowmen recently. You're not sure what to do with them. Are they invaders? Because if they're invaders, I would just either release them at the edge of the map or use them as target practice. Crows are, in fact, birds, yes. Also, chat room. I haven't said this enough today. Thank you. I have the coolest job in the world. And I've had the coolest job in the world since 2016 when I started doing this full-time. But, thank you to everybody who's showing up, because I wouldn't get to have this job if people didn't show up. Well, thanks for watching. We're going to request pigtail seats. I think that's probably it. Actually, I guess I could request pigtail as well. fine. Just pigtail. They want figurines and scepters. Really? Why? You only have ravens on your map? Import cool animals. Humans tend to have good animals. Check traders. See what they have. Want elves as wild animals? You'd have to mod your game for that. You'd have to remove their ability to form culture, which would be questionable. Memento, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Something was born? Yeah. New baby dwarf in the fort. Lovely. Best is just adding the wart animal. Yeah, that's basically what you want. But I don't know. I mean, personally, I wouldn't mod the game that way myself. You do whatever you want. Really? World's your oyster. All right. All right. I don't want to buy that crystal glass just because I don't have any rock crystal. Be nice for artifacts. But what I really want... Pigtail. Let's see. That isn't cloth. Pigtail rope. Need pigtail seeds. Pigtail bags, sandbag. Buy that plaster bag just because it's useful. More plaster, because I also don't have any gypsum yet that I've seen anyway. Well, that's a bit of a shame. I guess I'll buy all the bags anyway. Might as well. Sand is useful, more bags are useful, less bags I need to make, the better. Got any new favorite features in this version? Favorite is overhauled work orders screen. Being able to build walls on floors. Pretty flat. All right. Obviously, I don't have enough money for all that. Let's buy all that thread. Okay, we're gonna remove all this and see if they have any books. So turn the camera off just so you guys can see money amounts. Might as well buy the sheets. Doesn't look like they have any books. That's a shame. That's a lot of cheese. Holy shit. I guess I did ask them to import cheese a couple times. Shift scroll? No, you. I'm reading. Wow. Reading, I know, right? I also have to read chat. I'm reading you. Probably terrifying, frankly. Might actually just... Well, I can't actually. I'm running out of money. We got plenty of stuff now, though. Don't really need the plump helmets, so we'll get rid of the plump helmets. Instead of the plump helmets, I'll take the meats, which is going to push us into the yellow, so we'll just click down, 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 down. Find as an elf? What? I mean, honestly, minus the cannibalism, generally, yeah. Generally, yeah. I'm kind of a dick about the trees in real life. What's real funny is my uncle was in charge of quelling the Save the Old Growth Forests riots in Vancouver that were happening last year mostly, where people were cementing themselves to trees. You for real? I literally just can't afford any of this. That's actually kind of hilarious. All right, well, great then. I actually really like the way the green glass doors look. They look real nice. Yeah, knows how to read, likes trees. Definitely. I'm not to be trusted. Can name 10 books. You know, that might actually just be like my intelligence check for people from now on. Whenever somebody just like accuses me of something dumb in chat, I'll just be like, yeah, you think you're smart? Name 10 books. See what happens. Although my ethics are like far too nice to be an elf. Harry Potter gets you 7 right off the bat. It's literally just the Bible. Bible has more than 10 in it. Lord of the Rings? There's not 10 books in Lord of the Rings. I mean, there's the Silmarillion, and there's the trilogy, and then the Hobbit. Name 10 books, James Bond. Yeah, but can you name every single James Bond book, like the titles, though? There is none. Retire the fort. Make a new fort. CCC. Or go back to an older save. I haven't found one. I sent it off to Putnam, and she couldn't force it to work. Looks at the 8-meter squared library wall, try me. Well, all of the books I own are like books about like procedural generation and then also city planning. They're all very boring. I don't read any fiction these days. Is 6 books condensed into 3? I guess that actually I guess if I count the Bible, then I would have to count that as well. Do Minecraft books count? That's like saying, do Skyrim books count? Do Caves of Cud books count? I've read plenty of those. You've been charmed by a few fanfiction authors? Fair enough. Whatever works for you. Thanks for the newbie tutorials on YouTube. Very helpful. You still don't get how to deal with light aquifers. To be fair, light aquifers in this version of the game are completely, totally, utterly, and absolutely fucked, and I don't know why. Like, I actually had to record that video 3 times to find one that was a reasonable depth, because I figured it would get kind of ridiculous if I was like, and dig down, 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 and I was like, I can't do this. I had to record it twice because I found the first one that I tried was like, it was like 21 layers deep or something. Second one was like 3. It was perfect. I was like, excellent, awesome, I can do this. This map has 1 specter. That's not okay. So heavy aquifers, it's the amount of flow, right? So if you dig into a light aquifer, it's like drip, drip, drip. That's a light aquifer. A heavy aquifer is like sudden surprise fucking tidal wave that just goes poof and instantly fills up the thing. That's a heavy aquifer. So light is not the depth of it, it's the amount of water that comes out of it. You can dig out a light aquifer entirely. Yes, you just have to fill it in with something. We still haven't found the caverns? Keep digging. I mean, it took me... How deep was the caverns on this map? 68? Nice. Yeah, no, the caverns are on layer 68 in this map, which is ridiculously deep. Which is kind of absurd, actually. So, yeah, no, I mean, just keep digging. Just keep digging. You'll find it eventually. Yours at 22? That's usually about where they... Oh, wait, hold on. Plus 22? Like above sea level? Hold on a second. Does Dwarf Radar still work? I haven't tried it. I assume it does. I've done it before. I think it's cheesy as heck, but, like, I mean, use it if you want. You wish it was plus 22, you'd probably be able to shoot this undead sparrow. That's actually like a good reason to have DF hack installed. I'm kind of waiting for it to get updated. Ooh. I read that as a horned horn, and I was very confused for a second. What's a broadhorn, chat? Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. That's not the type. That's just what it has. This is a forgotten beast named Reefy. It's Raffi. Run away. He's going to sing about bananas and phones. Omethanathiu has come. A huge quadruped composed of green gems. Oh boy. Green tourmaline. It has a broad horn and a bloated body. Beware its webs. I'm glad I'm not in that cavern layer, because that is fucked. Like, just straight. That is fucked up. That's not even it. That's the other one. That one has... Okay, this one's a bird that has deadly dust, which also doesn't have a sprite yet, because Forgotten Beasts are super whip. Super work in progress. Whereas the other one is... Oh, look at that cutie. Okay, chat. What are your bets on? Bird? I'm not catching it. Bird or Gemmy critter? I mean, if he wins this fight, maybe we'll try and catch it. Chat says bird win. Well, they're fighting. Let's click on him and see how the injuries are doing. He's healthy. Okay. He's annoyed after choking on dust underground. It's also climbing over the bird and jumping down on it. Did you see that? He just, like, ground stomped it. He climbed up the wall and then just went bonk onto him. Okay, he got hit. Panics after being attacked. Whereas the bird keeps taking off and coming back down. Running away. He suffered a major injury, but apparently he's still healthy. Can't actually be healthy. His right foot is broken. Oh no! You poor diamond bastard. Or gemmy bastard. Where's our bird at? You hope the bird wins again? I mean, I ain't fighting that stupid goddamn bird. Yep, bird's still alive. Let's follow the bird, because the bird can fly. Bird comes down. Seems to have gotten webbed. F's for bird. What kind of dust? I don't know. I haven't actually seen it fight a dwarf, so you don't really see their results. Unless it's not... Wow. He decapitated its neck. That's horrific. He hit him so hard his neck was severed. So now the resident champion is Rafi, who is very annoyed currently, but does have a kill. One confirmed kill. Let's read his personality. Generally doesn't think before acting. You don't say. And it feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Yeah, that checks out. He doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. It takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and it finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Web spitter. He is a real contender, yeah. Not much of a pretender, though. Because what if I say I'm not like the others? Somehow I managed to put a thumbprint on my glasses. Chat, did any of you guys see me touch my glasses in like the last 5 minutes? I'm not sure where this thumbprint came from. Anyway, sorted. 3 times? Oh, have you been staring that closely at my face, Orange? No, that's the Pretenders. Not the song The Pretender. What if I say I'm not like the others? I kind of like the idea of having military as scholars so that when they're not doing military stuff, they can go do scholarly things. Master Observer. Definitely not me. Got lots of skilled observers. Swart. Warrior poets? Well, there's a difference between warrior poets and there's a big difference between warrior poets and warrior scholars. These are like learned warriors. Looks like warrior bushes and plump helmets. Ah, pigtails. Holy shit. Not gonna lie, making this was a good idea. Oh yeah, that was also the Proclaimers, not the Pretenders. Chat's just a bunch of pretenders. They're pretending because they don't know what they're talking about. Chat keeps you in the dark. I mean, background checks out. You know, I've decided to change the entire aesthetic of this thing. Don't have enough green glass blocks yet. We're working on it. I think I will fill in the bottom part of this with green glass blocks. And then I will cover the entire top bit of it with green glass blocks. Is the way I'm going to do this. Because I'm getting tired of collecting sandstone. And turns out green glass blocks are infinite and easily accessible. So... a miner has been possessed. That's a new one. See what he claims. What do you guys think this miner is going to claim, chat? Glass is infinite, yeah. As long as you have fuel to power your glass makers. Glass is in fact infinite, yes. Clothing shop? Doesn't look like it so far. Definitely a stoneworker shop. Stone cutter, like chat said. And is going for some tetrahedrite, I think that is. Some more migrants have arrived. This might actually bring us all the way up to peak. You don't need to stop it from becoming fungus. You can still gather sand from it. At least you used to be able to, so I'd assume you'd still be able to. Artifact brick. I don't think they can make artifact blocks, which would be really, which is kind of sad, because if you could have an artifact block, then you could have like an artifact workshop, which would be really cool. Platinum is one of the heaviest materials in the game. So if you can get a platinum mace or a platinum warhammer, it would be the most effective mace or warhammer you could make. But it's only possible to make them as part of artifacts. Looks like you'll be giving it to your mace dwarf then? Hell yeah. It's a good place to put it, I would say. Blunt damage. Blunt damage is great, but you want cutty damage against things that can bleed, right? So blunt damage is very much a good thing to use against things that are undead or need to be pulverized. If for some reason you wish to pulverize things. Also, chat, I'm going to tempt you guys for a second here and say, you know, we're only... $71 sub points away from an emote. Just saying. If you got a prime line around, it's going towards getting us more dwarfy themed emotes. You know, we should make a killer carp emote. I know it's like basically just an in-joke at this point. Deadbeat Artist, thanks for gifting out a sub. Cheers. Do you not? Twitch stole my name? And Strange Folk, thanks for that prime sub. Carp stands up. Exactly. It could just be called Stand Up, would be the name of the emote. And it's just a carp. All right, so you need legs, raw green. What have you grabbed? It's got lamb bone. Oh, probably actually cut gems. Let's cut a gem. And queue up some a piece of raw green glass. Not sure if we have any. I'm assuming we do. And Vardoge, thanks for the tier 1. Cheers. You've been really enjoying the YouTube tutorials? Honestly, I kind of feel bad shouting about prime subs and such, but like, it's not very often that you end up in situations where you get to unlock, like, we went from a previous sub count high of 700 which, by the way, we got in September this past year. Normally, we used to sit around 300 to 500. We're getting close to 3,000 sub points to unlock a. I would actually need to go through and count how many emotes we've unlocked. I could do that. Second, because I'm curious now. How many emotes have we unlocked? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 emotes since the beginning of the month. For a guy that's been early this? You mean early? What do you mean early this for such a long time? Really the epitome of perseverance and should be noted and learned from. I think my favorite statement about my stream was actually from a streamer named Excessive Profanity. And all he said was, this fucking guy has been streaming Dwarf Fortress for a decade. It's not true. It's only been about half a decade. And anyways, like, this fucking guy's been streaming Dwarf Fortress for a decade, and because he's Australian, he uses this word a lot, and he says, this cunt is somebody you need to learn from if you want to learn how to stream full-time and be successful at it. Pick a niche and win. And then wait for that niche to take off. Like, he's not wrong. Shoutouts to Cody. Maybe I'll need to raid him again today if he's still on when we're done. Nothing but respect for Cody. What's the repeated glass walls do? I'm filling in a hole that I dug. But we're going to cover this whole thing with glass floor as well. Because the top of this is a little... I wanted to do it all in sandstone, but I got tired of, like, making this hallway bigger, and there's not actually that much sandstone around, so this is actually just speeding up the process greatly. EXP is a mad lad. I've watched that dude for as long as I really remember watching Twitch actively. Yeah, I mean, I read over typos. But I'll say this. I don't know if I would recommend people go about streaming on Twitch the way I do. It is the easiest way to burn out. It is also the easiest way to ruin games for yourself. And I've also just, I think for me, like, people, like, if today is the first time you've ever seen my stream as an example. I've been streaming on Twitch since 2013. Big-breasted dwarves mod? I mean, I would never install that. Sounds kind of dumb. But, you know, you live your life, right, Gobsnack? I'm still waiting for anime faces for dwarves. No, dwarven cheese comes from purring maggots, actually. There is an anime face mod? All right, well, there you go. It's always like one of the first things I see pop up is like anime faces. Like, huh, cool. Right where you left it, I'm pretty sure. I don't think the Steam Workshop moves much. Is there a bird in my fort? What the? For a split second, I thought I saw a bird fly by, and then I go up here and I don't... Oh, there it is. There was a bird in my fort. Chat, we have spies. Look at this goddamn albatross. Did it steal anything? No, it didn't. Okay. You know, now that I think about it, I haven't seen any... I haven't seen a single... Kia in this version of the game yet. So I haven't just gotten unlucky enough. I don't know what that is, bunch of rocks, but okay. Checks out. I'm still waiting for KitFox to make an officially licensed Dwarf Fortress dating sim. They'd be the right people to do it. Oh, I believe it's in this version. I just realized I haven't seen one yet. Like on a stream or on my stream or anywhere. Who would I date? Jurist, obviously. Was there a patch today? Oh, what? I don't think so. I'm kind of not expecting a patch until the new year. But at a glance... Yeah, no, last update was December 26th. Not even sure what it did. No, sorry. Yeah, there was a small patch on the 26th. I don't know what it did. And they updated it on the 22nd. Last major-ish update that added things. Oh, that's cool. A Lignite Throne. You have a... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. In regards to the giant Kia corpses, that sounds awful. That genuinely sounds awful. Although, who would date the Forgotten Beast? That's the actual question. Just misunderstood. We can fix it. That eats you. Anyway, the Kib, the miner says, has created Shadrathskib, and claims it as a family heirloom. Does it have deadly dust? I'm more into the deadly spittle, but you know. Just as long as they're not composed of vomit. That's all I have to say. Webs? Nah, not into the webs. I guess it would be good, though, if you like being tied up. The Lignite Throne. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. Kid Fox needs to get in the chat right now. We're giving them too many ideas. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. Actually, no. I would prefer my Forgotten Beasts to undulate rhythmically, and that's it. Only undulating rhythmically. Nothing else. Oh, God. What am I doing? Okay, anyway, all craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper and decorated with sheep's wool, with sheep and sheep's wool, and encircled with bands of hazelwood and cushion-cut pyrites. This object is adorned with hanging rings of amethyst and menaces with spikes of lignite and green glass. On the item is an image of Cass, Mother Wisps, the Sable Velvet, the Etten, and Rith, the Dwarf, in lignite. Cass, the Sable Velvet, is making a plaintive gesture. Rith is laughing. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the Etten by the Sable Velvet by the dwarf Rith, snakecrafted, that's one of my dwarves, with a silver warhammer in Ironshore in the early autumn of 223 during the rampage of the Etten. Cass, Mother Wisps, the Sable Velvet in Ironshore. This is going sideways fast. I mean, it's better than a bloated body. Think about it. All right. Actually, no. There you go. I think I'm going to put this in the library. Please, what? What are you pleasing for? your rhythmic undulations got me like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Use the whip. I mean, how else are you gonna stop those rhythmic undulations? What's happening right now? I haven't even been drinking. That emote, though. Deadbeat, you gotta combo that with my emotes. Hydrate? Coffee. Please. Are we talking about dwarfsonly.com? No, only dwarfs, actually. What's up, Rev? A fellow Cox enjoyer, I understand. Floppy Turd gets it. All right, so over here, I'm going to just make a charcoal stockpile. And people keep asking me about bins. So I have this really dumb taste in Dwarf Fortress where I really, really, really don't like ugly bins. I think most bins are very ugly. You know what's not ugly, though? Glass bins. So we're going to be making a bunch of glass bins. What? Fine. Oh, right, because it's coal, not charcoal. I know how this game works. We'd need more than 2 emotes for a modular Forgotten Beast emote. I would think that would require, like, 4 at least. No. That's the one. Yeah, there you go. That'll work. Crypt Happy followed by that whip emote, followed by Crypt Sappy would also work pretty good. You're on the 7-hour YouTube video and you agree that and you like my video, you like my building style. I mean, just make random shit. Maybe community emotes. Body head ghast. Yeah, it would has to. I guess you know, honestly, what I would do is I would just do what I suggested before, where it's just like two big red eyes with kind of like a dark background, and then you could add more emotes. Oh no, you could add more emotes on that are like variations of different abilities. So you could have like a fireball, you could have like deadly spittle, you could have different other things. I think would be the best way to do that. Are they called glass bins? Are boxes bins or are boxes... I think boxes are chests. Maybe they don't make glass bins. They're dumb. They might actually not make glass bins. Boxes are chests, yeah. They might not actually make... Well, there goes that idea. Bronze Colossus? I don't know about that. Is that a long bunny? That's a long bunny. We could make glass coffins. Now, I guess we'll just, we'll go copper bin. Let's do 50 of them. Copper's fine. That's a lot of blocks. Spooky sounds are happening again. Why is that one dwarf mad? Good question. I think it's the same dwarf that's been mad for forever. But fortunately, they've never tantrumed. Yeah, it's one of my wrestlers. They just want to pray. But, like, they're on monthly orders, so they got plenty of time to pray. I could, like, remove them from the squad, but, like... He's irritated dwelling upon wearing old clothing as well. I actually need to check something. How much clothing do I have? I need to make a couple more clothes shops up here as well. What a bad amount of cloth. Yeah, some dwarves are just broken. Just like humans. Well, actually, hold on. Where's Mr. Pissy Face over here? What was your name? It's you. Manom, the wrestler. Which squad are you in? The Great Pulleys. Manom. You. Remove. Done. Go do something else with your life. How do you make archers pick up bolts? They can't select bolts from mixed ammo bins, and they can only equip one type of ammo at a time, so make sure that only one type of ammo is available to them. And then generally it works. To put it bluntly, don't use crossbow dwarves unless you're willing to put up with an absolute fuckload of tedium. Which is part of the reason I don't have any. Part of the reason I don't have any. At least not right now. That's a eclectic hobby for people who like masochism. They also need quivers, yeah. That's also a common mistake, is people just straight up don't have quivers half the time. You make Mark's dwarves work by giving them axes. Yeah, dwarves are just much more effective in a melee sense anyway. Saw some neat tower designs from the community forts, and you wanted to make a build where you can shoot from the walls, but you might have to abandon it? No. Okay, so here's another thing that you need to know. Do not... Okay, so if you... Say you have a Mark's Dwarves squad, right? And you can make them equip. Only use the default archery uniform. Don't use custom uniforms, period. Okay? Set up battlements like this, okay? And then have a door like this. So lock them into this area right here with a door here and a door here. Lock this door when they are positioned to fire, okay? Make sure this is all fortifications or has carved holes so that they can shoot through it. And make sure it's several Z levels off the ground, or alternatively, make sure there's a trench between them and the thing that they're shooting at. Otherwise, they will just jump through and whack the enemy with their crossbows when they run out of ammo. Then make sure that there's a stockpile right here that has no bins allowed with only one type of ammo in it, and they generally work. Also, ballistas are your friend. But it's the one type of ammo thing that's pretty strict. That's how you can make them work. Getting them to train is much easier, but getting them to actually fire at the enemy is the tricky bit. My general advice to anybody who wants to use them is just accept that they will be tedious. It's actually kind of unfortunate because I've seen a lot of bug reports about them recently. They're not broken. They're just fucked. And they've just been that way for forever. And people who've played this game for forever are just used to that. But people who are new obviously aren't. So it's also not really excusable. Even if it crashed after 10 seconds of use, I don't know if I would say it was bliss, but certainly something different. Not learning how to not be barefoot while in combat? Yeah, I forgot to do that now that you mention it. This is going to be my actual defensive structure. We're going to have above ground cannons shooting a combination of water and shrapnel, but I only just realized that there's a hole in it. It's going to be a combination of water and shrapnel, but it keeps getting delayed due to bad things showing up and trying to stab me to death with spears. Which I think is a pretty decent reason for it to get delayed. Super Soakers with a spike pit at the bottom. This is eventually going to be covered with menacing spikes. And if I feel like being really fancy, I might attach them all individually to a lever so I can make them go thunk, 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 and then repeatedly impale them all. Also, spontaneous waterboarding is way more effective than you're giving it credit right now. How many menacing spikes? 10, which means it's going to take a very, very, very long time. So, yeah. That or I could just put water at the bottom and shoot water cannons at them, which would probably be much more effective, honestly. Probably would be much more effective. And just drown them. Just have a drain for it. You missed the werepanda? Why? It would be possible, yeah, but I don't really feel like pumping lava through... Hold on. Let me actually find out. So I get you an accurate number here. Where's my stairs? There's my stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 layers of aquifer that then starts being an aquifer again. So, no, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. Maybe. I mean, I have a glass setup now, so I could actually very easily... set that. Don't tempt me. Have you started capturing Guardians of the Divine stuff down below like a Pokemon player? What do you see them everywhere? I haven't even dug that deep yet. That was what the last fort was supposed to be for, and then it got all crashy, so. Well, it got all, like, AI busted, so. We're trying to reclaim the mountain home. I'm not even worrying about that shit. Once we have a king in my fort and we are the mountain home and my mountain home has been reunited with dwarves as it should be, maybe at that point we'll consider it. Doing extracurricular activities, you know, like digging around in the fun stuff. Wouldn't even be worried about the effort? Uh-huh. It's not even a matter about being worried about the effort. It's a matter of one thing at a time, dude. That's more what it is. It's just like, Chaz is like, do this. I was like, okay, sure. Can I do this, also this first? Please. Although, actually, if I were to get lava up here, I would probably use minecarts. It's because they can't put shoes and boots on at the same time for some reason now. Which actually makes me wonder if dwarves have necks now. Fun fact. So, necklaces were added to this game before dwarves had necks. So, because they didn't have necks yet, they wore amulets, aka necklaces, on their heads. So I wonder actually if they wear if they actually have necks now, and if they wear them on their necks or if they still wear them on their heads. Has a fortress been reconquered yet? No, I'm still building my defenses. I mean, I probably could start going after them, actually. Probably could. I mean, they've already started attacking me. But mostly still building my own defenses. And also trying to, like, increase general happiness and satisfaction in the fortress. You know, one thing at a time. Kind of just want to, like, cut out all this and make it look nicer. Such as, like, paving this with glass. I think I'm going to start working on general beautification of the fortress. General wealth increase. All that stuff. That can be paused on that side. We're going to go up this way. I'll try to say the first half of your name. Cersei Mage? What kind of dwarf do you want? Beard or no beard, and wait for the loading screen to finish. How'd you end up with infinite glass? The same way anybody ends up with infinite glass. Sand doesn't deplete. You make glass out of sand. So as long as you have fuel, you can make glass. But Day Sleeper, pretty good. We're getting there. Did anyone get the chance to... What? The new prequel to the Witcher series? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Well, I mean, I know what the Witcher series is, but did they announce something? You need 69 exactly. I didn't hear about that, but I did hear that there was supposed footage from the new Stalker being released today, which I haven't seen yet. I do need to watch that, though. You heard it was crap? Well, I mean, they did say holy crap, so that does check out. The footage was kind of meh. What of wait, hold on. Are we talking about Witcher or Stalker? Because I wouldn't be too surprised if Stalker stuff was crap, which makes me sad. Stalker? Yeah. Don't pre-order video games, kids. That unfortunately doesn't surprise me very much. Thinking about making another dining room down here. Maybe in this area? Like, are you talking about Waterfall Mist, Nag? They need to be touching the mist physically to be able to notice it. It's not a matter of seeing it. They have to touch it. Yes, as in like Stalker 2. They're making a sequel to the original Stalker series. Which, unfortunately, is being developed in a war zone, so I don't really expect it to be very good. Also, imagine trying to actually make a sequel to Stalker. Like, good luck. Well, see, here's the thing. The first three all ran in the same engine. So, Stalker 1, or Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, and Call of Pripyat all ran in the same engine using the same assets, so they were technically standalone expansion packs for the first one. Technically. Stalker 2 is a proper sequel. You were 13 when you were when you played it and you shit yourself? Yeah, good games. You don't think it translate well to console? I mean, I played all three. I didn't like Clear Sky very much at the time just because of how crashy it was for me, but I've played all those games. Yeah, one of them died recently. Also, I think one of Frogware's developers passed away in combat recently too, which is also sad. Frogware's makes what do you call it? No, you can smooth underneath the, or you can put images underneath those. Interesting. Frogwares makes the Sherlock Holmes games, which is a shame. I don't know about that. Halo plays pretty good on PC. Or maybe that's just old biases talking. I think shooters that are designed for PC don't generally play very well on console. All right. Thanks for uploading the VODs. The VODs are contentious, man. It's like, people are either like, holy shit, thank you so much for uploading the whole VODs, or they're like, fuck you, don't upload the whole VOD. It's kind of funny. I'm not going to stop. I've been uploading my whole VODs to YouTube for years, and I have no intention of stopping. One of my biggest regrets about my early days streaming is that I didn't archive my VODs like that. So I'm just going to keep doing it, even though they suck for the YouTube algorithm, and some people get weirdly annoyed by them. That plus guides and community fort stuff and all that jazz. All right, I think it's time for us to give our military a proper space. So pro tip, chat, don't ever let your military train near a wall with water underneath it, next to it. So don't ever let your military train right here, because I'm pretty sure this bug's still in the game. They sometimes, it's pretty rare, sometimes will dodge through a wall, which is really bad. You don't want that to happen. If they dodge through a wall, suddenly your dwarves are drowning, and they have no way to get back in, and then they drown. And then you're like, oh no, much sad. Ah. Anyway, I've lost many soldiers that way, so I would recommend not letting them do that. So we need a place for them to train that isn't above ground and is relatively safe-ish. And also, ideally, close to the front door. But also not too close to the front door. So I'm thinking, make them train right here. Something can collapse on the surface? It's a good thing. So you remember how I was talking about teleporting trees? Well, we had another one. Fuck this bug, man. This is such an old bug. Where trees will just randomly appear above ground and then immediately cave in. It's weird that this bug's back. It's been so long. Quantum trees? Okay, so this used to be like dirt, right? Where the free wood? Good question. Probably wasn't big enough of a tree to have any wood. You were wondering what was causing it? It's exploding trees. I don't know how heavily it's been reported, because it usually just confuses people. Oh, it's tactical elven nukes. Clearly, they're throwing trees at us. It's not automatic tree farm because we didn't get any tree from it. It's clearly elven sorcery. Yeah, this is a headcanon I can buy. Gosh. Tree not big enough to drop wood. But just, you know, anyway. Are you contemplating thing up here, dwarf? Chat room. I think that this dwarf is pondering you. They're pondering social behavior. Wants to practice a martial art, though. Isn't in a squad. Well, social ponderer. Where are you at, Soxel? He's checking the goose out? That's not a goose. Although it's kind of funny. Staring at a bird, pondering social behavior. It's like me on a Tuesday. More of a Monday, actually. I am, like, looking at the sprite. I'm not even looking at the name. Almost you. Watch him be all the way at the bottom. What is this area at the top of my fortress? It's a library. You can't spell, nor can you see. Oh, no. I mean, that does sound like it's time to go to bed, then. Is that the top-ish? Chat clearly saw it. His name's Suxul, I know that much. There's a Tekid. Come on, me. Where it at? Passed again? God damn it. I can see well. I swear. No, I can't. I also find this font extraordinarily difficult to read. I cannot wait until they get custom fonts into this version so that I can swap this font for something that I can actually read. Like, consistently. I have to, like, squint at this shit to read it. It doesn't really increase the size of the font, and it just makes it makes certain menus not fit in my resolutions, so not exactly optimal. Thanks for watching, Hibbs99. The Mohant is shaped like a dwarf. There also used to be the ability to just add them to the squad from this screen. I missed that. Very much missed that. Because that used to be how I would entirely run squads. Oh, fuck it. Let's just throw on this adequate hammer dwarf and then we'll go from there. We'll find him eventually. Also, I don't think I ever gave Cersei Mage a dwarf. They redeemed it. I asked. I wanted a glassmaker. And no beard. Okay, I should stop doing this. We'll do that instead. Search bars, please. Well, search bars or alphabetical sorting. Either would work. So no beard and glassmaker. Well, I got a billion glassmakers, so let's find one that isn't pissed. Cersei Mage. Why not both? Either or both. 25 years old. Bad with words, just like me. Often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things after seeing a goblin die. She is an optimist, really now. Often feels lustful and can handle stress. Is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She tends to think before acting, and she generally avoids any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She tends to avoid crowds, and she has a sense of humor, and she tries to help keep her things orderly, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and does not care about family one way or another. Does not care about friendship. Wow. Dreams of mastering a skill. Likes zinc, gray chalistone. Find you can sort it alphabetically. You know, here's just a pro tip 0. All caps makes me ignore it because I assume you're just spewing nonsense. So if you all caps in my chat, I'm less likely to read it. Also, she prefers to consume white tip reef shark and clown loach and beetroot wine and soybeans, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Also, I don't think you can in this screen, but let me try. No, you can't sort this screen alphabetically. The screen that you're referring to is not the screen I was talking about. Also, we have a giant, so let's go kill it. Where it at? Why are you sorry? If you said it, you obviously can't be sorry. We have an Etten. Putnam, write that down. Got it. Oh, by the way, Putnam, we have exploding trees. Trees spawn in thin air if you dig down from the surface. It's an old bug that's happened sometimes. Anyway, write that down too while you're at it. Also, hi, Putnam. We're just gonna stab this dude to death. Although, curious, do you bring anything? Oh, this one's naked. That's no fun. The controller of action. That's my job, not yours, Etten. I'm helping. I'm being nice to Putnam. Oh, I see. You're telling Putnam to be nice to Putnam. I got you. Helping ICPMs. They're launching trees at us out of space. Clearly, it's terrifying. Anyway. Putnam just got hired by Bay 12 and I think starts in 4 days officially? Or she starts in 4 days, I think? But yes. So, you're new to this game? The whole Z level access view is confusing. Can I explain your base level? Can I do that after I'm done killing this giant? And then we'll do a fort tour. But think about it this way, Talon. It's flat Minecraft. That's the easy way to put it. And this little bar over here, this is where we are in relation to ground level. So this is ground level. This is up into the sky. This is down below. So currently we're kind of just a little bit below ground level. All right. So a big, scary, two-headed tall boy tall ladies running at us. Put a shirt on or something, lady. Oh no, she's terrified while in conflict and chases after Andoro the Insane. Run, you mad dwarf! Run faster! He's terrified while in battle. Okay, well, that's not so bad. Where'd she go? Lost her. Okay, well, he's right next to her. Oh no! Andoro, no! F's. Minecraft's first-person dwarf fort, kinda. Now Kotaku is running away, Chief Medical Dwarf. Okay, well, she runs faster. Turns out she has to run a lot to save dwarves that are dumb. Where's my military at? Get up here faster, you slowpokes. You love when they're horrified over deaths they cause? My favorite one is when their most recent thought is, I am in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. And then like right here, it's like, is terrified in conflict. It's like, it's just a very human thing. I don't know, it's funny. I'll give you a fort tour in a sec. We can do that. Okay, our first combat dwarf is here. Looks like Errol the Wrestler is here. Recently wielding a weapon. He says, this is my fight too. This might require an answer. How did Endoro die, by the way? I'm actually kind of curious. What actually was the killing blow? Bonk. Got punched in the head and the injured part explodes. Oh, that's good. Excellent. Super spank to the face, clearly. All right, so let's see. The Etten goes, death, the horror, begone fear, is the last thing that happens. So now fighting begins with our dwarf, and also it looks like the brave baby peacock named Etur. It was not the pet of this critter, which would have been hilarious. Seems to be helping with the fight and is very vengeful. Personality-wise, never feels lustful passions and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. So that's kind of hilarious. I'm assuming that my neighbors are watching my stream because I can hear them cackling from upstairs. So let's let this play out a few turns and then check the combat log. Let's see what the blue pea chick is doing. The pea chick bites the Etten in the right hand, denting the skin and bruising the fat. Holy shit, it did damage. Oh, that's fantastic. The blue chick bites it again in the right hand, denting the skin a second time. Baby peacock, go. As for the wrestler bashes the Etten in the upper leg with his silver warhammer, bruising the fat. Pea-chick for the win, absolutely. It's a glorious battle. The Etten grabs the wrestler by the iron helm with her left arm. The Etten takes the wrestler down by the iron helm. Oh, they are actually wrestling with their lower arm, but the wrestler stands up. The Etten releases the grip on their helmet. And then the wrestler attacks the Etten, but she jumps away. The wrestler bashes the Etten in the left hand with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle. The Etten then strikes the wrestler, but the shot is blocked. The wrestler strikes the Etten in the upper arm with his copper shield, bruising the fat. The wrestler bashes the Etten in the upper right arm with his silver warhammer. And then it's just a bunch of dodging. I swear if this pea-chick dies, I'm gonna be real sad. Also, I love how it's the blue peahen child. Seems to just be dodging, but does get 2 more bites in. It's still denting it and bruising it. It's actually causing bruising now. It doesn't feel satisfied about improving its combat skills. I actually want to know, what is your combat skills? None. Great. It's doing its best. It's trying. It's trying. All right, so let's let a few more turns run. Oh, no! No! No, blue pea-chick! No, please! Don't die! Slight pain. Ability to stand lost. Hang in there, buddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, is that the dwarf's hand? That's not good. Where's the rest of the military at, guys? Y'all are slow. The fuck you guys at? Like, actually. Little feetsy's broken? We might lose a dwarf and this baby peacock. Oh, here they come. They took the long way, the wrong way round. Or maybe they overshot. Anyway, we got some assistants coming in. They appear to be fighting it from the top down. Pea-chick, not dead yet, is apparently healthy, but has lost its ability to stand. But she is weak. Okay. Dwarves are now on top of it, and the Etten is dead. Seriously injured. Oh no. I'll clear a bunch of these. Grab the combat logs. more concerned about this peacock than than the dwarf that died. Did I turn the hospital? Yeah, actually, I may need to re-enable the hospital. I think I re-enabled it. Yeah, I did. Plenty of dwarves assigned. All right. Everybody seems okay. Dwarf did lose a hand, though. Looks like some teeth got knocked out of our dwarf. She is vengeful while being in an existing conflict. Peachik is a hero. He is a hardened individual. I wonder if that changed her personal thoughts and values. Welcome back, Vervolts. All right, so we were asked for a fortress tour. So this is the top of the fortress, right? So the thing that you need to know about forts, this kind of bluish stuff is like the fog from Silent Hill. So this is like stuff fading off into the distance, per se, right? So these are the insides of walls, and this is like the layer above from the roof. This is my library, and this is a very unfinished structure. Upper layer of bedrooms. This is where my countess or count lives, and would be a countess if they had a wife, but they don't. Also assign that ring to you. Be a nice item to give you. But that's our count. They live in here, these two rooms. This is the snoozing area for some more dwarves, plus a bronze colossus who lives in that cage. Endgame boss, basically. Then more bedrooms, then more bedrooms, then more bedrooms, then more bedrooms. And then this is the outer wall of the fortress, right? This is one layer above water, right? And this is a moat that is filling from the ocean slowly. And I wish I could fill it faster, but I don't really have a better way of filling it right now. This is a drainage area for the moat, so I can drain it. These are layers below. This is all layers above. This is a really big hole in the ground. That's all it is right now. And this here is the result of a teleporting tree bomb. Anyway, not thrilled about those. As I scroll down, we look around this area. You can clearly see that they're... Oh no, I definitely forgot to make that into a craft stores guild. I'm sure the Gloved Guild is really upset with me. Then this over here is all of my glassmaker stuff. Just stockpiles of random shit. Another guild right there. A tiny, crappy little metalworks industry. And then just a whole lot of tunnels, and not a lot. And then if we jump down to the bottom... this is the cavern layer where the caves are. And all of this black that you see, this like dark kind of lightly patterned stuff, is just undug out blocks. Okay, so what is the tree bomb? So this was a layer that we channeled out, right? Trees are still growing here sometimes. This happens sometimes. If you channel out large amounts of areas that had a lot of trees, sometimes trees just appear out of thin air as full-grown trees and then immediately explode, because there's nothing underneath them. So you know when you channel up directly underneath a tree, the tree just kind of goes and kills anything underneath it? Sometimes trees still grow in thin air when there's no tile left. I want to say that this is connected to the quantum tile or quantum non-zone tile bug, where you can, like, if you cave ice in on an area that is cave-inable, it can cave through it, and then the game thinks it's open space, but there's actually something there, so dwarves can walk across open space, even though there's technically nothing there, but you can't build anything on it because it's open space, but it's occupied with something. I think it's related to that, which I've had happen before. I think RNG Strategist has one of those little squares in his current fort. I had a bunch, actually, in river dances at the bottom of my waterfall. Anyway, I don't know. This is just shit that I live with because I'm so used to it at this point. This stuff's just normal dwarf fort for me. Bugs? Meh. Features, mostly. Just surprise mechanics. Which is also why I'm filling this area up with walls, because originally I was just going to keep this floored off and, like, not worry about it. But then trees started falling. So I was like, oh, fuck. Well, I guess now that trees are appearing above my area here, I need to put walls down at the bottom so that it doesn't break through and then dump a bunch, because I'm going to fill this up with water, right? Stuff's going to punch through it and blow it up, basically. I was like, Your dwarf just made an artifact bin? That's fantastic. I don't know why that would cause you pain. Also an Elijah sub. I used to watch his streams a lot back in the day. So that's what exploding trees is. This is actually my second time seeing it ever. I consider it pretty rare. Is it necessary? If you want a lot of glass. Also, this isn't all glass. All of this in this room is glass. This is actually for making charcoal. This up here is for making glass. You're hoping for something flashier? Yeah, I gotcha. I've always wanted like a glass sword, but I don't even think that's possible. Until your stock screen starts taking forever to open. That's just above ground forts in general, though. Just making sure coal isn't allowed in there. Who does smoothing? Literally everybody. Yeah, be focused on glass, but I think it would require modding to actually just straight up have glass weapons. I discuss DF spoilers all the damn time, so go nuts. If people are worried about spoilers, they shouldn't be watching a Twitch stream. I don't really understand. Like, unless the streamer has a no spoilers tag, like, genuinely, I don't understand why people concern themselves with such things. Any tips on finding limestone? You've read on the wiki and you've searched for sediment layers. So wait, you have a strange mood dwarf that specifically is asking for limestone? You sure they're specifically... What are they asking for? I don't believe I've ever had a dwarf specifically ask for limestone. It sounds like you're missing something else, yeah. My base is cool. Well, thank you. I don't know if it's worth amazement, but... Yeah, it's almost always bones, which was going to be my suggestion for the thing to check. Can I build walls on walls? No. All right, so let's go do this layer here. Got enough claystone to do the outside. Can creatures see through glass blocks? I don't think dwarves are capable of looking up. Like, someone can correct me on this, but I'm, like, mostly certain they are not capable of looking up. As in, like, they can't appreciate engravings that are above them, and they can't like, look up to look at things. Why did I read that as my bison's child is bugged? Yeah, so Tarn actually mentioned this the last time I spoke with them. This version of the game has made an old bug in this game very obvious, which is sometimes characters in Dwarf Fortress are born without skin, which in ASCII doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. With the tile set on, it means they literally have no skin, so there's no asset. I think that's what he's referring to. No, it doesn't matter at all. And I mean, it doesn't matter. The dwarf is perfectly fine and functional. Fully functional, as Data would say. However, the issue is that they are invisible. Also, I think it's time to reinstall our ham radio chat. It's been a while since the elves have attacked us. A bug from one of your mods? No. I mean, I think it's a feature, frankly. That explains the headless dwarves. He mentioned it in the interview, or the last time he was on my stream, like on the 17th of November, I think was the day. Fully functional, automated, and enthusiastic in every way. Signed, Data. You didn't make the connection somehow? I'm assuming that's what they're referring to. But, anyway, ham radio installed again. All right. For those of you who don't know, it's a radar detection system using a pig. They will oink loudly when they see something dangerous. It's very useful for de-stealthing elven armies and were creatures. Great moment with Tasha. I need to rewatch Next Generation. It's been a while. All right, let's just make sure that everybody's bedroomed. Nope, still need more bedrooms. Okay. Oink loudly. I mean, what else does a ham radio do? Maybe squee? It's like a guard dog. They just oink. Although, to be fair, I used to live next to people who had a small hobby farm, and they had pigs, and they had cattle, and they sometimes had chickens, and they had other things. And when they would, those pigs were loud. It would definitely work. Dwarves figured out quantum engraving. Do you mean where you can engrave a tile on the ground and then build on top of it and then engrave and then build on top of it and then engrave? I think is what you mean. And then the value go up, number go up, mood go up. Dwarf get happy. Also, this is a bad place to be telling people about bugs because Putnam's here, and that's literally her job now. Or in I think a couple of days, it's going to be her job. Okay, then I'm not understanding how this works. You know, it's funny that we're talking about dwarves being born without skin because there is actually a very rare condition where humans in real life can be born without skin. It's horrifying. I don't know why this sometimes insists on also deleting the floor, but not always. Strange. I got this bug. It has 6 legs. Can you squish it for me? Now, chat, be nice to Putnam. Although, to be fair, I think Dwarf Fortress is probably currently getting more documentable and committed focus testing than it's ever gotten in its life just on Twitch. So this is not a bad thing. Like, this is the most QA Dwarf Fortress has ever gotten. Don't Google it. You don't want to see it, Tropic. More than 2? Do you have 2 unmuted? Two unmuted, yes. Okay. Been there, done that. So when I'm watching streams, Splee, I usually have between 8 and 12 streams unmuted. But I'll have them at varying volumes. And sometimes I'll listen to a podcast too, if I'm bored. Also, I feel like giving dwarves glass doors on their bedroom is mean, even though they are nicer materials than the stone doors. There's something about having a see-through door that's just wrong. Just like glass floors would be mean too. Like who imagine if I made every single one of these layers out of glass. And then like dwarves could just like look up and see all the other dwarves sleeping and be like, "Oh boy." It's like that one am I really out of clay? I'm not out of claystone. Right, because it's capitalized. Duh. It's like that one episode of Black Mirror where they have to bike and watch all the ads, except instead of screens, it's just glass. Really should have made these one wider to also cover the doors. Oh well. Fuck that up anyway. It's meant to be colored. At least that's the way I've always assumed it works. It's not entirely transparent because dwarves can't see scary things through glass walls or glass floors. Like they don't get scarred if there's like a body beneath the floor. I use ballistas, yeah. Ballistas just can't fire up or down. They just fire flat. I actually usually use ballistas for combating the underworld because you can fire them through fortifications, battlements. You know, I think I'm gonna, man, I want the military to train up here, but I'm worried that they're just gonna yeet themselves through the wall. Not left a good place for the military to train. Dwarves bounce? Not when they land in my moat. So there's so many dead herring in my moat for some reason. Drawbridges do in fact seal them. I think so would a hatch. Although I think some of them are even cage trappable. You've had your military training in a boat on top of the ocean for 5 years, and they won't eat themselves through the wall. Maybe that bug got fixed. I'm so paranoid about old bugs. Like, it's all right. I will believe you, and we will make this into our barracks up here. The military finally gets their own training area. I'm gonna make glass armor stand. 30. Glass weapon rack. Oh, I set the first one as clear. 30. You know, chat, I think today is the first day I haven't accidentally built an adamantine ballista arrow. I do need to give them roof, though. Sucks to be the dwarf at the end here that gets the small room. They only get a cabinet. No coffer. Oh no, I missed a room. Mr. Aceman, what kind of dwarf do you want? Actually, can they walk? Do chests block walking direction? Also, I guess I have to select your dwarf in ASCII. But what kind of dwarf do you want? Gib Minor? Beard or no beard, Mr. Aceman? Is ruinous due to your... I'm not even sure what dysgraphia is, but... Minor with or without? All right, well, it'll be a surprise, so let's just give you this one. Looks like you get beard. Mr. Anderson. No, wrong A name. Mr. Aceman. It's a habit if it's a Mr. A. There's the fault button. I really like the way this fort looks in ASCII. It looks cute. You feel so good. You don't feel anything due to inebriation, which is strange. But you do feel blissful in a legendary dining room, and you feel interested after being near a tastefully arranged fine bed. Is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. And he desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and he cracks easily under pressure and rarely feels discouraged. He's very humble, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He's quick to anger, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he occasionally overindulges. He rarely is enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. Wait, what's happening? Apparently my mod's stupid. I mean, we all knew that. And he is conflicted by this since he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he can occasionally overindulge. Party time. He can often lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he occasionally overindulges, and he can rarely be happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this as he values party and merrymaking in the abstract. He means alcohol gets to be able to work today and doesn't really, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Values-wise, He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. He does not respect commerce. He does not respect the law and does not care about art one way or another. Dreams of mastering a skill. My eyes aren't working properly right now, apparently. He likes schist, lead, and dementoid, and the color flax, and short swords and shields, and when possible prefers to consume salmon and cherry wine, and absolutely hates toads. He has no family. Let me know. But does worship Allah. Not gonna lie, chat, I straight up took a quick washroom break during that. All right. There's a lot of things that I would love to see get added to the soundtrack. They'll never know. Elon Canam! Exactly. Chat doesn't know. I also used it as an opportunity to eat a snack once, too. But what was I doing? Right, I gotta show you guys the waves. Honestly, so this isn't a confirmation of anything, but a bunch of people were adding Tanya over at Kitfox saying, hey, Tanya, can we get an adventure mode edition of the soundtrack when you guys release adventure mode? They haven't said no. They haven't said yes, but they did like a lot of tweets. Tanya did. So did Dabu. So maybe we'll get a Dwarf Fortress soundtrack part 2. What would be my number one for things to add to the soundtrack? Yes. Okay. I don't know. Honestly, I do not know. You know, the one problem with the exploding trees is I might need to redesign this entire thing. I would, yes, of course. I was asking them to release the soundtrack physically before they even announced this version of the game. Or not before they announced it, but before the game was even out. Also, ASCII off. It's so much harder to tell when a dwarf is working injured. Yeah, it depends on the adventure mode. Adventure mode is also super duper 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 like viscerally violent. There's a lot of like strangling things to death in adventure mode. All right, well, I'm gonna start sending out my main squad. We're gonna go see if we can go smack stuff. Well, kind of just want to build a backup weapon. So maybe that's what we should do. We should build a backup weapon. Because this could be great. But I think I need a backup for it. And I think that that's much more important. Adventure mode also has all sorts of cool locations you can see. Yeah, like the labyrinths underneath the human civs. Cities, except the problem is they run at 1 frame a second because there's, to quote Tarn, too many people thinking in those cities. Are the elves dead yet? The ones that attacked me are. Are all of them dead yet? No. There's plenty still alive. But that's not the only goal of this fort. Got way more goals than that. That would be far too limiting and frankly, rather boring. Being honest. We can do better than that. Oh, absolutely, Ace Man. You can occupy every single one of their sites and then kill every single one of them. And make it impossible for them to pop back. Of course, there will probably be refugee groups that you'd have to systematically go and take out in adventure mode, which would be very, very time consuming, but you could do it. In human cities? Well, so the problem, like one of the major causes of frame rate lag in adventure mode is characters having thoughts. Like if I look at a dwarf, right, they've got all this going on. They've got all this going on behind the scenes in adventure mode. I kind of hate this massive square in the middle. I actually really hate this. I need to make this look cooler, otherwise it's going to start to irritate me. It's to stop the exploding trees from crashing through my ceiling. I shit you not, that is why I'm doing this. It's to stop the trees from crashing through my ceiling. And I hate it. I really, really hate it. Fortunately, we're not on Earth, so you don't have to worry about what's on Earth. Chris is back. All right, so let's... It's just that. It's not an actual aquifer. We're going to dig down to here. Had a weird bit of music lag, what the heck? We're building a backup defense, because I need a backup defense. And once I have a backup defense, I can start murking things. See, the unfortunate part about playing way too much Dwarf Fortress is people ask for facts about this game, and I give them facts, and then they don't believe me, because they think I'm joking. Well, unfortunately, I'm not joking. The true things about this game just sound as ridiculous as they are. To the matrixy looking view, hit settings, DOS done for. DOS done for. Go to settings and click this button right here. Boop, 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 boop. That button. Click it, and it do thing. Click it, and the game go ASCII. I've been streaming too long. I've streamed like 30 hours in 3 days. Been a long week. You better click it. Click it good. The flashing. You'll be fine. You know, actually... Trying to figure out how I'm going to get them in here. You know, fuck it. Fuck it. We're just gonna do it this way. I'm completely changing the design of this defensive structure. I was gonna use water cannons, and I still might, but I don't trust it to not randomly explode. God, this game is stupid. So we're gonna build shrapnel cannons again. We did in the last fort, and they worked just fine, so let's do it again. But bigger. Bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. We're gonna go from probably about here. 1, 2, okay, actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't have sober dwarves, what? Oh, you have somebody in chat has sober dwarves, okay. So we need to stat. That's doable. Pretty easy. Easy enough. This is just gonna be the firing range. And because people keep asking. I could also fairly easily thinking. Sober dwarves? Sober dwarf is a dead dwarf. And I ain't memeing. It's just a fact. Although I might hit an aquifer. Just trying to see. This is going to be a problem where I've placed it. That's okay. We can go around it. All right. I know what we're doing. So what they're going to do is they're going to go down in here and they're going to pop out in here. They're going to then have to book it across this. And I'm thinking we can build this in, well, I'm going to replace this all with glass. We're going to build this into a multi-pronged thing. We're going to have minecart shotguns firing glass shrapnel from the bottom here. And this can release a bronze colossus. You picking up what I'm putting down, chat? You get it? We following? You on the same page here? What do you do now? Start building. Think about it this way. BLS done for. Imagine you're playing Minecraft. The point that you're at right now, you've built your house. You've got your crafting bench and you got a bed next to it. You've got some food. And it's nighttime on the first night. That's about the equivalent of progression in Minecraft to you have 26 dwarves and enough food. What do? You start building. Build up, build down. Build left, build right. Get Prime subs. Say thank you. Good luck. Thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. There is also a page on the wiki called Player Challenges. Which is basically just yep, this is a list of things people can do. The world is your oyster. Yes. Very much true. Brute Squad as well. Thanks for the Prime. How do you assign armor? Select squad. I'll check. Equip. Then in here. Also, I just realized I need to fix something. Uniform replaces clothing. Uniform replaces clothing. I think that this fixes that. No, it doesn't. Okay. Uniform replaces clothing. Confirm. Uniform replaces clothing, confirm. Uniform replaces clothing, confirm. And BOS done for, thanks for the Prime, as well as Orange, thanks for the $1. By the way, chat, to anybody who's brand new here, and I'm just assuming that there's plenty of you, this stream has grown a lot in the last month, and it's been in kind of incredible ride to go on. And I just have to say thank you to everybody who's joined us for this ride. And if you're sticking around, I just want to say that I think like the last major goal that I'm trying to hit right now is that big ol' 3,000 subscribers. And we're bloody close. Even you? I don't know. You keep screaming at me, so you're making me deaf. Sup, Naso? Yeah, Naso knows what I'm on about. Flappy Turd, thanks for another 5. You're very kind. They're all trying to get pants. Okay, Days of Doom with the 5 community subs. Sif Harrow, thank you very much for the 10. I think according to this, we need 49 more subs. My streaming YouTube content is amazing. I don't know. Copper pants. Copper leggings is what I'm looking for. Forge copper leggings. Thank you. Well, cheers, Keen Kestrel. I'll still be around in a few weeks. That's, I guess, the one thing that I can tell you guys about this channel versus a lot of other people that are streaming Dwarf Fort is I'll still be streaming Dwarf Fortress in 6 months. I'll probably still be streaming Dwarf Fortress in 2 years. A lot of people that are streaming Dwarf Fortress right now might pop in when there's big updates, but I'll still be here. I've lost count of what's happened. Splee TV with the 5. Thank you very much. And Darren, thanks for checking out a gift sub. There is actually a public goal beneath the stream that says how close we are to 3,000, by the way, so you can just look at that. The bedroom painting tool, you have to plan each bedroom. Do you get lucky? You can paint across So if there's a bed and a door on an enclosed room, you can use the multi-painting tool. It's not just a you get lucky. It's a, if there's a bed and a door there, you can multi-paint. That's the requirement. There needs to be a bed and a door. $38 to go. It's very close. Intentional? I'm trying to replace it all with glass, actually. Furnace operator has been possessed. That's interesting. Intentional ICBM landing there? Yeah, that's also definitely not intentional. So this was supposed to be a Craftsdorf shop, so I'm just, or guild, so I'm just gonna make this because they're gonna request it again, and they're probably pissed at me still for not completing it the first time. ICB trees? It's an ICBT, yes. There you go. Preoct, thanks for checking out a gift. The Das Burrow. Sometimes when bad things arrive in Dwarf Fort, I feel like we all need to hide in Das Burrow. Intercontinental Elven tree. That's very funny. I gotta say, that's very, very, very amusing. Well, thanks for watching the streams at 3 a.m. Intercontinental ballistic tree. I think ICET is funnier, though. Intercontinental Elven tree. Let the gifter become the gifted. Well, I mean, that's just called paying it forward, right? Oh, boy. None of this feels... Like, this entire month doesn't feel real to me. This feels like a weird premonition dream that I'm going to wake up from still. How many IRL hours did it take me to get to this point? In this world? I streamed for 9 hours yesterday. 20 hours? Probably less. NetJam Jr., thanks for the $1. Straight up gifted but didn't sub. Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of people that sub before they follow recently too. Also, followers have definitely slowed down since day one. Like, the first 4 days this game was out, I was getting, like, 1,500 followers a day. I think we're down to about, like, 90 to 100 followers a day, which is still crazy, by the way. Like, 5 followers-ish since that $1 was dropped into the chat by NetJam. Okay, how's this artifact coming along? It's claimed a glass furnace. Are you sitting there? Oh, you are sitting there. Want stone, rock, leather skin. Gotcha, gotcha. Gems shining. Okay. Blocks. Okay. Got leather already. Bricks. Gems shining. Do I need to cut more gems? Raw green? Might actually just be raw green glass. It's either... Oh, no, it's already got raw green, so it's probably gems shining. Needs me to cut some gems. This fort has been starved for cut gems. Let's just make sure that he goes and gets what he needs. You've been watching the tutorial playthrough. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hold up. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Algae. You just finished episode 4 and you want to play Dwarf Fortress for a long time and you just might play it this weekend? Hell yeah. Is there a rule of thumb when finding gems? Don't play on sparse materials. I'm playing on sparse materials, so gems are just hard to find. But thank you very much for the 36 subs, chat. Means a lot. There he goes. Probably to go get his gems. And shoutouts to anybody who got gifted a sub in that. 36 subs and $4 in bits. Thanks, chat. We've been averaging between 80 and 150 subscribers a day. Or per stream, rather, this month. And I used to get maybe 200 to 300 in a month. Which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Depends on how thick the material that they're sitting in is. Sometimes they're multi-Z levels, but like they will show up in specific types of rock. The veins themselves, yeah, the veins themselves won't be multi-Z level. Only adamantine does that. I think everybody in chat here is, you know, equal as far as I'm concerned, Days of Doom. Doesn't really matter when you got here. It's just nice to have people watching. Like, I don't know. Like, the weirdest thing about this month to me is this is, like, I think the first month in my entire history of streaming where there hasn't been a single point in the entire month where I've had to say, hey, chat, round of beers, or something else to, like, wake chat up because nobody said anything in 15 minutes. Which is, like, you know, streamer problems, right? It's crazy. Fucking crazy. Like, that's actually where the round of beers thing comes from, is literally just me checking how many people are listening. And if nobody says anything, then it's like, all right, it's time to end the stream. Like, literally, like, that's what that exists for. Did you fuck up on agreeing to make a temple and then not making it good enough? You didn't realize there was a countdown? You have about 6 months in-game. Just make a big room and engrave all of the floors. Like, I fucked up over here. I agreed to make a guild hall and then forgot to make it. Because I'm good at this video game. I feel bad every time I try and say your name out loud. Igyu Shaka? Anyway, thank you very much for gifting out a sub. Cheers. This is going to be a Crafts Dwarfs Guild. Also, I think I should probably make a command for that community goals page on the wiki, especially the updated version. Iggy, can I do that? Yeah, they need like a petition screen, Bellinair. But it's like, it's actually not that bad because you just scroll through and the only ones that are active are like, boom, there you go. Holy shit, there are 70 members of that guild. A force that is both dark and vile has arrived. Way, yeah. All right, so where are they at? You sure about that game? There's no siege. We scary, apparently. Also, hi, Belle. Did you stream today? I didn't see you on. Oh, you had a day off? I gotcha. I don't believe that there's actually a vile force. Haunted Orange ate the siege. I think they just saw what we're building and went, we're going to give them another chunk of time in game so that they can finish that up first. They're like, yes, streamers building big project. Uh-oh, alert. Oh, snatchers. Clearly the ham radar is working. Clearly. That's my theory. I guess ham radar is working very flawlessly because it spotted stealth units. Call you Frog? But there's Froggy Frog Frog and Frog for Hire X and Frog Tips Are Awesome, who are all people who watch the stream sometimes. The furnace operator has created a green glass earring. Well, at least it's called Gintalis. That actually looks like a kobold word. What? Chat, anybody who's an uber nerd about the Dwarven language, can you confirm, is this a Dwarven words? Ham radar. It's like ham radio, except radar. Yes. It's a pig that's on top of my library at the very top of my fort that spots invaders. Because that's kind of awesome, actually. Yes, we have a pig that sits on, it's our security pig. It oinks really loudly when enemies walk onto the map, and then we go out and kill them. It's actually a very effective strat. Ah, yes, the bacon tracker. See, chat, we're all on the same page here. The I think that's just cops, but you have no words? I mean, I can show it to you in a second. Oh no, floppy turd. It's not wrong. It's actually true. So much left. Good old piggy, yes. It means crew kiss? Okay, so it is a, like, Dwarven word then. All right, well, here, I'll show you the ham radar. I'm not joking. And before it's dead. Nope, there it is. See? It's a chained up pig. Sits up there and spots things on the map that we can't see. Pork patroller. Yeah, there you go. Like the two pools and the railroad thingy? Oh, are we talking about, like minecart shotguns? Speedy thing go down, speedy thing go smack, speedy thing come out. How long do sieges last? Until they're scared enough to run away. Until they run out of ammunition if it's elves. And then with goblins, it's like they start to split when they get terrified. Humans split really quickly because their mounts get terrified and then they just leave. Same with the elves. Undead sieges don't leave because they're undead. But this isn't really a siege. These are just a bunch of kidnappers here to steal my children. Steve Solaris. Thank you much for that tier 1. Anyway, sorry for getting all gushy, but like, I don't know. It's this last month has been wild. It means I can only imagine what like Zach and Tarn must be feeling right now. Although they're probably taking it like champs. They're good at this sort of thing. You know, it's what's funny isn't I don't think that they thought it would sell. I think they thought it would sell just fine. I don't think they were worried about how well it would sell. What I think is funny is that article that Kit Fox released right before launch, which was of a wannabe industry analyst saying that based on Kit Fox's projections and previous successes, the game would sell approximately 160,000 copies in the first 4 months. This is how well I predicted it to sell. I was like, every single streamer is going to play it, so it's going to sell just fine. It doesn't fucking matter, like, anything. Like, period. Doesn't matter. If every single RimWorld streamer streams your game for at least a week, you'll sell 100,000 copies in the first day, and you will sell 300,000 copies in a week. It's just how that works. Yeah, no, it's like, if it, sure, I mean, like, if it was, I don't know, a Zelda clone developed by Kit Fox and published by Kit Fox, with the amount of wish list it's had, yeah, it would sell about that much. It's like, they weren't, that economist was not wrong in that sense. The part that they fucked up on was that they wrote that article about Dwarf Fortress. That was the part where they fucked up. Okay, Vampire Survivors took off because of Splattercat Gaming, which is very funny. Very well-made thumbnail and a YouTube video that went viral. That was a viral video success. Also, it was $3, so that helped. Splattercat Gaming? Splattercat. He's a YouTuber with like 800,000 subs. And then Northern Lion picked it up, and the rest is history. Like, literally, Vampire Survivors was entirely YouTubers that propelled that game to success. And also, it was $3. It being $3 really, really helped. Splat is good people. He's one of those people I want to shake hands with one of these years. It's like him, Quill18. There's not that many, actually. Splattercat has very much directly helped out a lot of... Oh, Mandalore Gaming I would like to shake hands with. Although I'd be surprised if he ever actually went out to a place where video games are. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, right, it wasn't a whole genre. Like, those kind of weird auto-battler bullet hells have existed on mobile for a while. So they're not exactly that new of a thing. They just kind of got spotlighted by that. Quill is the reason you got into Paradox games? Yeah? Oh, Super Bunny Hop I would like to shake hands with. And I have actually shaken hands with Total Biscuit, so... Although he looked very unhappy to be there. And that's basically like all of my idols right there. The Paradox's beach party at Gamescom? Really? I believe it. Rip TB. Yep. Summoning Salt? Not on my list. I too miss TB. Dude had some horrific takes, but at the same time was also one of the most important people in the games media adjacent YouTuber industry, just period. Okay, so that will light channel up right there. That'll take us up to there. It's a little awkward. A friend asked, well, I mean, it's different. I like Dwarf Fortress and I like RimWorld. I like things about both games. And I think it's kind of mean to directly compare the two because of how different they are, but it's good to hear that your friend's having fun though. Okay, so we need to actually bring this over this way. Like, RimWorld is an excellent strategy game, and Dwarf Fortress is playing D&D by yourself. It's the ultimate D&D simulator. This is going to take a lot of glass discs. Also, instead of doing this first, I'm going to cancel all this. We're going to build ramps first. Why am I building these out of a specific material? I'm going to regret this. Absolutely do that. And then after that, what you do is you go download the Illwinter design. D&D map generator, which I'm having a hard time finding on Steam right now. Where is it? There it is. Illwinter's floor plan generator. And then you're good to go. And you don't need to make anything. You use Dwarf Fortress to give you the locations and Illwinter Designs map generator to do the rest. Bang. All you need is a printer, and it's $3. I think that they made this for themselves and then put it up for sale afterwards. It's just a floor plan generator. It'll give you different formats, layouts, colors, whatever you want, really. You can screenshot them or like save them as PDFs and import them into Roll20 if that's your shtick. These are the people who make Dominions and Conquest of Elysium. I'm a big fan of Conquest of Elysium. But in an ideal world, you'd be able to combine Conquest of Elysium, Dominions 5, and Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Ow, my brain. I'm just trying to, like, imagine automating combat. Like, I'm trying to imagine, like, automating Dwarf Fortress combat, and that just sounds like pain. Oh, please don't tell me that's an Aquifer. Please don't tell me that's an Aquifer. Oh, shit, it's a fucking Aquifer. All right, great. Cool. Well, I found an Aquifer. So you know how you guys always ask me about channeling out Aquifers? Well, it's time to dig out an Aquifer. This is going to take 10,000 years. Be a real pain in the neck. Why have I done this to myself? I have no idea how helpful that tool is going to be for you. It's funny because I don't even play D&D. I just know that it exists. So, by the way, I'm digging up right now because I know that there's only one layer of aquifer above this. This isn't an aquifer. So by channeling up, I'm removing the ceiling, and removing the ceiling is removing the aquifer above. Does that make any sense? Which is also exposing the fact that we're right on the edge of it, and this is an aquifer. Actually, you know what? Don't do that until after we're done. You can't read? No. Well, I won't ask you to name 10 books then. We have a petition. Oh, wow, now the Gloved Guild wants a Grand Guild Hall. They've skipped straight over the, like, small Guild Hall, and they're like, well, we're satisfied. We want a Grand Guild Hall. All right, well, that's not too hard, so let's just be real classy with this and do all this. I'm really curious about this quantum engraving you guys are on about. Ponce, thank you much for the raid. For those of you who don't know, Ponce is generally plays competitive multiplayer games on stream. Old school League of Legends guy, so we all have to help him pay for his therapy because of it. But him and me are going to go get whiskey tomorrow. So, you know, thanks, chat, for helping provide my whiskey fund. So, you know, he's a friend of mine. You should go give him a follow. He's a cool dude. And thank you much for the raid, man. And what kind of dwarf would you like, Fen? Or a Fen, I think. Whiskey or bourbon? Depends on the bourbon, depends on the whiskey. Am I at a whiskey place or a bourbon place? Or am I just given a shot choice? Because probably Scotch, actually, if I'm given an option. Miner with a beard. Not Wicta, that's the first one on the list. Third one on the list. Currently detailing floor. Then 1. You'll take water? I mean, the last time you hung out with me, that was bad. Last time me and Orange hung out, Orange slept on the sofa. Scotch over bourbon? What can I say? Everybody has personality flaws. Bourbon sour best cocktail? Old-fashioned best cocktail. He is very greedy and isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. Also, unemployed Shaku, thanks for the 4 subs, by the way. We only have 25 more to unlock. Another fucking... Anyway, he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. And he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He likes to take it easy, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Occasionally, overindulges. And he could be considered rude. He is assertive, and he likes a little excitement now and then. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family, and he believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and finds artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest of ideals. Is your favorite cocktail to make? It's easy to make, Killer Cam. I'm also not a big cocktail person. If I can't drink it straight, I don't really want it. I'll be honest with you. He dreams of raising a family. He likes malachite, iron, citrine, and cave spider silk, the color aqua, cabochons, and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the clear heather, and when possible prefers to consume giant pangolin and finger mullet beer, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Bullet rye and ginger beer? Bullet's okay. Bullet's pretty good. I won't complain if people give me bullet. You're a member of the Miners Guild? And you're a talented miner, but you're rusty. Wait a minute. Scooty Lou, thank you much for the raid. Cheers, dude. Alrighty. What are we working on? This. Stupid thing. Praise the orb? Something or another. Yep. Feel so defeated you're unable to get above your first 2 migrant waves in any of your forts? Don't know what's wrong? Are you trading? That would be like a severe dampener on haunted zones now. Not being able to trade. Because you need to be able to trade to get rid of, or to get more dwarves now. And because haunted zones would just completely screw you on the basis of that, would make them real difficult. You just realized that this could be a really good headline for a Jane. What, that someone who hates alcoholism now works at Bay 12? I mean, Zach and Tarn don't drink that much, I don't think. I mean, like, I've drank beers with them, but neither of them seem like heavy drinkers. No, I mean, I get it. It's not an uncommon personality trait, but no. In fact, I would say it's a personality benefit because, like, alcohol doesn't actually benefit you in any way. Shape and form. Doesn't help. It's a net negative. Just like smoking. It's a net negative. Which is why when people are just like, man, Blind, you drink and you smoke weed. It's like, I don't like either of those things. Like, good for you. Keep it that way. You'll live longer. It's not terribly uncommon. No, most people don't have to go to therapy because they're having panic attacks whenever they learn a friend has... Whenever they learn a friend has ever drank in their life. Ever? Trying to, like, figure out that sentence. A lot of decoding work that needs to be done. I mean, sure, but by that logic, there's lots of things that are terrible for you that have gut flora benefits. Just because something has benefits doesn't mean it's a net positive for you. The negatives outweigh the benefits, I think, is the line that I'm looking for here. So is it, like, stressful being in my chat when there's just, like, beer going past? Because I don't know. I've been drinking since I was, like, 14. But, like, I've never really had a point in my life where I've drank heavily. Weed cookie day will make you live forever? I mean, it'll certainly slow time down. I don't know about making you live forever. It makes time truly subjective. For whatever it's worth, just pretend the beer is apple juice and the wine's grape juice. Also, how the hell do you play Dwarf Fortress then? No, I read it, Scooty. My assumption is it's probably got something to do with trading, considering, like, migrants are, like, directly tied to the amount you can trade. It's one of the reasons I haven't settled in an entirely haunted biome yet. Like, apparently this ocean's haunted, but fucking doesn't seem to do much aside from scream at me occasionally. But it's one of the reasons I've stayed away from entirely haunted biomes. Because you have to trade to be able to get migrants. So I fear that it would cause migration waves to be minimal in haunted biomes because you need to be able to trade, and getting trade wagons into your fortress successfully is negative. How far away from your home faction are you, Cornethium? If you're too far away, you just won't get trades at all. Period. Fuck, what kind of stone did I build there? I can't remember. Spent too much time talking. Not enough time building. You're only allowed to trade once you have 50 citizens. Just make the first 2 guaranteed migrant waves bigger. That's all you'd need to tweak, I would think. We did a test for it, making big cash and trading with lots of people. I don't know. This faction is dead. It had 9 citizens when I started playing as it, and I haven't had a problem. So, like, literally haven't had a problem. So I'm not encountering this issue. I don't know what you're doing, but unfortunately, it's lost on me. It seems. I thought you were still doing the haunted biomes. You just want to share that you've been met with fun. In your current game, your enemy dwarven faction has just sieged you, and now you're about to hit back. All while looking for adamantium. Yeah, that could end funnily. I was wondering why this was taking so long, and then I realized the game was paused. God damn it. But yeah, good luck with the counter siege, or a counter strike, if you will. Oh, great. Cool. Excellent. Fantastic. Awesome. We win. GG. Oh, yeah. You had to get your shit together after drinking quite heavily for a year, and you're never going back to that, just some chill beers. Yeah, I've definitely had points in my life where I've drank more than I should. But at this point, it's like alcohol is social lubricant for me, and weed is medication. I kind of need both to function as a human. So, but just in reasonable amounts. If it goes to unreasonable amounts, then I just die. Anyway, your ruler has arrived with full entourage, and your thriving site is now the capital. With your continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. A migrant has arrived. It's a queen. Welp, we will greet you with whatever those were. I can't remember, but that artifact. Time to build a royal residence? Nah, I'm worried about others. Get to that later. Worry about on Saturday. Do that later. Also, chat, for New Year's, by the way, plan for the day is we're going to start at the normal time and then do... Whoop, got a ghost. We're going to start at the normal time, and we're going to do the normal things for the first half of the stream, or more than the first half of the stream, probably. We're going to do the normal things probably until around 4 p.m. my time, Pacific. Then we're going to do a annual tradition that I have, which is we get over the current year. So we're going to get over 2022 by playing Getting Over It, and I'm not going to beat it because I've never beaten it, and I probably never will beat it, but it's kind of a fun little thing that we do every year. And then after that, due to popular demand, once I get tired of playing Getting Over It, I'm going to buy and play some Trombone Champ. I have 2 holiday traditions. Play Portal, and we play Getting Over It. Those are my 2 holiday traditions I do on this stream. It should be fun. We gotta do some duck games sometime? Maybe after stream. That could be a fun thing to do. Duck game with mods. Could just like sit in a Discord stream and stream it on Discord. That'd be fun. You're thinking with glass doors. I feel like most Dwarven managers wouldn't rate very highly on Glassdoor. 3 technically, but only one of them's actually important, and that's Halloween. But in this house, you're always celebrating Halloween because you'll notice there's a skull next to your name, and skulls are spooky. Thus, you're currently celebrating Halloween. I don't care what time of year it is. Augmentum Sound, how was your stream today? All the raids. There's a skeleton inside of all of us. You know what's funny? Some people are scared of skeletons. I'm much more scared of the meat that's around the skeleton. What, in my fort? Yeah, it's fine. It's mostly just the copper that they're canceling because I've just let that work order elapse. This job, we ran out of copper a while ago. If you don't like mass cancellation orders, don't watch my streams. Because they just happen, and I generally don't care. I'm just gonna let them happen. Because eventually they won't cancel. When they don't cancel, that's when I need them done. Is that you can just ignore? I mean, you know, it was funny. Someone, like, a while ago when I had Tarn on the stream, somebody asked, they were just like, what, like, Tarn, it was something to do with, like, is there a way of, making sure that we notice job cancellations while also making them less obnoxious? And Tarn's just like, yeah, no, they're bundled into one little box. And my response to it was just like, oh, I just mute those. That's how I dealt with them for years. I just turn them off. Your neighbors put up Xmas-style decorations a week before Halloween? You know, as far as I'm concerned, if people can start preparing for Christmas the first week of, like, before October, I can start preparing for Halloween on the 1st of January. One of these days, I'm going to get me a house. One of these days. Not in this economy. One of these days, I'm going to get me a house, and when I get me a house, I'm going to get me one of those 14-foot tall skeletons, and it's just going to live there year-round. Just year-round. I might even decorate it based on the season. Give it, like, bunny ears for Easter. Like, give it, like, a Santa hat. You know? It's just never going away. I'm just going to have that forever. Life goals, exactly. I just want to have a house so I could have a 12-foot skeleton outside. That's all I really want in life. Actually, no, I want my own house so I can have bees. But, Heatsink, thanks for the prime. Cheers. We're getting damn close. 24 subs until a new emote. 24. I think it's the 14-foot tall skeletons that they sell at, Home Depot. I don't know how the fuck I'd transport that on public transit, but I'll figure it out. Do I also plan on getting a snake? No, because my best friend is terrified of snakes. So I can either hang out with my best friend, or I can have a snake, so I'm a mature adult. I'd rather hang out with my friend. Also, as much as I love snakes, I'm not that much of a pet guy. Plants are good enough. Snakes are pretty chill, but, you know, phobias ain't. Really need a door, like, right here. Didn't really plan this very well. Ugh. Okay. I'm trying to think how I can do this in a way that makes sense. This is gonna look so fucked up when it's done. As in, it's gonna be super confusing for you guys to look at, but that's okay. Part of the fun. Really. Rats are god tier pets. They don't live long enough. If someone can figure out how to artificially extend the life of a rat by a few years, then I would agree with you. I think your cavern is an aquifer layer, your FPS is doomed. Not if it's not dripping. It won't start dripping unless you dig into it. So just don't dig into it. So this right here is going to be my way up. I'm going to need it. And I also need a way of locking this temporarily. In case of bad thing. Oh, we also have an outpost liaison. No, use death. All right, well, brilliant. Let's place that dwarves thingy, and then I'll figure out where I'm going to put people. So I'll figure out where this needs to go later. This up here needs 4 hatch covers. Doesn't really matter color they are, but I'll just hit the diorite ones. Okay, hit diorite 4 times, yep. Those can be locked. How's that moat coming along? It is very full of fish. Holy shit. That's a lot of herrings. I don't see any red ones, though, so that's a good sign. Did I ever make the guild hall they requested? I queued it up. I didn't actually check if it was high enough value. It's not high enough value. Well, they're pissed at me, probably. Cool. I got plenty of statues. Let's just go all the way around the edge of this. I failed to make this guild hall like 5 times, by the way. And then I finally made it, and then they asked me to upgrade it to a grand guild hall, I assume out of spite. Because it's a guild with 70-something members. It's the Crafts Guild Hall. And this is like a glassmaker's fortress, so it's like full of glass. Exactly, Kippawa. Water. Also, by the way, this isn't me demanding you guys throw bits at me, but I do want to say that I'm really happy with how well the water tile emote blends with my paywall emotes. Because ages ago, I made my bit emotes literal walls just to kind of take the piss, because I don't, really give a shit about certain parts of Twitch, and I think that making people pay for PNGs is really dumb. But I just gotta say that this, and this is like a story unto itself. It's kind of fantastic, and I like it way too much. Okay, how's the value on this doing? Not even close to high enough. They're literal paywalls, yes. Oh no! Exactly, see, Blue Chimp gets it. Claire Fox, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. Also, I just want to say, thanks to everybody who's joined the Discord. We went from like 800 members to, what are we actually at now? Over 2,000. At least it doesn't have a 7 in the middle. So fun. So if that doesn't get me, like, Discord partner again, I don't know what will. Then I'll finally actually deserve it. Where's that stupid plushie, dude? And I'll actually deserve to have this again. Yeah, I have a plushie Wumpus. Back when I was a Discord partner, they sent me one in the mail, and I was just kind of like, well, I guess I have a Wumpus now. So I've got a bunch of cases of disorderly conduct, apparently. Because I'm over here just to... Okay, okay, so before I set up the queen and all her shit, I think I'm going to set up a captain of the guard. Because we probably need that more. That's probably causing more problems. Actually. Tasks is what I was looking for because they renamed this screen. It used to be the J screen. This used to be the jobs screen. Unsuspend all of these. Why did they remove my Discord partner? Because my Discord wasn't active enough. This is the result of being a Twitch channel, a channel on Twitch that got partnered at a time where Discord was just giving any Twitch partner, no questions asked, Discord partner, which is when I got Discord partner. And then they changed the requirements after a couple of years and then unceremoniously removed it from a lot of people. But I, being the crafty asshole that I am, made 2 rooms on my Discord. One, which was the count to 1,000,000 room, where we're trying to count to 1,000,000 one number at a time, and which has gotten a lot harder with a lot of new people in there, but I digress. And then the other one, which is the Add a Word Stories room, where you guys can just write words. And those 2 rooms kept my Discord partnered for an extra 2 years, because it kept the activity just high enough by, like, maybe a percentage half the time to keep me partnered for an extra 2 years. It does sound dirty. But yeah, no, I mean, I have enough members, but the Discord just wasn't active enough. Is the remake better than the old one? This game? This isn't a remake. This is a patch. Like, just straight up. It's not a remake. It's a patch. I mean, I kind of already have Crypt Pick. It's a dwarf with a pickaxe, but... What do they still need? A bunch, apparently. Do I have a pedestal lying around? I think I just straight up have a... Yeah, I have platinum pedestals. We'll throw a platinum pedestal in there. Wasn't it just symbols before? Yeah, but it's still the exact same. So calling it a remake isn't fair, because a remake would imply that they've remade the game. They didn't do that, right? This is an official graphical tile set, right? So, I mean, it looked like this before, and it still looks like this, right? This is still the same game. It's a UI overhaul, and some new content, and an official tile set. And an official soundtrack, instead of just the fan-made ones. But is it better than before? It's still the exact same game, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the controls are different, but that's about it. It's kind of like asking somebody who has thousands of hours in an MMO if the new update is good. It's like, well, I have some complaints. They reset my tech tree, or they reset my character tree, and I have to redo all my shit. I had to redo my keybinds, and the UI is all fucky because it's all new, but I still love the game, right? It has fun new stuff you don't think anyone's done. What, the 7 symbols of the something or another? I would like to do that shit. I just, every time I get far enough in, I get that goddamn bug where everything breaks. The labor bug. Let's see how this fellow's doing. You know, I might just put another platinum pedestal on here. Let's just put 2 more platinum pedestals in here. That'll probably do her. We haven't seen anyone go for it. I bet you somebody not on stream has done it. Yeah, I've had some people like post it being like, "Oi, what is this? Is this new?" On my Discord. Anybody know what this is? But yeah, I haven't seen the end of it. I don't know actually what happens. Like, you've stopped playing DJ Boom Boom Shrimp until that bug gets sorted? I mean, that's totally fair. Go to bed, Dwarf, if you're drowsy. Hey, Faulted. I mean, here's the thing. No, because I don't have direct contact with Tarn. I spoke with him once about having him on stream again, and that's it. I would say ask Putnam, but Putnam hasn't officially started and won't until 4 days from now. If you're really strict about labor specialization, it doesn't break. I mean, I assume it's like a job priorities issue with the new job system. And that's been my assumption since the beginning. I sent Putnam my save file with it active so they can figure it out. Adventure Mode's not out in Steam yet and won't be out for probably a year, if I had to guess. But that's just me being a pessimist. Just gonna lock all of these. You ask me this like I know. What? I'm still just guessing that it's a bug. It seems like it. I don't know. And it's just that simple. And that's going to be my answer to every single one of your questions. I do not know. I'm also not sitting here intentionally trying to pull it out, like cause it, because I'm not QA. I'm an entertainment platform. I'm here to entertain people, not sit here and like try and find a bug. Have I heard of other streamers encountering it? Not directly, no. I'm sure they have. I've definitely heard about people dying because people just stopped working. Which I would assume is the same thing. But I think that the problem here is, like, there's maybe 1 or 2 people that have been streaming this game actively that actually play it enough to even notice that it's a bug in the first place and not just the game being the game, right? Well, I are stupid is stupid and you are dumb, so that makes 2. There is three modes in the game technically, but just one of them isn't available yet. The 2 modes that are available right now, Cold Stir, are Legends and Adventure, or Legends and Fortress mode. Adventure is still needs the UI rework. You theoretically could go play Adventure mode in the older version, but it's just not out yet currently. How many? Wow, still got like another 400 to make. Probably run out of economic rock again, which is kind of hilarious. Literally nobody has any idea what causes it. And it's that simple, chat. My assumption is it's something to do with the new job and work system. That's my assumption. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Exotilk. I'm totally fine with Zach and Tarn taking, 8 months to a year to finish up Villains Part 2 and get us a proper update for Adventure Mode. I'm absolutely okay with this. But also, you need to remember that Dwarf Fortress development is slowish, but they did just quite literally double the programming power of Bay 12 Games, which is phenomenal. So, when's Vinyl? Actually what I really need to do is I need to reach out to Dabu and be like, "Oi, Dabu, you want to talk? You finished partying yet?" Try and get a recorded interview with Dabu for the YouTube channel. That should be a project for January. Is get a video together with Dabu in it. Hey, Putnam, you want to be in a video? And you did just start working at Bay 12. It's up to you. You can say no. It's fine. Would be fine with it. Cool. I think I think I've lurked in your streams before. You were streaming Armok for some reason when this game came out, or right before it came out. So we should do that. We should do that after you've been at Bay 12 for like a month. Just curious about what working with them's like. I think that would be a fun video. So is like having an unhappy dwarf going to happen no matter what? So I have chronic depression every guy time. This guy every time. I have chronic depression. I'm going to be unhappy no matter what. Some dwarves are just broken, like me. It's part of life. Some dwarves are just kind of fucked. And I was trying to explain to a friend of mine a couple weeks ago what it's like to have chronic depression. It's just like, they're like, and this person that I know is a very, very like upbeat, positive, happy person all the time, and like never has a bad day as one of those people. I'm just like, okay, so like think about it this way. Most of the time you're really sad, and every now and again you feel nothing, and that's a good day. It's like the vast majority of the time it's like I'm sitting here just like, and then every now and again I have a day where I'm just kind of numb, and that's a positive day. This is an extremely happy fort balance. Yeah, we're doing good. We're not really getting tantrums. I think I've had like 2 tantrums in this entire fort, and that dwarf is no longer pissed, so. And right now, of course, it's a fucking militia captain who's pissed. All right, Manam, what squad are you in charge of? The newest one? All right, congrats, you're fired. Who's next? Go back to your previous gig. To be fair, my last squad leader for this squad is now a full-time scholar. Much happier with their life. Also, wasn't I going to make this guy, Soksul? Duh. Put him into the squad for a bit. Sorry, legendary Hammerdorf? Not in a squad? Unless I just moved you from one squad to another. Nope. Huh. Angry after getting into an argument, frustrated after being unable to acquire something. That actually is a problem. I do need to sort out clothes in this fort, because I've definitely been slacking on that. Speaking of, do I have any plants I can process? Nope. I've had this weirdly difficult time getting pigtails up and running in this fort for some reason. Love the color of quartzite. Quartzite went from being like one of my least favorite stones in the game to one of my favorite stones in the game just because it's pink now. Pinky purple. Magenta. Holy crap! Hi, Space Pirate! Why are we holy crapping? What happened? Oh, the fact that Putnam's in the chat, yes. You have a pink library too? Damn right. I officially want to rename quartzite to Twitch blocks because they're almost Twitch purple-ish. Also, can I just get a shout out for Bellinair for no particular reason aside from that Bellinair has also been streaming this and you should go give him a follow too. I think his streams have been doing pretty well on this too. I haven't really had the chance to talk with him, but seen you with some good sized crowds recently. It's nice to see. I feel kind of bad at points that I'm just sitting here just like, yeah, I'm 2/3 of the directory for Dwarf Fort. Although technically that's actually like a downgrade because I used to always be like 100% of the directory. But now it's like, well, there's actual other people streaming the game, which is way better. But I'm not 100% of it anymore. Just wanted to say that the community forts idea for YouTube was great. It wasn't my idea, it was chat's idea. The second person who, the second one I did was the person whose idea it was. I actually was like convinced it was a bad idea, believe it or not. So don't thank me for doing that. Thank chat. I'm very weird about using other people's work for monetized content. So I was very cagey about the idea initially. I mean, I've come around on it because people are watching them, which is nice. But it's definitely chat's idea. So shout outs to you guys right there. But then you saw was their voice. Yeah, no, Bellinair has a very brightly colored microphone. Right, let's go down to the bottom here. Go all the way along this with quartzite. I'm going to do this until I run out of quartzite. Make this as quartzy as I can. Do I only review fancy forts? Clearly you haven't watched all of them. You should watch the second episode where I constantly talk about how that fort is at constant risk of waterboarding its entire inhabitants. I definitely do a mix. Of course, I like fancy forts. If yours has a shot? It's more of a question of can I load it and do I have time? And also there is a lot of competition now. Is it normal to have 3 obsidian levels down from the surface? No, that's not normal. Are you on a volcano? Is my question. If you're on a volcano, yeah, that's pretty normal. If you're not on a volcano, that's strange. Sounds pretty badass, though. I want obsidian just a few levels down. Yeah, but I was about to say that. Yeah, like Jack Sleep Talk landed on a magma sea super shallow. You know, I'm starting to wonder. Are all Dwarven... Because I've heard a couple of people mentioning that didn't do anything weird with their world gen. That every single... Or that they found very, very shallow magma seas. Like magma sea, not just like magma spouts. Do you think every single dwarven world is about to explode into a super volcano, and if you find every single one of those seven sigils or whatever the fuck, the world just turns into a giant super volcano? Like, do we summon Armok? Sounds like orc. I'm just asking questions. You know, I'm just throwing out theories here. A game theory, even. Absolute bottom of your world is -9. That's weird. You must have cranked up the rainfall in advanced world gen or got really, really lucky / unlucky. That's the only time I've had something like that happen, is when I cranked up rainfall to extraordinarily extreme amounts. That's weird. My barrack. I've literally destroyed the entire world. Oh yeah, me too. I would pay a very, very, very high Patreon tier to get access to Tarn Adams' Myth generator prototype. I know that isn't because I've just unlocked Twitch money, apparently. But also, yeah, erosion is what will make stuff like that disappear. I apparently have, like, no woodcutters. Give axes to a few people. I've got too much glass. Bars. Got iron. A bunch of iron axes. Sure, that'll do. All right, we'll let them keep doing that. Okay. And you're playing around, you get really shallow worlds if you make it so oceans can't gen. Well, obviously, yeah, if you fuck around in advanced world gen, you will absolutely get some weird as hell worlds spawning. But advanced world generation does not equal normal Dwarf Fortress worlds. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna make my life easy for myself. We're gonna put the Captain of the Guard stuff down here by the temples. Actually, Captain of the Guard isn't going to get a special bedroom. They're just going to get an office dining room. And a bunch of cells. We started on flat. -6 is cavern layer. wait, what color cavern layer? Also, good win, Joe. Ever gotten a demanded tribute yet? Not in this version of the game. In Long Death, we got annual tributes from three different human factions. Or like 300 years? If Stone aka Seashore's Wall was here, they could tell you the exact number, but... Also, holy shit, 10.5 hours of stream. I'm getting long. Also, I have 200 dwarves. Wow. Headed to bed, Joe? You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. With the raiding function, it's a really good way to invite fun to your fort. Yeah, I've seen some people post bugs on the subreddit, and I look at that and I'm just like, that's not a bug. You just fucked with Advanced World Gen. Like, just straight up, like, that's not a bug. Quit it. Raiding is good fun. I'm just not doing it because of how delicate my faction is right now, and I know that I need to keep this faction running, because this is the only functional fortress in this entire faction. This faction is dead. Aside from that, every other fort in this faction is, like, completely obliterated. I keep getting way too, like, in-depth with what I'm doing, and then completely forgetting that, oh, I should really, like, build the Captain of the Guard shit. Just in case, I don't know, a vampire shows up or something? Should also give the Captain of the Guard a proper squad, all that stuff. Do I not have ropes? Do I have silver? Can dwarves go extinct? Anything can. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I have 13. It says at the top. Okay. 10's fine. Is also great for every single human civ to send you a caravan the first summer. You don't think it's actually a good strategy? It's just kind of funny to do. Yeah. Well, it can start wars if you fuck up. The only thing that you really mess with in advance is to make more good sub-regions, because you're really playing on a really pretty map, even though certain playthroughs you're basically looking at the top layer. You know, I agree. I tend to agree. You just let people steal stuff from you? Let me tell you this. If you ignore the justice screen, every single dwarf that values the law will slowly get pissed. Because the dwarves that value the law really, really get upset when crimes happen. So it's better to deal with it than it is to completely ignore it. At least if you want your dwarves to not get mad and pissed at you. Just a little word of advice, I suppose. Also, I really wish that we could make multiple dungeons at a time. That or just expel all dwarves that value the law. I mean, you could just do it that way. But, or just let dwarves steal stuff from you and ignore that side of it. But the part that you really want is, like, dwarves that tantrum, just as an example. There's, like, a pretty decent chance if they tantrum and they go to prison, they'll actually feel repentant and it'll just straight up fix their bad moods. Like, it's a dice roll, sort of, whether or not they don't mind being confined. But, like, if they don't mind the process of going to prison, it actively improves them. Okay, he's good. Also, the dwarves that get set. Oh yeah. Also, if they're really, if the captain of the guard is really strong and dwarves tantrum, and you don't have prison cells, they just give out beatings instead of what's the word I'm looking for here? Jail sentences. In which case, just give them a really big hammer. or a really strong weapon, and then instead of, you know, giving out sentences, they'll just cave their forehead in, and it's a justified killing. Whatever your strat. I'm not playing your game. Also, yeah, if it's a particularly bad crime, beatings can be given on top of jail time. Who's the other depressed dwarf? Oh, it's that dyer again? Wait, what? Why are you upset? Frustrated after being able to practice a craft. Bitch, you're making charcoal. Let's put you on metalworking, hauling, mining. Go have a slightly better life, dude. Human caravan has arrived. Well, that's interesting. No, you don't need to do anything. Like, here's something that I feel like I say a lot. You don't need to do almost anything in Dwarf Fort. A lot of the things I do because I want to, not because I actually need to. Do I need to give them their own cells? Yes. Do I want to do it? Yes. Do I need to? No. Just a word of thumb. It's like, do you need to do anything in Dwarf Fort? No. I want to do it. I like doing it that way. Well, if there's not enough chains, actually. Cells, chains, same thing. Can they be one zone? I actually don't know where the number of chains is. Okay, there it is. Heh. Also, there's 5 cases assigned to my captain of the guard now. Busy dwarf. Thought your fort looked good? I keep thinking that this fort's ugly. But, I mean, it's not that bad. Not the worst fort I've made. This is just a big old fucking box of nothing. So used to having Keck W? It's fine. It just reminds us all that you are one of us. And also stupid. This part of the fort I'm quite proud of. This part's although it is an easy spot to run out over here and then gather all these nice wild plants. Well, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm going to ban that emote in my chat now, Logor, because here's the thing, right? If somebody has a banned term in their chat because they don't want it, it probably means that they don't want to see it, right? And I have that not there specifically because I don't want to see it. Where's that button? I don't like Keck W. I'm old. I don't like it. I don't want it in my chat. So I'm just going to jump over here. Okay, I've blocked many different variants of it. It's nothing against you personally, and it's nothing against the person who has the emote. I just don't like it. Why is it banned? Well, I guess I can't technically already answered that. But that you can just go add blocked terms? Yep. It's a very helpful feature, I would say. The thing is, like, I've been on Twitch actively since Twitch was Justin TV. And there are certain things about modern Twitch that annoy me. And that's something that annoys me. So if it makes my use of Twitch chat less pleasant, I remove it. This is my job. I do this for a living. If you don't like it, that's kind of fine. Because fortunately, I make the rules. If you don't like it and it ruins your chat experience, I'm sorry. But it just is what it is. I kind of feel the same way about Pepe's. I leave the default ones available, but I don't add any others. Because they just kind of make me feel icky. Just don't like them. This is my house. And that is my mouse. So, you know. But I'm not going to remove Keck W entirely. So you guys can just, like, you know, I'm stupid all you want. And it's funny because, you know, everybody gets a little laugh out of the I'm stupid. You know, it's just plain amusing. I don't ban, like, subscriber Pepe emotes, Kilroy Sanchez. Like, if you have, like, a sub emote that just happens to look like a Pepe, I don't care. But the BTTV emotes that everybody has, I don't have access. I don't have active in my channel. I do have the default feels good man and feels bad man just because they're by default and I couldn't be asked to remove them. But all of, like, the super wide variety of them that a lot of people have, I don't like them. How do you get squads to do staggered training? And you see train axe. So what you want to do is you want to go to your barracks. Want to go to your barracks, which for me is way up here. You click on this button. And then you make sure that they're set to train in that barracks, right? And then you select the squad, you hit the check mark, and then you go to schedule. Set them on monthly orders, stagger training. By default, they'll run in there and then they'll leave. And they'll run in, and they'll leave. In and out. We're pretty efficient at it, too. So. There's proof that it's a spooky ocean. It made the spooky sound. These dwarves really don't want to chop down wood, do they? Even this High Master woodcutter. It's probably just too many other jobs going on. I'm carrying an axe. Okay, we just don't have enough axes in the fort is the problem. I'm actually just gonna promote those battle axes to the top. You just got a were-camel? Camel, they look scary. I saw a were-panda today. And then the game crashed and then I lost it. But I still saw a were-panda. Which is, I understand why it's Zach's favorite sprite. It's very, very funny. Look at, just look at this fucking were-panda. It's just like, bah! It's kind of fantastic. It's so funny looking. Sorry, what? Metalcraft was found dead? Why? Probably like, did you go melancholic? Oh, I see. Captain of the Guard is doing their job. Nice to see that you're very enthusiastic, Captain of the Guard. I'm proud of you, Cappy. Exploded by tree. Captain of the Guard being enthusiastic about their new gig. Very enthusiastic, it turns out. I see ET, Intercontinental Elven Tree. Also, now that I think about it, I should tell, actually, Putnam's still here. Putnam, if you don't like my alcohol emotes, fun fact, you can just, like, block them as terms. So they just show up as stars for you. Just saying. Calls for a medal. What? That the captain of the guard got enthusiastic? I mean, that's just normal captain of the guard behavior. Perfectly normal cops. All right, so I need to ramp this up. Just gonna pop us up right here. Meaning I am in fact gonna need to go around to this. We'll just do it this way. Make my life easier. So you could throw enemies at me. Respectfully, I would never use a mod like that. Mods like that are really, really fun for a bit, and they're really, really fun for the chat. They are the easiest way to ruin the entire gameplay experience for the streamer. So there's like a world where I could see myself using a mod like that as a one-off for an event. But for actually using it, respectfully, absolutely fuck no. It's ruined many games for me in the past. And I don't want it to happen to this game too. So I wouldn't let it happen. I just wouldn't play it. Yeah, no, I mean, they're like the nice occasional, like, okay, let's chuckle at this for a bit, but actually playing them, not very pleasant. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a Twitch plays Dwarf Fort already, which is kind of fascinating, actually. But that's different. You got the General Strike bug, Days of Doom? I would say send your save to Putnam, but I don't know if they want it. I would also say go back to an earlier save. Twitch plays anything is cute for a bit, and then it gets really boring. But chat room, let me be honest with you. I'm phasing out a little bit. Probably due to the fact that I've been streaming for almost 11 hours. And I would like to record some videos for YouTube. What are my current objectives? Well, I hit one of them where the capital, we have the queen, who I need to deal with. So I think we're going to call it off here. But we are going to raid another Dwarf Fort stream. Don't run off. I'm quite happy with how this fort's looking. Like, quite happy. It's a very shallow fort, and hopefully I'll be able to make this mess into something. It's cool. It's nearly 11 where you're at. Well, I mean, is what it is, right? So chat, you guys have a very important job to do right now. Say bye, YouTube. Then we'll give you the proper outro. Bye. You're backwards, Orange. Good mods. So what I want you guys to do now, if you're subscribed to the channel, could I get a Vile Force of Darkness? If you're not subscribed to the channel, could I get a round of beers or whatever raid emote you prefer?